closely with places, with allies like Japan and South Korea to construct those defenses. So the American people, because of the decisions that have been made by the Commander-in-Chief, are safe from North Korea's current capabilities, but we continue to be concerned about their actions, and we're going to need to work effectively with the international community to address that situation. Okay? Paul.
Josh, thanks for your efforts these last few years, first of all.
Thank you, Paul.
This is sort of a history question. When historians look at the presidents, they often cite, well, they did X, Y, and Z, but it's also fair to look at perhaps mistakes and quagmires that presidents avoided getting into. What did presidents sort of avoid in your judgment that might have done a lot of harm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, well, certainly as you know, with regard to our efforts to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL, the president has been mindful of the recent lessons of U.S. military entanglements in the Middle East. And the president does not believe that our interests were advanced by the strategy that was employed by the previous administration. And in fact, he ran for this job in part on his opposition to some of the strategies that had been put in place before. And the president does believe that the strategy that we've put in place against ISIL is working. We've made important progress in rolling back more than half the territory that ISIL previously controlled in Iraq. We've rolled back a substantial quantity of territory that they previously controlled in Syria. And we did that without a large-scale offensive ground combat operation involving American troops on the ground. What we have done is the president has dispatched a much smaller number of U.S. forces, some of whom are working in a very dangerous situation, to offer advice and assistance to local forces and regional forces that are fighting for their own region and fighting for their own country. And that is a strategy that the president believes is much more likely to lead to long-term success. It's going to build the capacity of these local forces to police their own country and secure their own country. Those forces are, of course, augmented by U.S. forces with a range of capabilities, whether that's U.S. military pilots who can take strikes on ISIL targets or other extremist targets in that region of the world. There are U.S. forces with remarkable capabilities that can carry out raids against high-value targets and can capitalize on troves of intelligence that they may be able to acquire. And it also involves U.S. trainers who are building up the capacity of those forces, other forces, local forces, and then supporting them, advising them and assisting them on the battlefield. So that's a strategy that President Obama has put in place. He believes that has served the country well, both because of how it has been effective in taking the fight to ISIL, and because of the likely long-term success that the president believes that we are on track to enjoy. And all of that was done without the kind of large-scale ground combat operation that characterized previous entanglements in the Middle East.
So the Cliff Notes answer is you avoided foreign quagmire. Is what you're saying.
Yes, I think that's true. Even as we engage in a robust defense of the American people, that's what has to come first. And in fact, the president believes that our national security does benefit from a strategy that avoids quagmires, but does apply intense pressure to those extremist organizations that would do us harm. That's the crux of the strategy, and it's worked.
Thank you. The second question is, if you look at, say, Gallup polling for every president from Truman up to your boss, he's leaving with actually the fourth highest approval of all of them. John F. Kennedy's exempted. Clinton, then Reagan, and then Eisenhower with 59, and then your boss, and he's the head of everybody else. How does that strike you as about, how do you react to that?
Well, that obviously I think is, I know that President Obama is proud of that, and I think is an indication of, certainly of the success that we've had in just the last couple of years.
But I mean, the question is, critics say, well, he doesn't deserve that. Others say it's, you know how it is.
Yeah.
People say it's
look, there will be people on both sides who will do their own analysis of the polls, but look, it's not just the Gallup poll that indicates the uniquely high standing that's enjoyed by the president right now. We're obviously proud of that. I do think it's a testament to a lot of work that we've done here over the last 12 to 18 months. But it's also a reflection of the kind of early investments that President Obama made in the first couple of years of his presidency that have taken root and are now flowering. At the risk of torturing that analogy, there are remarkable benefits. So just one example, President Obama in his first couple of months in office made a politically unpopular decision to rescue the American auto industry. That was a policy decision that did not poll well in the state of Michigan, a state that had more to benefit from that rescue than any other state in the country when it comes to their economy. But since the president made that important decision, the manufacturing sector has created 800,000 jobs, and the American auto industry is manufacturing and selling as many cars as they ever have. So that's, I think, a good example of how a tough decision that the president made early on was not one that was going to show immediate benefits, but looking back 8 years later, it was clearly the right decision, and the fact that it wasn't politically popular at the time, I think only gives people more confidence that the president was making the right decisions for the right reasons. All right? Michelle.
Thanks, Josh. We've heard one member of Congress call Donald Trump not a legitimate president. Now the number of Democrats who aren't attending the inauguration is up over 40, and they're sort of framing this as a boycott. What do you think of those words and actions? And is this just contributing to the division in America right now?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's contributing to the division, but I do think it's a reflection of the division in the country right now. To be clear about the president's point of view, since the day after the election, some 8 hours after the final results were called, President Obama spoke in the Rose Garden. And he spoke forcefully, with conviction, about the determination that he and his team would show in trying to facilitate a smooth and effective transition with the incoming team. And we lived up to that promise that the president made on November 9th. And in many ways, I think actions speak louder than words, particularly with regard to the way this administration has worked closely with the incoming administration to ensure, or at least give them the best opportunity at a running start. But all of that was rooted in the institutional responsibilities that the president and his team have. To serve the American people is to make sure that the person that they've elected president of the United States has an opportunity to succeed and hit the ground running. And we have been challenged to do that in spite of our, in some cases, profound concerns with some of the rhetoric and policy positions that are being articulated by the other side. So I think most of this, Michelle, is just a function of the different roles. Members of Congress have a different responsibility. They are freer to express their opinion in a way that they choose. They don't have the same kind of institutional responsibility that the administration has. I'm proud of the fact that we fulfilled it.
Are you saying that the administration would say similar things and do similar things if they could?
I wouldn't speculate on what people around here would say. I think I'm just pointing to what we have done, and that's a reflection of keeping the president's promise.
And you've spoken a lot about the efforts, like the strong efforts that the administration has put out for this smooth transition. Mm-hmm. So do you think it's important what some of these Democrats are saying and doing? I mean, do you think it's important for that to be said at this point, or do you think that what they're doing is just sort of harming the smooth transition?
Look, I don't think that what they're doing is harming a smooth transition. Primarily because when we're talking about a smooth transition, we're talking about making sure that the incoming administration is aware of what we've been doing over the last 8 years and of the looming decisions that they'll have to make when they enter office. We want to make sure that they can benefit from all of the lessons that we've learned over the last 8 years about building and running an effective team that's in charge of the federal government. Those are the kinds of things that are critical to a smooth and effective transition, and I don't think that there's anything that members of Congress have said that's going to derail that effort.
Okay, and there's been plenty that has been said about certain posts that will possibly be open for a long time. certain structures just not seeming ready at all? I mean, you know, we hear things on our end about concerns within the administration as to the next administration's readiness.
Yeah.
So you've had a unique look at that smooth transition that you mentioned. Do you think that there's readiness there? I mean, do you feel confident that the next administration is ready to pick up the reins?
Yeah, I certainly am not in a position to be able to assess across the board what the level of readiness is of the incoming team. I'll let them describe, you know, what efforts they have taken to ensure that they're ready to assume this awesome responsibility. And we certainly have tried to be there at every turn as they're making those decisions to support them and to give them the best possible information so that they can make the best possible decision. But when it comes to assessing where things stand, I'll leave that to the incoming team to do.
Okay, and do you feel like this is the last briefing of this kind that we might see for a very long time?
I hope not, but I don't know. I'll let the incoming team speak to that. Okay, Justin.
The president-elect said on Friday that U.S. companies can't compete because our currency was too strong and that was, quote, killing us. I'm wondering if that's a concern that the White House shares.
Well, we have, over the last 8 years, abided by the longstanding tradition of allowing the United States Secretary of the Treasury to speak about the value of the dollar. Of course, those policy decisions, when it relates to currency, are made by the Federal Reserve. So that's not something I've spoken on at great length here. I did happen to see the President-elect's comments. I believe there is one factual point that is worth referencing, which is that we have seen, with regard to China's currency, that it has appreciated in value over the last 18 months. That's just a fact. With regard to what sort of policy they've implemented to do that or what their aim may be, I'd refer you to the Chinese. I wouldn't speculate on that. But just as a factual matter, the Chinese currency has appreciated over the last year to 18 months.
Are you concerned that an aide to the president-elect reportedly was in discussions about joint investments, the Russian sovereign wealth fund that the U.S. sanctioned back in 2015?
Well, I haven't seen those specific reports. I think what I can say is that given the intelligence community's conclusion about the efforts of the Russians to intervene in our democracy, questions about the ties between senior government officials and the Russian government are worthy of careful examination. And that will obviously be the responsibility of Congress. And it may end up being the responsibility of some law enforcement officials if they choose to initiate those kinds of investigations. If they choose to do that, that would be a decision that they would make entirely on their own, based on their own discretion, and not something that this administration would try to influence, even in our last few days here. But there are structures in place where people have the authority that they need to conduct those kinds of investigations. And with regard to Congress, they'll face a decision about whether or not they choose to exercise that authority. And with regard to law enforcement officials, they'll have to decide on their own if this is worthy of an inquiry.
One last one. Your friend, Senator Schumer, suggested...
I'm really hoping that he accepted that opening in the spirit in which it was offered.
Yeah.
We'll see, I guess.
Suggested today that Representative Price might have broken the law in that stock transaction with a medical device maker, that he later introduced legislation that could have governed. Acknowledging that you've said before that the president-elect should have some flexibility to pick his own team, do you find kind of this report to be disqualifying for Representative Price as head of HHS?
Well, I think this report is indicative of a couple of things. The first is, given the incoming administration's priority that it is placed on draining the swamp, I think they have a unique obligation to explain exactly what happened, because the facts of the report don't appear to be that complicated. You have a member of Congress buying a stock in a company, and within a week sponsoring legislation that would benefit that company and its stock price, only to see that introduction of that legislation followed shortly thereafter by a political donation from that company to the campaign account of the member of Congress in question. So this doesn't seem like a complicated scheme. This seems like exactly the kind of financial entanglement that's left a lot of people feeling alienated from Washington, D.C., that's left a lot of people questioning the motives of members of Congress. Was he sponsoring that legislation because of his own personal motive? Personal financial interest? Was he sponsoring that legislation because he knew it was likely to lead to a political contribution? Or was he sponsoring that bill because he thought it was good policy? It's hard to know. It's an open question. So, look, this is why Congress has a responsibility to offer advice and consent for the president's cabinet nominations. And I suspect this is going to be an issue that's going to receive careful scrutiny. Hopefully not just on the part of Democrats, but also on the part of Republicans who are interested in making sure that the incoming president's cabinet nominees are looking to do the job for the right reasons. Okay, John.
So are you suggesting he may have broken the law?
I'm saying that I don't know whether or not, I certainly can't make a statement that definitive. If law enforcement officials choose to investigate this situation, that's something that they will do based on their own knowledge of the law and based on their own discretion. I think I'm just commenting on the fact that the reports do raise a lot of questions. And again, this isn't some sort of complicated financial scheme. We don't need to have Michael Lewis explain it to us in a 300-page book. This one seems pretty concerning, just based on a couple of paragraphs of a news report from CNN.
Okay, then I've got a couple questions. First, I just want to say thank you, Josh, for being accessible in your time here as press secretary, as deputy press secretary, and thank you for working as hard as you have to answer our questions, including, but not exclusively, those questions that you didn't like.
There were more than a few of those.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for the kind words, John. I appreciate that.
Back to the question Josh asked about Vladimir Putin, put aside the intelligence community. Putin made a specific allegation, a pretty explosive one, coming from another, global leader. He's accusing the Obama administration of trying to delegitimize the incoming Trump administration. What's your response to Vladimir Putin?
Yeah. First of all, it sounds like he got his copy of the talking points. Second,
From who?
well, I don't know. It certainly sounds a lot like what the incoming administration's team is saying. But it is not the first time that the Russian president has called into question the veracity of the United States government. Right? This is a Russian government that recently said that they were focused entirely on ISIL inside of Syria and raising questions about what the United States and our allies were doing to fight those extremists. That wasn't true. In fact, what we know is that the one place that Russia can point to where they've made progress against ISIL is in Palmyra. ISIL has since taken it back and is now using some of the equipment that the Syrian regime, with the support of the Russians, moved to Palmyra. And that's going to put the United States and our coalition partners who are going after ISIL at even greater risk. So it's not the first time that the president of Russia has said things about the U.S. government that just don't.
Alright folks, looks like we lost that feed temporarily. Let me work to get it back for ya.
Try to keep us safe? I'm offended by it.
Josh, on the question of the next administration and its communication strategy, first looking back, was there ever any consideration by anybody in this White House of shutting this briefing room down, of taking reporters and moving them out of the West Wing?
No, there was not.
What would it say symbolically and practically? What message would it send to the country if this briefing room, if this workspace were shut down and reporters were banished to another part of the White House grounds?
I alluded this in my long comments at the beginning about how the United States has a rather unique arrangement between our government and the independent media. The fact that all of you represent independent news organizations and have regular access to the White House, have regular access to workspace where you can do your job, have a venue where you can enter the briefing room, at almost any hour, and can hold people in power accountable is really important. You also have access to senior White House officials right through that door. Right up the ramp outside that door, you can come into my office at a moment's notice to ask questions and demand answers and demand transparency. And as I mentioned earlier, sometimes that's a little inconvenient. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes it's frustrating because you're dissatisfied with the answer that we've given. But it's necessary for the success of our democracy. And I think there are some people who might say, John, that, well, it's just symbolic that you have the White House press corps in the White House. And I would say it's a really important symbol. It's more than just symbolism. But even taking that argument at face value, there is something symbolically important about all of you gathering here every single day to hold people in power accountable, to demand answers, to demand transparency, to demand facts. And your ability to do that is going to be affected if you don't have regular access to the White House, if you're not able to do your job from the White House, and if there's not a natural, readily available venue for you to hold senior officials accountable. So, and this is again, a relationship that President Obama believed was important to invest in. He made this a priority. And it doesn't mean because he liked all your coverage.
He could have done more press conferences.
He probably could have. And again, I think this is exactly a good illustration. You should be asking for more. And you should say that, we appreciate President Obama's investment, that there's more that he could have done. That's the nature of this relationship. And it means that you're doing your job, but it also means the President of the United States is doing his job. I don't know if the incoming administration is going to see it that way, but I hope they do. Okay? April.
Josh, one of your, mentors, Mike McCurry said the press had a friendly adversarial relationship with the White House. And with that, understanding your very interesting position between the press and the president, have you taken any kind of advocacy role, positives, about what you just said to Sean Spicer, the incoming press secretary, or has anyone in this administration talked to the incoming administration about exactly what you just said?
Yeah. Well, what I can tell you is, as you know, my colleague Jen Psaki and I had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Spicer in what will soon be his new office a couple of weeks ago. And we had a nice conversation. And we talked about everything from the rather peculiar logistics of getting things done around the White House, but also the work to prepare for the briefing and to ensure that government agencies are coordinated in their messaging efforts with the White House. It was a good conversation, but one of the pieces of advice that I had for him was to engage with the White House Correspondents Association. I remember vividly when we started here. I was the deputy press secretary during President Obama's earliest days in office. And we worked very closely at the time with Jennifer Lovin, who was an AP correspondent and then was the president of the White House Correspondents Association. And she did an excellent job of helping to educate us about what your expectations were. And she helped us avoid inadvertent conflicts. There are certainly situations where we might be tempted to do something that we didn't think was that big of a deal, that you all would view with deep suspicion as an effort to make your job harder. And so what I encourage Sean to do is to engage with the gentleman that all of you have elected to represent you as the president of the White House Correspondents Association. So Jeff is somebody who knows this place well, and Jeff is somebody who can be an honest broker. He's got a, Jeff and I actually had this conversation before the election about how valuable our relationship with Jennifer Lovin was in 2009, and how his relationship with the incoming administration, whether it was the Clinton administration or the Trump administration, was going to be critically important. Look, Jeff knows his stuff, and he's got exactly the right temperament for managing these kinds of things. And I do think that if Jeff is your elected representative, and Sean as the person designated as the top spokesperson in the government by the president-elect, can work effectively together, that I think a lot of the concerns that have been expressed in the last couple of weeks can certainly be managed. And it doesn't mean that everything he does is going to be satisfying to you. It shouldn't be that way. But I am optimistic that because of Sean's genuine desire to represent his boss well, and Jeff's leadership in representing all of your interests, that these difficult things can get worked out.
Did you specifically say we should stay in this building and stay here?
I'm not going to get into a detailed readout of our conversation, so I'm going to defer to him and let him announce what they choose to do.
Other questions really fast. Being here all these years and being with the president since Iowa, meeting him since Iowa, what is the biggest takeaway as people are trying to rewrite his history now and trying to look at his legacy when you're supposed to look like 10 years out? What is the biggest takeaway that we should know about this administration and particularly this president?
Yeah. I alluded to this at the top too. In 2007, when I first heard President Obama speak as a candidate for President of the United States, I actually wasn't working for him. I moved to Iowa in December of 2006 to work on Tom Vilsack's presidential campaign. And so I joined President Obama's team, then Senator Obama's team, only a month or so after Governor Vilsack dropped out of the race. And the reason that I was drawn to Senator Obama's campaign was simply that he was giving voice to a vision of the country that deeply resonated with me. He was articulating a vision for America that was inclusive, where everybody got a fair shot and a fair shake, and where we tried to transcend a politics that seemed so small that it was not well equipped to take on the difficult challenges that our country faced. And he was willing to articulate that vision and those set of values and defend them forcefully. There was a sense among many Democrats, particularly throughout much of the Bush administration, that Democrats were a little on the back foot in trying to make our argument. And to see this young-looking man, a newcomer on the scene, step up to the stage and almost defiantly articulate a vision of the country where everybody's got a shot, regardless of what you look like or where you come from, that there's a whole lot more that unites us than drives us apart in this country because of our commitment to some of the basic founding principles of our country. That resonated with me. And so to answer your question, my takeaway is that for all that we've been through, for all that we've seen over the last decade, President Obama is as optimistic about the country and as committed to that vision as he has ever been. And he is as resolute in advocating for and defending those values as he's ever been. And I find that genuinely inspiring, at the risk of laying it on a little thick. I genuinely do. On those days when I thought it was, when I was tired, knowing that I was going to have to get up early in the morning and prepare to come and speak to all of you, I drew a lot of inspiration from knowing what a unique opportunity it was for me to have the opportunity to stand up here and to give voice to those values that I deeply believe in, and to know that my boss would support me in making that argument forcefully, without reservation, with deep conviction. It's been an honor to do that, but mostly I admire and respect the president's fidelity to those values, even through all the twists and turns of the last 10 years.
And lastly, when you talk about laying it on thick, I guess I want to say thank you for making sure that issues that were not necessarily the mainstream issues, urban America, LGBT community, all sorts of communities out there that were not necessarily at the top of the folder in the A block of the news, for making sure we had answers for that. And how important is that for this White House to make sure those issues were addressed as well as the overarching issues of the day from the first two rows?
Well, I know this is actually a principle that the incoming administration has given some voice to. That I know that Mr. Spicer has indicated a desire to be as inclusive as possible and to give as many different kinds of journalists and outlets and commentators the opportunity to participate in this session. I think that's a really good thing. That's exactly what we have done. There's never been a time that we've turned anybody away from participating in this briefing. People who show up here on a regular basis with their hand in the air, regardless of which row they sit in, they get called on. Not every day. In part because it's not unusual for me to get complaints about the length of the briefing. But it's fair to say that people who show up here regularly get called on regularly. That's a good thing. And if that's something that Mr. Spicer is committed to, and he wants to bring even more people into that process, people from the left and the right, we've certainly succeeded in doing that, and I hope he does too. Okay, Anita.
Thank you. A couple questions about Friday. So I know a few of the, three former presidents are going to be in town, and Secretary Clinton, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any opportunities for the president to visit with the former presidents there, or at the Capitol, or at the White House, or does that not happen?
I'm not aware of any sort of formal get-together that the president will have with the former presidents. I wouldn't be surprised if there is an opportunity when they're at the Capitol for the president to see them, but it would just be pretty informal, and we'll do our best to keep you posted about how that shakes out.
I read in my colleague's profile of you, which came out today, that your last day is actually Thursday. Does that mean most staff, I know some people, it's staggered that people are leaving, but does most of the staff leave on Thursday if they aren't involved in the actual movement?
Yeah. The vast majority of the White House staff will have their last day here at the White House on Thursday. There is a small number of people that will continue to work through noon on Friday for the actual transition. But it's a pretty remarkable exercise that we're undergoing here at the White House. And I have a lot of credit to my colleagues at the GSA and other people who are responsible for ensuring that I have an opportunity to work from my desk until 4 or 5 o'clock at night or in the evening on Thursday. And they're going to have that office up and running and prepared for Sean to sit down behind that desk at noon the next day. So that's no small undertaking, but it certainly requires that many of us get out of the way on Thursday afternoon so they can do their important work.
Lastly, you mentioned where the president was going on to California after the inauguration, or the family is going. When they return, so they fly aboard the presidential aircraft, which we don't call Air Force One, then does it wait for them, or are they on their own after that? They take commercial back?
They're on their own after that. I don't know what their travel plans are, but that's that will be the president's final trip aboard the presidential aircraft. It will be to Palm Springs.
How long they're going to be there?
I don't have any details about their time in Palm Springs, and I don't anticipate that will be released. All right. Margaret.
Josh, you said you didn't think that boycotting the inauguration was really going to harm the peaceful transition, but is the president actively discouraging Democrats from boycotting, or would he discourage Democrats from boycotting the inauguration?
I'm not aware that he has had a conversation discouraging people from participating in the inauguration, and I'm not sure what he would say if he was asked if he would encourage people to do that. Maybe you'll get a chance to ask him that tomorrow.
On two things, actually, related to Russia. Ambassador Power gave a speech today talking about U.S.-Russia. And she repeatedly used the phrase a willingness to lie on behalf of Russia, and that it's actually a strategic deny and lie strategy they have. Does President Obama feel that Vladimir Putin consistently lied to him? I mean, is that how the president would characterize his relationship?
I think what Ambassador Power is making reference to are the public pronouncements that we've seen from the Russian government that routinely fly in the face of the facts on the ground. I laid out the example to John with the situation in Syria. The same the example of Russian activity in Ukraine also applies. Russia has steadfastly denied the presence of Russians in Ukraine who are actively working with separatists to try to undermine the central government in Ukraine. So this is a tactic that we have seen from the Russians with regard to their public communications. When the president has discussed his personal communications with Vladimir Putin, the president has indicated that President Putin is pretty blunt and businesslike. And I think there's only one time that I participated in one of those meetings, and that was my observation as well.
You agree he was blunt?
I would.
But not that you would not say that he feels that in those conversations Putin has ever lied.
Well, again, I don't think I can account for all of the conversations between President Obama and President Putin. I would just say that President Obama has often said that a public perception about his behind-the-scenes interactions with President Putin aren't usually correct, and that they do have a pretty businesslike interactions, and President Putin is pretty blunt in those conversations. So and what Ambassador Power was obviously referring to was some of the public communications that we've seen from the Russians to say things about their activities that just aren't true.
There have been reports last week about the Israelis, this week about British intelligence suggesting that there are conversations with the CIA asking for reassurance that known assets in Russia would not be shared by the incoming administration with Moscow. In other words, asking the U.S. to keep its secrets secret. Is that something that the White House has been aware of? Are those reports in any way accurate? And is that kind of request appropriate?
I can't speak to any of the conversations that our intelligence community has had with some of our closest allies. I'll let them describe those conversations. The United States has worked hard to deepen our cooperation with the United Kingdom and the rest of our NATO allies, for that matter, certainly as it relates to intelligence gathering. Our ability to collect that intelligence and share it widely among our partners does make our alliance stronger and makes our collective defense more effective. But I can't speak to any specific instructions or requests that the British intelligence services may have made to American intelligence services.
And lastly, and you say you wouldn't characterize the readiness of the incoming administration. Secretary Kerry did publicly suggest that he was, the contact had been minimal with at least the incoming Secretary of State, should he be confirmed. Would you say that the incoming administration has taken up the Obama administration in all of its offering to fully brief and fully read in the nominees?
Well, Margaret, I think the thing that was evident to all of you in the earliest days of the transition is that the Trump administration had a pretty steep hill to climb with regard to their learning curve. Is some of that related to the fact that they weren't anticipating winning the election? Probably. But I think what we have seen over that time is conscientious, painstaking work on the part of the incoming administration to try to get up to speed. And there has been substantial improvement in those efforts since the days immediately following the election. I obviously can't speak to all of the conversations across the federal government, but it's certainly fair for you to conclude that the capacity and capability of the incoming team has improved markedly since the first days after the election. Okay, Jordan.
Thanks, Josh, for the final time. Wanted to ask you about a report in the Washington Post yesterday that said the president plans to make several hundred commutations before his final day. Can you confirm that's the plan?
I saw that report. I don't have any news to announce from here with regard to any commutations. But if there are any clemency requests that are granted, we'll make sure you're among the first to hear about it.
Yeah, last week you made an interesting argument about the differences between Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning.
Mhm.
Can you, at this point, rule out that the president will give a pardon to Edward Snowden?
I can't rule anything in or out. I think the one thing that the Department of Justice has said, I'm looking at Brandy and she's giving me the poker face. I believe what the Department of Justice has said is that, there you go. What they have said and what Brandy has told me is that Mr. Snowden has not filed paperwork to seek clemency from the administration. But I don't have any specific comments about whether or not that would impact any sort of presidential level decision. Okay? Sarah.
Thanks, Josh. On the note of pardons, the administration has been very proud of its ethical record. And as we've seen in the past, some of these last-minute pardons can kind of trip some people up. And so will the clemency initiative, there's sort of a structure for those, but with the pardons, will the president issue all his pardons at a point where we're still able to ask for an explanation about them?
Well, what I would say is simply that we're aware of the history that you've alluded to. The president has been judicious about using this authority in a way that he believes is consistent with American interests and the pursuit of justice. And if we feel that it is ever necessary for us to make that case, we'll want to make sure that we have ample opportunity to make it. I think I'll leave it there.
Can you just offer any more details about the president's last day, his last hours in office? Will he still get the presidential daily briefing? Can you tell us who specifically is actually going to be showing up here on the 20th?
You mean in terms of staff?
Yes.
I don't have that in front of me, but we will provide you with some contact information for the morning of the 20th, should you need it.
I'm wondering just, in terms of what he's doing, like, is Chief of Staff McDonough going to be here, NSC advisor?
We'll work to see if we can compile some of those details. I don't have a lot of detailed information about that right now, but we'll see if we can get you something in advance of Friday. Okay? Kevin?
Thanks, Josh. And despite our differences, thank you for being clear.
Thank you, Kevin.
And your
I
staff
appreciate
is great
that.
too as well.
I appreciate that.
Regardless of the clemency issue, is it fair to say that the process is still ongoing at this stage? The review, is that still happening even today?
Yes, this is a process that largely lives at the Department of Justice, and they've been very focused on this important work. They're working closely with the President's attorneys here in the White House. And yes, it is fair to say that that work continues.
I want to ask specifically about Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden in particular. As it relates to Chelsea Manning, does the White House agree that Manning is being subjected to unfair treatment by the Army amid her daily fight to have her right to be identified as a woman? Does the White House agree with that?
Well, I'm not aware that the Commander-in-Chief has weighed in on this. This is obviously complicated by the fact that that Chelsea Manning is in the military criminal justice process. And of course, the Commander-in-Chief is at the top of the chain of command, which limits our ability to discuss her case in all that much detail. But I'll look and see if we have ever weighed in on this specific question. I know that it certainly is a question that and a concern that's been raised by some of Chelsea Manning's advocates.
And for the record, she was sentenced to 35 years. Does the White House believe that that was a just sentence?
I haven't heard the president weigh in on that either, again, for the same kind of chain of command reasons that we have, that I just cited.
So he may tomorrow.
So. Well, if he chooses to, we'll, like you and Jordan, will be among the first to know.
Fair enough. Jordan, I got first dibs. Let me ask you about Edward Snowden. Does his offer to turn himself in, if Manning is in fact offered clemency, weigh at all in the consideration for how the president might consider a pardon for Manning or even for Snowden? Do you think?
It does not, primarily because we believe that under any circumstances, Mr. Snowden should return to the United States and face the serious crimes with which he's been charged. He will, of course, be afforded the kind of due process that's available to every American citizen who's going through the criminal justice process. But the crimes that he's accused of committing are serious. And we believe that he should return to the United States and face them rather than seeking refuge in the arms of an adversary of the United States that has their own strategic interest in disseminating harmful or disseminating information in a harmful way.
So for clarity's sake, it seems apparent that there's little doubt that Edward Snowden will not be offered a pardon by this president.
Well, that's not something that I can't rule out any offer of clemency or rule it in, frankly, from here.
Based on what you just said, though, the president's been pretty clear. He hasn't availed himself to even a conversation about prosecution or facing the charges that he may, in fact, be forced to face were he even here. Yeah. So based on that, it seems clear he's not going to get a pardon, right?
Well, you've heard me note that is one of the many differences between Mr. Snowden's case and Chelsea Manning's case. Right. But I can't rule anything in or out at this point.
Last one. I want to ask you about Julian Assange. Did the White House ask Britain or even Ecuador perhaps to take action against Julian Assange and or shut down WikiLeaks at any point? Did that come from this White House?
I'm not aware of any specific requests like that was made. You know that the U.S. intelligence community and even the president have expressed some deep concerns about the ties between Russian intelligence and WikiLeaks and other organizations like it that were created to disseminate either classified information or previously private information. And we know that much of those efforts to disseminate that information was rooted in a Russian strategy to undermine confidence in American democracy. So we have profound concerns about the way that organization, WikiLeaks, has operated, and we have expressed profound concerns about the way that some of the things that they have done and some of the information that they have released has harmed our national security, has put our military and our intelligence officers in harm's way, and made their dangerous work even more dangerous. But I can't speak to any specific requests that may have been made of the Brits or the Ecuadorians. Okay? Ron?
Just to follow up on this, the appointments of Valerie Jarrett, Susan Rice, and others to these boards. Are these appointments that cannot be reversed by the president, the incoming president? And were they made for that reason or with that in mind?
They weren't made with that in mind. I believe that these are the appointments of these kinds of boards are part of the president's executive authority and part of his responsibility. And he chose to fill a couple of those positions with two of his most trusted aides.
So they're probably, are there terms or there, I guess it would vary depending upon the
There are
position.
terms, but we can get you the details. Okay.
There's also there's an education regulation that's making its way, I believe, it's, before the White House Budget Office. You're looking at me like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't think I do.
It's a regulation that would essentially change the funding mechanism within school districts and apportion more money to lower income areas as compared to higher income areas.
Yeah.
The question is, where is that? Is it going to make it so on and so forth?
Let me have my colleagues at the Office of Management and Budget circle back with you to give you an update on where that stands.
And just the last thing, can you give us any indication of what the president is really doing and focused on these last number of days? Yeah. I know you were asked about staffing and all that, but
other than saying really nice things about me,
well,
which I deeply appreciate, by the way. Look,
it's a question. I mean, it's not. I mean, I know he's concerned about national security. I know he's concerned about the transition. I mean, but just. I just wonder what do you do when you have a few days left after all this?
Yeah, there's a lot to be done. Let me tell you at least one thing. This morning, the president assembled senior members of his counterterrorism and homeland security team to review ongoing security planning for the 58th inauguration. The president commended the comprehensive preparations across the law enforcement intelligence community and directed that all agencies maintain their high state of vigilance to assure we are best postured to protect the homeland against individuals radicalized to violence. The president was also briefed on counterterrorism operations in Iraq and Syria that are putting simultaneous pressure on ISIL inside Mosul and around Raqqa. Over the weekend, as you may know, Iraqi security forces made significant gains in Mosul as ISIL defenses are collapsing in key parts of the city. And in northern Syria, local partners continue to constrict ISIL's movement in the vicinity of Raqqa. The president noted the impact our strategy is having on the ground is the result of a deliberate effort to accelerate our campaign against ISIL, and that the coalition is well postured to put ISIL on a path to lasting defeat. So, this is I think the fact that the president held this meeting today is an indication that the president continues to be focused first and foremost on the safety and security of the United States and the American people. and this is consistent with the kind of briefing that he has held with his national security team and with intelligence officials before major events. The president typically does this before the holidays. He'll often do this before the 4th of July. And obviously with the upcoming inauguration, we want to make sure, the president wanted to make sure that our security posture was in place to protect the American people.
That's a Situation Room meeting?
I don't know exactly where this meeting took place, but we can confirm that for you.
Anything else? So, is he, we've talked about pardons and commutations, and we've talked about appointments. Is there anything else that we can expect over the next number of hours that are work product, if you will, that the president is trying to get done before he leaves? Even if you can identify substantive areas. We know he's concerned about immigration. We know he's concerned about social justice. We know he's concerned about a lot of things.
Right.
Can you point us to anything that he is, in the final hours, really trying to focus on and get done?
Well, I don't have any announcements to preview, but the president's still got a lot of work to do. And even in just the last couple of days here, he's focused on the task at hand, even as he also does some of the other things around the White House, like bidding a fond farewell to members of his staff and other people from across the administration, and also I think spending some time thinking about his own time and his own tenure here. But stay tuned. If there's more, we'll let you know. Okay, Carol.
Thank you. I guess I'll follow on that note. Can you give us an update on the president's efforts to close Guantanamo, and are you prepared at this time to just definitively say it will remain open Friday afternoon?
Well, what I can confirm, and I think this is something that you've already reported, that there was a transfer of 10 detainees from the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay to the government of Oman. With that transfer being completed, there are now 45 detainees at Gitmo. When President Obama took office, the detainee population was at 242. So since that time, we've moved 193 detainees to 42 countries for repatriation, resettlement, or prosecution. Obviously that work was a result of the review that President Obama ordered almost exactly 8 years ago today to ask the intelligence community and other national security agencies to engage in a case-by-case review of the files of the detainees and determine if any of them could be transferred to other countries under a set of strict security requirements that would limit their ability to harm the United States. And so that's been an effort that has greatly reduced the prison population. At this point, I don't anticipate that we will succeed in that goal of closing the prison, but it's not for a lack of trying, that I assure you. And the only reason it didn't happen is because of the politics that members of Congress in both parties, frankly, played with this issue. And it has put the United States in a position where, because of the obstacles erected by Congress, terrorist organizations have a powerful recruiting tool, and millions in taxpayer dollars are wasted to operate this large facility for 45 people, potentially less. That's not a good use of taxpayer dollars, and it certainly isn't the most effective way to protect our country. And that's not just a conclusion that President Obama has reached. That's a conclusion that's been reached by people like President Bush and senior members of his national security team. So this isn't a partisan issue, and I think the disappointment at Congress's action in this area is also bipartisan in nature.
On that, at what point did the president make that determination that he would not succeed, and do you expect any additional transfers this week?
The possibility of additional transfers remains a possibility. Look, I think once there was once we'd reached the 30-day deadline for notifying Congress in advance of detainee transfers, the likelihood of succeeding in closing the prison was quite remote.
One other quick question about Chinese President Xi today delivered a speech in Davos where he gave a defense of globalization and warned against a trade war and protectionism. And this is obviously something the president has spoken a lot about. And I'm curious if you have any reaction to the Chinese president's speech.
I didn't read the text of President Xi's remarks, but certainly based on the news coverage, I think this does surface a central question for the American people, for policymakers, for economic leaders, and even national security leaders about what role the United States is going to play in the global economy and what role the United States is going to play in the Asia Pacific. And President Obama put forward his own strategy, one that sought to deepen our alliances with Australia, South Korea, and Japan. That has resulted in a beefed up military presence in the Asia Pacific to protect our allies, to deepen our coordination and cooperation with them, and to ensure they're protected from threats that emanate in the region. The President also felt strongly that intensified security cooperation should be partnered with greater economic integration in that region of the world. Southeast Asia in particular is home to some of the most dynamic economies in the world. These are smaller countries, but they have rapidly growing middle-class populations. And many of the countries who signed the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement are home to those economies. And the completion of that agreement and the ratification of that agreement by Congress would have given American businesses a better opportunity to compete in that part of the world. That would have been good for our economy and good for our businesses and most importantly, good for our workers. The agreement would have required other countries to slash 18,000 taxes that they impose on American products. It would have held those countries accountable for raising labor standards, raising human rights standards, raising environmental standards, the kinds of standards that we already observe here. And to shut off the U.S. from those kinds of agreements isn't just a missed opportunity. It actually puts the United States at a greater disadvantage because we're hearing many of those countries indicate a desire to move forward with that agreement. So that means that other countries who have signed on are going to be at an advantage over U.S. products, to say nothing of the role of the Chinese. China would love to come and strike their own agreements with these other countries for the same reasons that we would like to, because these are some of the fastest growing economies of the world and they have a rapidly growing middle class that could be available to buy Chinese products. And we know that if the Chinese negotiate a deal, they're not looking to raise human rights standards. They're not looking to raise labor standards. They're not looking to put in place strict, tough intellectual property protections. So the President's deeply disappointed that we haven't, that Congress hasn't moved to ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership because of the obvious benefits for the American people. And that's going to have consequences not just for our economy and the success that our country has in confronting the forces of globalization and looking out for the interests of working people. It's also going to have an impact on our national security. Obviously the incoming administration is going to, has proposed a different strategy when it comes to countering the forces of globalization. I believe the President's economic record speaks for itself, and all of you will have an opportunity to test just how, whether or not the strategy put forward by the incoming administration works and actually serves the interests of the American people, the American economy, and American workers.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks for the question. Mark.
Thank you, Josh. Have there ever been days when you've dreaded coming out here? Or let me put it another way, have there been days when you didn't dread coming out here?
Let me answer your question this way. I did the briefing here, I did a briefing like this 354 times. As press secretary.
Higher.
Is it higher?
Yeah.
Well, the stenographers separated out the times that I briefed as the principal deputy press secretary. So that may account for the difference, but we can look at the numbers.
I also counted gaggles.
They did too. I did almost the same number as both the press secretary and as the deputy.
I trust Mark.
That's understandable. It's understandable. What I will in the 354 or so times that I walked into this room, I never took for granted the blessing that was the opportunity to stand here. And most people don't have an opportunity to influence the debate in this way. The arguments that you hear me make, these are President Obama's arguments. This is his vision for the country that I'm advocating for. So I'm not trying to take credit for that. But these are arguments, and this is a vision for the country, and these are values that I passionately believe in. And having the opportunity to influence the way that those arguments are made, to look for ways to deliver them in the most persuasive way that I can think of, is an extraordinary intellectual challenge. But it also really gives me an opportunity to shape the debate in a way that few other people in this town have. And so there were days when I knew I was going to come out here and get some tough questions. And there were days when I was going to walk back to my office frustrated about how it went. But I never took for granted what an extraordinary opportunity it is to be a part of this process with you and to advocate for a president and a vision that I deeply believe in. And I'm going to miss it. It'll be, at the risk of oversharing, it'll be hard to, well, let me say it this way. It'll take some getting used to seeing somebody else standing up here doing it. Or not. But that's, I'll probably watch. I'm interested in what happens in here, and I think it's important for the country, and I'll be paying attention.
Marlon Fitzwater used to say that after he left that job, he used to love putting his feet up, pouring a glass of wine, and watching someone else face all the questions. Is that how you think you'll be watching?
Well, there may be a time or two when Schadenfreude creeps in. But look, I've got enormous respect for the work that all of you do and for the conventions that we have erected to engage in this discussion. And it's been an honor to be a part of it. And I'm interested in what happens here. And I'll continue to follow it. But I will be relieved to not have the burden to follow it as closely as this job has required over the last 2.5 years. Okay? Go ahead, JC.
It's sort of a personal question, and it follows up, I hope, on what Mark was saying. The president alluded earlier that you could possibly have a career on the silver screen. Many of us might believe that. Keep smiling. That's it. Perfect. And we know that you're not going to require your very patient wife, Natalie, and your son, Walker, to pepper you with tough questions every day between 1 and 3 in the afternoon. Yeah. But to follow up, where's your passion going? What would you like to do? And where do you want to follow your dream?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that I've had this conversation with the president, and one of the challenges of this job is it is all-consuming. It's difficult to remember a day in which the first thing that popped into my head when I opened my eyes in the morning, usually in the dark, was to wonder what I needed to get done in order to prepare for this briefing, or to fulfill my responsibilities at the White House. So I'm looking forward to having a little bit more time and space, both physically and intellectually, to reflect on this experience and to consider what the future might hold. But I honestly don't know. Yeah, okay, I'll keep you posted. Mark.
Yeah, just to clarify
Yeah.
two quick things.
Sure.
The clemency petitions that have come in, you led us to believe last week that there would be around some size of additional clemencies before
Yes.
the president. That is still the case, correct?
Whatever
size they are.
Yeah, what I can tell you is that the work on this issue continues, and I certainly wouldn't rule out additional announcements before noon on Friday.
The president considers this still an important part of his legacy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the president's plans on Friday, I know you don't want to go into detail about it, but we're right in calling this vacation, correct? He's not planning to go out and do speeches right away and meetings and stuff like that.
That is correct. The president will not be working when he arrives in Palm Springs.
Perhaps a fair amount of putting, other things.
Yeah, and I'm sure that many of you will be disappointed you won't have the opportunity to tag along. Scott.
Is the first family going to be staying in rental housing?
I don't know where they're going to be staying in Palm Springs, and I doubt we'll announce it in advance.
And you're leaving your office on Thursday afternoon or evening, but will you and your team still have control of the emails and Twitter and WhiteHouse.gov up until time?
Yes, there is a plan in place to affect that transition of the at noon on Friday. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do that, but it's part of it's one of the reasons I have so much admiration for my colleagues who are more technologically inclined than I am. So, John.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Congratulations on your 354th briefing.
Thank you.
Whatever that number is. Given all of your experience in this briefing room, can you talk a little bit from your perspective about the advantages of coming out to the James S. Brady briefing room to talk to us on a regular basis?
Yeah. This is a place that's recognized immediately around the world as the place where announcements at the White House are made. And again, the symbolic value of this podium in this room in front of all of you is powerful. And it sends a strong message, not just to the American people, but to people around the world about what the White House is doing, what the president's focused on, what his priorities are, and how he's seeking to advance our interests. So, again, I think that there are a lot of common sense logistical reasons to preserve the kind of access that all of you have to the West Wing. But I wouldn't overlook the important symbolic value that makes the arrangement that we have in the United States rather unique.
As far as statements which are regularly put out by your office, I didn't notice a statement in regards to the death of Gene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon. Was that an oversight? Can you talk a little bit about his contribution to our country?
Yeah. Well, I obviously read some of the news coverage about Mr. Cernan's death, and he certainly falls in the category of American hero, somebody who risked his life in the earliest days of the American space program to do remarkable things and inspire the American people to reach for great heights. And obviously our thoughts and prayers are with his family today and those who loved him. I can't speak to why there wasn't a presidential statement, but certainly the President and First Lady made note of his death and are remembering him along with so many other Americans who were inspired by his courage. Okay. Richard.
Thank you, Josh. On behalf of the foreign press, I also want to thank you. You've been helpful but very welcoming, and all of us, we benefited from your openness so much.
Thank you, Richard.
And you have to know that all this has been very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Knowing that there are also many auto plants in Canada, I would like your reaction to the President-elect comment or intention on imposing a 35% tax on German cars being built in Mexico and sell in the U.S.
Yeah. Richard, I think this is a pertinent question. The President, on his last trip to Canada over the summer, talked about this very issue. The U.S. auto industry is part of an integrated global supply chain. And the presence of a lot of those suppliers for U.S. automakers is actually in Canada. And it speaks to the important ties between our two countries. And maintaining those robust ties is good for the economy in both our countries. That if you shut down the supply chain or you shut down the trade between the United States and Canada, you're going to cut off the American auto industry from that global supply chain in a way that's going to have direct and negative consequences for American businesses and American workers. That's a real problem. And I think it is an illustration of why President Obama has chosen a different strategy that actually seeks to ensure that other countries, including Canada, are living up to the kinds of high standards that are set here in the United States and were codified in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Canada, of course, was part of those negotiations and signed on to the deal. So the President has spoken out about this at some length. He certainly does believe that the strategy that he has advocated is the right one. But the incoming President has some different ideas in mind, and we'll have an opportunity to assess whether or not his strategy is going to work. Okay? Gene.
Thank you, Josh. You have worked hard as an White House press secretary. I deeply appreciate it.
So, thank you, Gene. I appreciate that. That's very kind.
Can I ask a question after you whatever going out the White House, and I still can ask North Korea issues?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Can I follow up the North Korean issues by contacting you, or you just go?
Well, there will be somebody else in the White House who will be setting policy with regard to the United States' relationship with North Korea, and I am hopeful there will be somebody else who's here answering your questions. But I certainly have enjoyed the opportunity that you and I have had to discuss this critically important national security priority of the United States.
Thank you very much. On THAAD missile issues. Last week, incoming administration National Security Advisor Fulin and South Korean National Security Agency Director Kim Kwan-jin agreed to deploy THAAD missile in South Korea. On this regard, China continues to threaten retaliation against South Korea for deploying THAAD issues.
Yes.
That what can the United States do about Chinese actions?
Well, the United States has made clear that the deployment of a THAAD battery to South Korea would be focused solely on countering the missile threat that emanates from North Korea. South Korea is an ally of the United States of America. We are duty-bound to defend them, and President Obama has made clear, and I think the tens of thousands of U.S. troops that are on the ground in Korea right now make clear that we're going to live up to that promise. And the deployment of a THAAD battery in South Korea would enhance our ability to do exactly that. We've explained that to the Chinese at the highest levels, and we'll continue to go to great lengths to help them understand exactly what we are trying to do. And I know that that is something that has taken place not just at the presidential level, but I know that there have been some conversations through diplomatic channels and military channels to try to ease the concerns of the Chinese that this is an effort that's focused on North Korea and not on having any impact on China's capabilities.
Finals, recently a high-level diplomat, North Korean defector Tae Young-oh from UK, he has testimony, and he said that North Korean Kim Jong-un will not give up nuclear weapons. And he also said that it is a waste of time for six-party talks to give up the North Korean nuclear weapons. Do you think we still need six-party talks to give up the North
Well,
Korean?
I haven't seen the specific comments of the defector that you cited, but I can tell you it's the United States policy that the United States is prepared to engage with North Korea diplomatically when they make clear a commitment to a set of principles, including denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula. We've made that clear, and that policy hasn't changed. Okay, I'll just do a couple more here. John.
Thank you, Josh. And despite differences on things, thanks for your graciousness to me and always helping me on answers, and especially helping some friends of mine when they wanted some things in the White House.
You're welcome, John. I've enjoyed the opportunity to work with you as well.
Thank you. Questions are twofold. First, David Horowitz, the author, has come out with a book entitled Big Agenda, in which he says that Donald Trump has an agenda to repeal or roll back 90% of the executive orders and executive actions that President Obama took in his 8 years in office. Your reaction to that, and do you think that's possible to actually do?
I haven't heard of the book that you're referring to. What I can tell you is that President Obama has often made the argument that there's a difference between campaigning and governing. And I know that the incoming president made a lot of promises about all of the executive actions that he was going to repeal. But when he's responsible for governing the country, he will have to reconcile those promises with the impact, the negative impact, that following through on those promises would have on the country. That may end up altering his decision to follow through. But ultimately, those will be decisions for him to make. And it's why you heard me on many occasions express a preference for working with Congress to try to institute policy that'd be good for the country. But we ran into a brick wall of opposition when it comes to Republicans when they took power in 2011. And so we didn't pass as much legislatively as we would have liked to have done. But the president did use his executive authority to advance our country's interests and to advance the agenda that he was seeking to implement. The incoming president will have to determine how much of that he wants to roll back.
And I've been dying to ask this all day, all week, actually. Two former press secretaries to presidents have gone on to run for elective office after they left the podium up there, both unsuccessful. Would you ever consider relocating to your home state, the show me state of Missouri, where they do need some fresh Democrats. I don't
Yeah.
think you'll argue about it. And run for office yourself.
Yeah. Well, what I can tell you is that I know that there are a lot of talented young Missourians who are Democrats who should not be overlooked. And I've certainly been in touch with some of them. And I think there's a bright future for Democrats in Missouri. But at this point, I'm not planning to be one of them. Okay? Jared.
Josh, over the weekend, the president-elect told the Washington Post that he is supporting insurance for everybody, health insurance for everybody. Is this a plan that the president, he said he'll support something that's better than Obamacare? Is that enough to get him whet his appetite, or does he need more information?
Jared, I can tell you that President Obama looks forward to somebody calling his bluff. The president spoke on live national television in prime time, looked directly into the camera, and said that he will advocate for policy, even if it's put forward by Republicans, if it will cover more people and more effectively lower costs than even Obamacare has. So if the president stands by that promise, and according to what the president-elect promised to the Washington Post, it sounds like we might get a chance to see whether or not he's calling that bluff. The best way to cover everybody, and I think the only way that anybody thinks you can cover everybody, is through a single-payer plan. So it's unclear, I think, exactly at this point, exactly what the incoming administration's plans are. It does not appear that, according to some reporting that I saw, that even their nominee to be HHS secretary is clear exactly what their plans are. So, but the president made that commitment, and and he'll stand by it. And I assure you that there are a few things that would make him happier in his post-presidency than to have the incoming administration call his bluff, because this is an issue that he feels strongly about. And as he himself has said, there's no pride of authorship here. If there are improvements that can be made, then on Obamacare, he won't hesitate to support them.
And I know that you haven't given us information about the frequency or duration or readouts of the calls between the president and the president-elect, but I want to ask, looking forward, once he's on vacation after Inauguration Day, then former President Obama, what's the level of his unpluggedness, and will he be available if there's a call from the Commander-in-Chief?
Well, I think what is certainly true of former presidents is they have a unique perspective on the burden and challenges that are assumed by the incoming president. And as President Obama said the day after the election, he's rooting for the incoming president to succeed in uniting the country. And if there's an opportunity for former President Obama to assist in that effort, I'm confident that wherever he is, he'll take the call. Okay? Lala.
Thanks, Josh. I'll join Richard in thanking you on behalf of the Foreign Press for working with us. In fact, I would
You're
like
welcome.
to it. The first foreign poll was done when President invited Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in November 2009. And then since then we are having a regular foreign poll here. In the first briefing that the President, the Press Secretary did in 2009, the main foreign policy topic was the situation in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Today that was not. But my question is, there are still 10,000 troops left in Afghanistan. Does the President regret that he hasn't recalled all the troops from there? And had the situation been different, had Pakistan been more helpful in eliminating terrorist safe havens from their territories?
Yeah. Well, with regard to Pakistan, obviously the United States has an extraordinarily complicated relationship, particularly when it comes to national security with Pakistan. There are some areas where the United States and Pakistan have been able to effectively cooperate to counter terrorism and to fight extremism, and that's served the interests of both countries. And obviously, tragically, Pakistan is a country that where many victims of terrorism have been claimed. And the President certainly is interested and is hopeful that the next administration will be able to deepen that cooperation with Pakistan, because it wouldn't just enhance security in Pakistan, it actually would make the United States safer too. With regard to Afghanistan, I think this will be the kind of issue that historians spend a lot of time looking at when evaluating President Obama's presidency. What President Obama promised to do in taking office was to refocus our attention on the threat from al-Qaeda that emanates in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. And President Obama put in place a strategy, working closely with his national security team at the State Department and the intelligence community and, of course, the Department of Defense. And over the course of several years, in part relying on some new capabilities, succeeded in decimating core al-Qaeda that previously menaced the United States from hideouts in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. That is a major accomplishment, and it's an accomplishment that has made the American people safer. But the threat in that region of the world has not been eliminated. And there continue to be a smaller number of U.S. service members keeping us safe, engaging in counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan. They're also working closely with thousands of troops from our NATO partners who are also there doing the same thing. And I know there has been a question raised about how important a role NATO has played when it comes to counterterrorism. You have to look no further than Afghanistan to assess just how valuable a contribution that they have made to that effort. So the situation in Afghanistan continues to be one of concern. And I think the President would acknowledge that this is an area where we've made important progress that has made the American people safer, but there's still important work to be done in this region of the world. And this is a responsibility that the incoming president will assume.
President visited India twice, no other president had in the past, and he has met Prime Minister Modi a record number of times. What kind of relationship President would like the new administration to have with the largest democratic country of the world?
President Obama did make strengthening our ties with India a genuine priority. The President believed that that served our economic interest and our national security interest. And that would certainly explain the frequent visits of both Indian prime ministers during President Obama's tenure in office to the White House, and it would explain President Obama's visits to India as well. And each of those visits was oriented around a discussion about how to deepen our economic ties in a way that has positive benefits for workers in both our countries, but also to look for ways that we can work more effectively together to fight extremism and to enhance the security of citizens in both our countries. And President Obama certainly believes that we have made important progress in deepening and strengthening the relationship between two of the world's largest democracies, and is hopeful that that progress will continue under the next administration. Okay. Francesca, I'm going to give my Kansas City girl the last one.
Thank you. I truthfully was going to ask first, what the heck happened with the Chiefs the other night? I don't know if you can answer that.
Unfortunately, it's just the latest in a long string of heartbreaking playoff defeats for the Kansas City Chiefs. So there's always next year.
While endeavoring to keep it light here at the end, I apologize if you said some of this earlier. There was a little bit of a commotion at the beginning of the briefing.
There was.
Did you say how long the President and First Lady will be staying in Palm Beach? Is this like a quick trip? Or
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs,
yeah.
Gosh, not Palm Beach.
Yeah.
That's the other President.
I did not say how long they're going to stay. They will arrive on Friday afternoon in Palm Springs, but I don't anticipate having any updates on their travel schedule beyond that.
And you said the first family, so the daughters will also be going on that trip as well?
That's my understanding, and we'll confirm that for you on Friday.
Is there a possibility that perhaps immediately after that they'll go back to Chicago? When they were there the other day, they didn't stay overnight, haven't visited their home. Is that potential on the docket? Trying to get one last week ahead here out of
Yeah, I guess this is one of the benefits of ending the presidency on a Friday. Is I don't anticipate that there'll be any more weeks ahead. The president and the first lady and their family are looking forward to getting out to Palm Springs and beginning to relax a little bit. But I don't have any updates on their plans beyond that.
Okay. One final question. We've
Sure.
always assumed that the book the president was writing was a memoir. Is it possible that he's writing the next great American novel?
If he is, he has not told me that. But I think for a variety of reasons, we're all eagerly anticipating how President Obama chooses to devote his time after leaving the White House. So thank you all. It's been a genuine pleasure.
And just like that, Josh Earnest wraps up his final White House press briefing. You can see it was a packed briefing room today, as this was the final one of the Obama presidency. We have a full show for you lined up here in just about 10 minutes. We are going to be going to LA, where there is going to be a Gloria Allred press conference. There is going to be a Donald Trump accuser that is going to be doing a press conference in just a little bit. This accuser alleges Trump engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct. We will have that for you live. It's scheduled for the next 14 minutes here. So we'll keep an eye on this press conference, take you there live as soon as it starts up. But now we're going to go to the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. It's holding its nomination hearing to consider Representative Ryan Zinke to be Secretary of the Interior. We'll take you there live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Representative Ryan Zinke. And after the introductions, as is the committee's longstanding practice with nominees, I will then swear in the witness, ask him 3 questions that we address to all nominees at confirmation hearings. So that's how we will proceed this afternoon. I think it's important for us all to recognize that we also have a vote that is scheduled at about 4:15, and so that will cause a little bit of an interruption, but we do want to try to move as expeditiously through this hearing as we can. Before I proceed, I'd like to recognize an individual who is well known to this committee room, and that's the former chairman of the Energy Committee, former Senator Frank Murkowski, who I happen to know well. It's good to have him back. A little bit of favoritism there, but it's good to have you here as well. I'd also like to welcome the new members to our committee. We have 3 new members, and we're pleased to have the new senator from Nevada, Ms. Cortez Masto, welcome, as well as the new senator, the junior senator from Illinois, Senator Duckworth. It's good to have you as part of the committee. And Senator Sessions has also joined the committee. As we know, he's a little bit busy right now on some other issues, but we do have 3 new members, and we welcome them. Our first hearing of the new year, a new Congress, a new administration, and I hope it will also be a new era for the Department of the Interior. I'd like to thank you, Congressman Zinke, for being here. Yours has really been a life of service to our country, from your more than 2 decades as a Navy SEAL to your time as a member of the House of Representatives. And then, of course, most recently, you have answered the call to continue your public work as a cabinet secretary for our next president. Now, we have just begun to get to know one another here since the president-elect announced his intention to nominate you. I've appreciated the conversations that we have had, and I look forward to continuing them in this more formal setting here today. And as you learn more about each of the states that are touched by the Department of Interior, I particularly appreciate your efforts to understand how and why Alaska is unique among them. Now, to state that Alaska has had a difficult or a tenuous relationship with the outgoing administration is probably more than an understatement. Instead of seeing us as the state of Alaska, our current president and secretary seem to see us as Alaska, the National Park and Wildlife Refuge, a broad, expansive wilderness with little else of interest or value. We've lost access to lands and to waters that even President Carter had promised us would be open to us. We've had our long-standing right to manage wildlife within our borders ripped away. We've seen projects halted through the delay or the denial of vital permits. For 8 years, it seemed that this administration has taken the approach that Alaska has to be protected from Alaskans, and they've acted accordingly. The restrictions that we face in resource development are almost unbelievable at times. Through the Interior Department, the Obama administration has attempted to ban energy development in nearly all of the Beaufort and the Chukchi Seas. It's withdrawn tens of thousands of square miles of water outside of those two areas. It's attempted to convert the non-wilderness 1002 area in our coastal plain in Anwar, which was set aside by Congress for its energy potential, into de facto wilderness. It's canceled lease sales, closed half of our National Petroleum Reserve, and imposed costly extra legal mitigation requirements. And it goes on and on and on, and we've had an opportunity to talk about that. The Obama administration has repeatedly violated or sought to evade our No More clause. It has rewritten management plans to cut off economic activities and other reasonable uses of public lands. It's deprived of us of an opportunity, but offered nothing in return, not even to Alaska Native villages that are threatened because of climate change. And this reaches all the way out to King Cove, where our current secretary rejected a short, one-lane, gravel, non-commercial use road needed to protect the health and safety of nearly 1,000 Alaskans. Without that road,
right off the bat,
we've seen 55 medevacs over the past 3 years alone, including recently an elderly Aleut woman who had a hip fracture. She was forced to wait more than 40 hours for help to arrive.
Yeah, I'm like...
And while Alaska may be the poster child, the reality is that our state is not alone in having suffered at the hands of the Interior Department. With little regard for local concern and opposition, the President has designated more land and water as national monuments than the previous 18 presidents combined. Landscape level planning, a term that sounds pretty reasonable, is another example of a strategy that has been used to reduce the influence of local areas so that someone sitting here in Washington, D.C. can tell someone living in 40 Mile, Alaska or Blanding, Utah, what their life is going to look like. And of course, Congressman Zinke, this is the Interior Department that you are walking into. And I'm counting on you, as many Alaskans are, and I think many Americans are, to come in and help fix it. I know that you're a Navy man, so excuse the expression, but we hope the cavalry is on the way. And I've got a list of some things that I think can be done to improve the situation. We need an Interior Department that fully understands the commitments made to Alaska and that abides by them, particularly our No More clause. We need the department to recognize that individuals such as John Sturgeon, what they go through when agencies like the Park Service overreach into our lives. We need the department to restore public access to public lands, to allow us to produce our resources, and to help us restore throughput in the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. We need a department that will lift decades-old public lands orders that no longer serve any purpose other than to allow the federal government to control more of Alaska, and that will prioritize the cleanup of contaminated lands and legacy wells. In Alaska, which has 223 million federal acres, but just 1/4% of its land in private ownership. Again, we got 223 million federal acres, 1/4% of land in private ownership. So Interior must recognize the importance of land transfers and land exchanges. We've got promises that have been made to our state at statehood that remain unfulfilled. Promises made pursuant to ANCSA, promises made to our Native veterans. So know that ensuring that our federal government honors those commitments to Alaskans remains one of my highest priorities. We also need a department that will rely on the expertise of the state and do more to address our needs, from volcanic monitoring to mineral mapping within its budget. And that's a lot on its own. But if you are confirmed, you will also inherit an array of problems and challenges that are much broader in scope. The Park Service reports it has an $11.3 billion maintenance backlog, meaning that even while some remain intent on acquiring more federal land, we're not properly taking care of what we already have. The U.S. affiliated islands, the territories like the Northern Marianas and the freely associated states like Palau, have issues ranging from worker visas to compact agreements that cannot be forgotten either. And then there's the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Whether we are discussing tribal courts, education, infrastructure, or development, we must work together to improve and empower our Native communities. And that begins with meaningful consultation with tribes, which is a legal requirement that the outgoing administration has often failed to meet. So finally, Congressman Zinke, if you are confirmed, I expect we will work together in a manner that is thoughtful and reflective of a true partnership. And I hope that you'll be able to show that the Interior Department is capable of working with rather than against local stakeholders to achieve good results. I think in the conversations that we have had, you've shared a vision of how the department will look under your direction. We both know that that will take hard work and close cooperation with this committee to fulfill your vision, but that work is well worth it for all of us who truly care about our public lands, who want to see them managed well, and who want the public to have access to them, whether for rock climbing or gold mining or energy development. So again, I thank you for being here, for your willingness to serve, and I'd now like to turn to Ranking Member Cantwell for your comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman Murkowski, and welcome to the former chair, Frank Murkowski. Welcome to the new members of the committee, particularly on our side of the aisle, Senator Duckworth and Senator Cortez Masto. Thank you for being willing to serve on this committee. I look forward to seeing Mr. Sessions, Senator Sessions on the committee. I don't know. We'll leave that for another day's discussion. And our two colleagues here, thank you for coming to support the nomination of your colleague who has been nominated by the President-elect to be the Secretary of Interior. I'll give you my congratulations on that nomination when we get to the Q&A. But today, we're here to discuss the Office of Secretary of Interior as one of the most important offices of the federal government because it oversees our national parks, wildlife refuge, public lands, and it is responsible for protecting our nation's trust responsibility to Indian country and, as the chair mentioned, to insular areas that frankly get very little attention here and deserve more attention. The Secretary is also responsible for much of the nation's onshore and offshore mineral resources, and it also manages the water resources in western states, responsible for our nation's hydro system, something that Senator Wyden and I are very keen on, as well as our colleague from Nevada. It is a far-reaching portfolio, and it is growing and very much impacts our economy. One of the main responsibilities of the Secretary of Interior is overseeing our national parks. The park system includes 417 areas covering more than 84 million acres in every state with an annual operating budget of almost $3 billion and has more than 20,000 employees. But it is also America's treasure, our national parks, and they drive an outdoor economy that provides over 6.1 million jobs and $646 billion in annual revenue. So never underestimate the value of public land when it comes to recreation. Last year was the 100th anniversary of our national parks. And while we passed a very modest improvement to our national parks, I believe our 100-year celebration deserves more, and I look forward to asking the nominee if he agrees with me on that. Americans want us to do more to invest in these crown jewels by providing jobs and recreational opportunities, and something I know we all can agree on, fixing the maintenance backlog. One of the successes that the Senate had last Congress was passing a bipartisan legislation preserving our special places through a bipartisan Land and Water Conservation Fund legislation. And I believe that Congressman Zinke will have a chance to discuss this in his testimony, but I'm sure as an avid sportsman, he knows the value of our public lands and was enthusiastic about us trying to come up with bipartisan legislation to fix the Land and Water Conservation Fund. My constituents want to know, with a new administration, are these public lands going to face an unbelievable attack by those who would like to take these public lands away from us and turn them over back to states? Or are we going to continue to manage these resources for the incredible investment they are and continue to improve so we can get even more economic return? A second major responsibility of the Department of Interior is the management of resource extraction. Over 260 million surface acres, 700 million subsurface acres, and 1.7 billion OCS, outer continental shelf. So today's hearing is about determining whether the nominee is committed to making sure that we minimize environmental harm, that we pay for cleanup, and that we have one fundamental principle that continues to be, and that is that polluters pay. There is and continues to be an opportunity for us to ensure that these public policies, according to the Government Accountability Office, are getting a fair return for the American taxpayer. We have seen over time problems in the fossil fuel program and Interior that, as GAO has said, could cost over $200 million a year in lost revenue. The Obama administration took important steps to try to fix these problems. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill in 2010 exposed the consequences of failing to have these kinds of regulations, and so the disaster caused us to put in major reforms at the Department of Interior to making sure important oversight and regulations were not pushed aside and that we monitored these programs. I would have to say that the coal program is one that needs continued focus and attention, and we'll have a chance to talk about this today. The Obama administration has adopted rules to ensure a fair return to taxpayers for our national mineral resources, requiring everyone to pay for mitigation for the damages that they cause. Just today, the Government Accountability Office announced a new conclusion after reviewing multiple types of energy and natural resources. The GAO found that coal mining alone gets a very special treatment in the ability to have bonding for reclamation requirements. Everyone else, oil and gas producers, wind, solar, and even hard rock miners, have to post and cash a third-party bond to make sure that they can clean up the financial surety of the pollution that would be caused. This is something that needs to be addressed by the agency, and I would hope that our nominee would address this. Today's hearing also affords Congressman Zinke the opportunity to demonstrate how he will uphold the trust and treaty obligations to 567 federally recognized tribes. This includes overseeing the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian education and a $2.5 billion budget in Indian country. The reason, Madam Chair, I will take just a minute on this particular point is that our colleagues, many of who serve on this committee, also serve on Indian Affairs, will not have the same chance to point these important issues out to the nominee. But clearly, these issues of stewardship as it relates to tribal lands, support for tribal education, social services, and infrastructure, I think regardless of the side of the aisle you sit on, you will hear many things from people both on Indian Affairs and Energy Committee about how important these issues are to the constituents that we represent. It is also critical that we understand the nominee's commitment to carrying out our obligations in insular affairs, and as the chair mentioned, there are many issues that we will get to in the Q&A, but I would like to bring up a few issues as it relates to the Pacific Northwest. There are issues where climate has caused greater impacts on both drought and fire damage. This committee has taken bipartisan efforts to move forward on both of those issues, collaborative efforts to make sure in both Washington and Oregon we are doing all that we can to plan for better resource management of our water supply and build capacity for the future. And we have reached consensus here in the Senate as well on ways to stop fire borrowing and move forward on what are fuel reduction policies that would better serve our federal public lands. I would also mention of particular importance to all of us in the Pacific Northwest, the important pending reauthorization or recommitment of the Columbia River Treaty, the management of our federal hydro system between the United States and Canada. Needs a lot of attention and direction, and we hope that we'll have a chance to ask you questions about that as well. So thank you, Madam Chair. I again congratulate the nominee and look forward to hearing from him and his wife, and I'm here and meeting his family as he makes his introduction.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. We will now turn to the Montana senators for introduction of a nominee and recognizing your seat on the committee here. Senator Daines, we will turn to you and then hear from Senator Tester to introduce the nominee to be Secretary of the Interior. Senator Daines.
Madam Chair Murkowski, Ranking Member Cantwell, thank you. It is truly my great honor to introduce a fellow Montanan, an American hero, and a good friend of mine, Congressman Ryan Zinke, and support his confirmation to the position of Interior Secretary of our new President, Donald J. Trump.
Notice you have the entire Montana congressional delegation before you today. We have both of Montana's senators, one who is a Republican and one who is a Democrat. You know, I first met Ryan in 1979, and we were both high school students growing up in Montana. In fact, we were in Dillon, Montana for Boys State. Ryan from Whitefish High School, and I was representing Bozeman High School. He was captain of the soon-to-be undefeated state champion Whitefish Bulldogs football team. He was also president of his class. After high school, Ryan went on to the University of Oregon, where he was a full scholarship starting athlete for the Oregon Ducks, their football team, where he would win numerous awards for outstanding academic as well as athletic performance. And he majored in geology. It's a subject matter that I know has served him well in serving the people of Montana. And then Ryan enlisted in the United States Navy. Ryan Zinke is a U.S. Navy SEAL commander whose assignments include the elite SEAL Team 6, and part of that tenure was serving under General Mattis as commander of Joint Special Forces in Iraq at the height of insurgent activity. I would like to highlight Ryan's experience as a SEAL because Navy SEALs never quit. They don't know the definition of the word because they never do. Navy SEALs also don't fail. They die trying. And it's that work ethic that Ryan Zinke brings with him to every mission he takes, whether it's in the military, in the United States Congress, or at the Department of Interior. During his 23 years of service as a SEAL, Ryan conducted special operations on 4 continents. He trained and mentored thousands of men and women, and he made sure our troops were as prepared and as safe as absolutely possible when conducting these no-fail missions around the globe. He was also the guy who the Navy called upon to go into units and see how they could be improved. Whether it was looking at new advancements in technology so our special forces could invade new landscapes undetected by the enemy, or reviewing existing processes and implementing new policies that our ground force commanders and headquarters could communicate more efficiently during combat, Ryan Zinke has always been a trusted leader of the most demanding missions. And it will be no different at the Department of Interior. As the deputy and acting commander of Joint Special Forces in Iraq in 2004, Ryan led a combined force of special operators through the streets of Fallujah as the forward commander at the height of insurgent terrorist activity in what can only be described, and I quote, as a warehouse of death. Ryan was charged with implementing a strategy utilizing tens of thousands of personnel, both military and civilian, to advance our mission. And he coordinated with other branches, nations, and government agencies to achieve diplomatic and military missions. Ryan earned 2 Bronze Stars and many other awards for his service to our great nation. We should also be thankful to his wife, Lola, and their children for their service. And I might add, apples don't fall far from the tree. Ryan's daughter, who's sitting beside him, was a Navy diver. His son-in-law is also a Navy SEAL. Following his retirement from the Navy, after 23 years of honorable service to our nation, Ryan came back to Montana and he continued to serve because Ryan ran for and he won a seat in our state Senate and then as Montana's sole representative for the United States House. In fact, he was the first Navy SEAL ever elected to the U.S. Congress. Ryan has been a strong supporter of conservationists as well as responsible natural resource development and increased recreation access on our public lands. You see, Ryan grew up 30 minutes from Glacier National Park. I grew up 60 minutes from Yellowstone National Park. We both understand the importance of our national parks. In fact, Ryan and I have shared a McKinsey boat together, fly fishing on one of Montana's many blue ribbon trout streams. Ryan is intimately familiar with the vast jurisdiction of the Department of Interior because he's lived it. He has seen his own hometown suffer due to bad government policies that hurt rural communities, like Libby, like Malta, like Colstrip, that depend on our public land access. After all, Ryan is a born and bred Montanan who knows that we must strike that right balance between conservation and responsible energy development. And he understands that a one-size-fits-all policies, like we see coming from Washington, D.C., never work for real America. Ryan Zinke is smart. He's got Montana horse sense. He's the guy you want in your corner, whether you're fighting in the streets of Fallujah for your life or fighting on the floor of Congress for your livelihood. He listens, and he fights for what he believes in. I have no doubt he will be a fighter for America, for our public lands, as the next Secretary of the Interior. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Daines. Appreciate your comments and sharing all that with us. Senator Tester, thank you for joining us here at the committee. And please, if you will, proceed with your introductions.
It indeed is a pleasure, and I want to thank you, Chairwoman Murkowski and Ranking Member Cantwell, distinguished members of this committee, for allowing me to be here today, because it is an honor today to participate. To introduce a decorated Navy veteran and fellow public servant, lucky enough to represent the people of the great state of Montana, the treasure state, the last best place. Before our time here, both Congressman Zinke and I had the pleasure of serving in the Montana Senate, albeit not at the same time. So I want to thank him again for answering the call to serve our great nation. I believe it is very important for someone who knows the West to serve as Interior Secretary. The job of Interior Secretary is incredibly important, especially today as America's public lands come under attack by folks who want individual states to manage them, which is the first step to selling off our public lands to the highest bidder. It falls on this committee to ask Congressman Zinke specific questions about how he views the responsibilities of Interior Secretary and how he will push back on this administration with his perspective, his Montana perspective, whenever necessary. Things like public lands, keeping public lands in public hands for our kids and our grandkids, a very important issue at this moment in time. Things like the deferred maintenance and backlog wreaking havoc on our national park system. Things like Land and Water Conservation Fund, how to work with Congress and this administration to ensure full and devoted funding to the initiatives like that visionary LWCF, Land and Water Conservation Fund. As the chairwoman pointed out, things like trust responsibilities in Indian country, and the ranking member as well, for America's sovereign Indian nations. And of course, resource development, how to responsibly manage our public lands for energy and resource development, and how to balance that with respect to clean water and clean air and wildlife and the habitat that supports them. I am particularly encouraged by Congressman's support for protecting the gateway to Yellowstone National Park. Just recently, when a mining company proposed to drill just a few miles from the doorstep of this nation's first national park, the Congressman joined me and local businesses and community leaders to protect our outdoor economy. Of course, there are issues that the Congressman and I don't see eye to eye, but if he provides you with the answers that he has provided to me, I expect you will find that he is well equipped to hold this post with accountability. As a Westerner, I know what's at stake. So I am honored to introduce Congressman Zinke to this committee. I trust that a Navy SEAL, as always, will shoot straight. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Senator Tester. Thank you both for being here and providing that introduction for our nominee. And with that, Representative Zinke, if you will come forward. And before asking you to begin your opening statement and introduce your family, I will ask that we proceed with administering the oath, which is customary in hearings such as this one, and then I'm going to ask 3 questions, again, customary to operation within this committee. So the rules of the committee, which apply to all nominees, require that they be sworn in connection with their testimony. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give to the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Before you begin your statement, I will ask you 3 questions that we address to each nominee before the committee. Will you be available to appear before the committee and other congressional committees to represent departmental positions and respond to issues of concern to the Congress?
I will.
Are you aware of any personal holdings, investments, or interests that would constitute a conflict or create an appearance of such a conflict should you be confirmed and assume the office to which you have been nominated by the President?
Madam Chairman, my investments, personal holdings, and other interests have been reviewed by both myself and the appropriate ethics counselors within the federal government. I've taken all appropriate action to avoid any conflicts of interest, and there are no conflicts of interest or appearances thereof to my knowledge.
Thank you. And final question, are you involved or do you have any assets that are held in blind trust?
I do not.
Thank you, Representative Zinke. You may proceed with introduction of family and your opening statements, but welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of the committee. And thank you also, Montana Senators Tester and Daines, for their kind remarks, leadership, and continued service on behalf of our great treasured state. It is an honor to appear before this esteemed Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Before beginning my remarks, I'd like to introduce and recognize my members of the family who have joined me today. My wife, Lolita, who is also a member of the President's-elect Hispanic Advisory Committee, the Council, Lola. My 2
All right, folks, we are going to step away from that Senate hearing. We are within about 2 minutes here of this press conference officially kicking off. One of the accusers of Mr. Trump, who alleged that he had engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct with her, will hold a news conference in just a couple of minutes. You're watching live.
I saw that. I saw that.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Everybody watching worldwide right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know on when we are streaming breaking news anywhere around the world.
Oops. Don't lock her out. Don't lock her out. Don't lock her out. Hold it from the other side, would you? Hal, there's your copy, Hal, on the table. Help yourself.
Thank you for coming today. I'm Attorney Gloria Allred. With me is Summer Zervos. Standing behind me are my law partners, Michael Morocco and Nathan Goldberg. I'll be making a statement, then Ms. Zervos will be making a statement. Then we'll take some questions. We will then provide you with copies of the lawsuit and also the case number that was filed today.
Can you slide to the center when you speak, please? There's lots of microphones up there.
Okay. Could you move over a bit, please? Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. Today we are here to announce that this morning we filed a defamation lawsuit on behalf of our client, Summer Zervos, against President-elect Donald Trump. The lawsuit alleges that Ms. Zervos had been subjected to unwanted sexual touching by Donald Trump and that she had told family and friends about the incidents not long after these incidents occurred. She did not go public or take any action against Mr. Trump at that time, however, because she decided that Mr. Trump's behavior had either been an aberration, a test, or that he may even have regretted or been ashamed of his behavior. The lawsuit alleges the following. In October 2016, that all changed. And this is a quote. What I'm reading now is a quote from the lawsuit, all of it. On October 7th, when Trump's own recorded crude and vulgar comments to Billy Bush on the Access Hollywood tapes recorded in 2005 were broadcast, it became clear that Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate behavior towards Ms. Zervos was entirely consistent with Trump's own words, and that his belief that he had the right to sexually assault women, and even to boast about it. Then at the October 9th presidential debate, Mr. Trump told the world a bold-faced lie. He stated in response to a direct question from Anderson Cooper that he had not ever done any of the things that he had bragged about to Billy Bush. End quote. Ms. Summer further alleges in the lawsuit, quote, for the first time, Summer Zervos saw Trump's behavior towards her for what it was, that of a sexual predator who had preyed on her and other women. She realized that she was just one of many women who had been victimized by Mr. Trump's predatory conduct. Ms. Zervos could no longer rationalize or excuse Mr. Trump's behavior by telling herself that his behavior had been a mistake or an isolated incident for which he might even be ashamed. Mr. Trump had no shame. His own boasting to Billy Bush made clear that his behavior was intentional. Ms. Zervos knew that Donald Trump had lied to the country and to the world, and knew that the statements he made to Billy Bush were not just words or locker room talk, but were evidence of his pattern of misconduct towards women. Ms. Zervos felt a responsibility to inform the public of the true facts. It was unacceptable to stand by and allow a presidential candidate to lie openly, with impunity, to the American public. She came forward, as a number of other Trump victims did, to inform the public of the facts that she knew were true, to make clear that Donald Trump had kissed and groped her without her consent repeatedly. End quote. The lawsuit goes on to allege, quote, and what did Donald Trump, the liar and misogynist, do to cover up his lies? He lied again and debased and denigrated Ms. Zervos with false statements about her. Trump immediately lied, saying that he, quote, never met Ms. Zervos at a hotel or greeted her inappropriately, end quote. And we're still quoting from the lawsuit. He quickly went further, describing Ms. Zervos' experience, along with those of others, as, quote, made up events that never happened, end quote. Quote, 100% fabricated and made up charges, end quote. Quote, totally false, end quote. Quote, totally phony stories, 100% made up by women, many already proven false, end quote. Quote, made up stories and lies, end quote. Quote, totally made up nonsense, end quote. He falsely stated, quote, every woman lied when they came forward to hurt my campaign, total fabrication, the events never happened, end quote. During the last presidential debate, he stated that these women were either being put forward by the Clinton campaign or were motivated to come forward by getting, quote, 10 minutes of fame, end quote, and nothing more, end quote. Ms. Zervos alleges in her lawsuit, quote, but it was Donald Trump who was lying when he falsely denied his predatory misconduct with Summer Zervos and derided her for perpetrating a, quote, hoax, end quote, and making up a, quote, phony story to get attention, end quote. The lawsuit sets forth the impact that these events had on Ms. Zervos. The lawsuit alleges as follows, quote, in doing so, he used his national and international bully pulpit to make false factual statements to denigrate and verbally attack Ms. Zervos and the other women who publicly reported his sexual assaults in October 2016. Mr. Trump knew that his false, disparaging statements would be heard and read by people around the world, and that these women, including Summer Zervos, would be subjected to threats of violence, economic harm, and reputational damage. In his effort to win the presidency and counter the damage to his election prospects based on his own recorded words with Billy Bush, Trump knowingly, intentionally, and maliciously threw each and every one of these women under the bus with conscious disregard of the impact that his repeatedly calling them liars would have upon their lives and their reputation, end quote. Quote, his statements are plainly defamatory and caused serious harm, end quote. Quote, this lawsuit seeks to make Donald Trump accountable for the significant damage that he has caused Ms. Zervos, a woman who had the fortitude and the courage to come forward and speak truth to power so that the nation would be informed about the true Donald Trump, end quote. Enough is enough. Truth matters. Women matter. Those who allege that they were victims of sexual misconduct or sexual assault by Mr. Trump matter. Prior to filing this lawsuit today, Ms. Zervos volunteered to take a polygraph examination regarding her allegations of Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate conduct towards her. The lie detector test was administered by a very experienced and recognized polygrapher. She passed the lie detector test. The polygraph examiner concluded that she was telling the truth. Because truth matters, prior to filing this lawsuit, on November 11, 2016, at a news conference with Ms. Zervos, I called on then President-elect Donald Trump to retract his statements that the accusers are, quote, liars, end quote, and that their allegations are, quote, fabrications, end quote, and, quote, fiction, end quote. I said then that retraction would undo some of the damage that Mr. Trump has inflicted on his accusers. Over 2 months have passed since I challenged Mr. Trump to retract, but he has failed to issue a retraction. Ms. Zervos is now left with only one option, that is to file a lawsuit against Mr. Trump. Even now, however, Ms. Zervos is willing to dismiss her lawsuit if he will retract his false statements about her and acknowledge that what Summer alleged about Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate conduct towards her is and was the truth. We fully expect that Mr. Trump will use every means at his disposal to try to delay this case and avoid having to give his testimony under oath in a deposition in this case and before a jury in a court of law. We believe that the justice system will provide Ms. Zervos the opportunity to litigate her case even though she is suing the most powerful individual on this planet. That is the essence and the beauty of our system of justice. No one is above the law, including the president-elect, soon to be president of the United States. In the syllabus to the United States Supreme Court case of Clinton versus Jones, some people call it Jones versus Clinton, but it's officially Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court, the reporter of decision stated that, quote, the court explained that the president, like other officials, is subject to the same laws that apply to all citizens, that no case had been found in which an official was granted immunity from suit for his unofficial acts, and that the rationale for official immunity is inapposite, where only personal, private conduct by a president is at issue, end quote. Therefore, in order to obtain justice and allow the truth to be determined, we believe that it's necessary for Mr. Trump to answer Ms. Zervos' allegations in a court of law, rather than in his bedroom by tweeting in the middle of the night. Summer is very brave to have brought this lawsuit. She knows that she will be attacked by Mr. Trump and his supporters and defenders, but she is willing to endure and suffer unwarranted attacks against her in order to vindicate her rights. We applaud her courage and hope that millions of people will support her in her journey to justice. And after Summer makes her statement, I will give you the case number and where it was filed, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Today I filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump for defamation. On November 11, 2016, I called on Mr. Trump to retract his statements about me, calling me a liar. I also called upon him to state that what I said about his behavior towards me was true. More than 2 months have gone by, and he has not issued that retraction. I wanted to give Mr. Trump the opportunity to retract his false statements about me and the other women who came forward. Since Mr. Trump has not issued a retraction, as I requested, he has therefore left me with no alternative other than to sue him in order to vindicate my reputation. I want Mr. Trump to know that I will still be willing to dismiss my case against him immediately for no monetary compensation if he would simply retract his false and defamatory statements about me and acknowledge that I told the truth about him.
Okay, the case number, this is filed in New York, and the index number is 150522-2017. And this case was filed this morning, so we have confirmation of that from the court that it was filed. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Gloria, the threshold...
And she's not going to be answering any questions, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
The threshold, as you know, for the president-elect for facts and truth-telling seems to be a little higher or lower, depending on how you look at it. Is it naive to think that somehow this will result in him coming out and making some sort of admission for culpability? I think that's what people would want to know. In other words, what are you trying to accomplish with this?
I'll repeat the question. Essentially, please correct me if I'm not saying it accurately, is do we expect Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, to take responsibility? And what do we expect as a result of the filing of this lawsuit? Everyone has to take responsibility for their actions, whether the person is President-elect, President of the United States, or anyone else. And so we expect that his lawyers will do what they think is best for their client. I expect them to attempt to dismiss this case, delay this case, do whatever they think they need to do to represent Mr. Trump vigorously. Yeah, I would like to be mistaken and instead have the president-elect decide that he's going to do the right thing in reference to Ms. Zervos. As she indicated, if he will simply retract and acknowledge his conduct with Ms. Zervos, she will dismiss the lawsuit, not seeking any damages, nor will she seek attorney's fees. That's all that it will take.
What impact could this have on his presidency, though? I mean,
What impact will it have on his presidency is the question. That depends on what his reaction is to the filing of this lawsuit. In the event that we are able to take his deposition under oath, of course he will have the responsibility to testify truthfully. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I will have that expectation that he will testify truthfully. If he does not, there are always serious consequences in the legal system for those who do not testify truthfully under oath. And my guess is there will be those in the political system who will be interested in his testimony and whether or not he testifies truthfully under oath. The lawsuit against then President Clinton had consequences for him, this lawsuit will have consequences potentially for then President Trump. And it's really up to him as to what those consequences will be, whether they will be positive or negative. That depends on him, not us. Yes?
Ms. Servos was a contestant on The Apprentice. Would there be an opportunity with this lawsuit to get at some of The Apprentice footage that was never shown on the air? That's obviously something people have been very interested in.
Nancy Dillon from the New York Daily News is asking, would we potentially have the opportunity, as we litigate this lawsuit against then President Trump, to potentially subpoena the outtakes of Mr. Trump's recorded words on The Apprentice, given that Ms. Zervos was formerly a candidate on The Apprentice? The answer is, we would certainly seek any and all information and documents, recordings, etc., which may be relevant to the litigation of our lawsuit. So we'll have to see what the reaction of Mr. Trump's attorneys will be to that. I could speculate on what that will be, but on the other hand, so can you. And we'll see what NBC decides, if, as, and when they are served with a subpoena due to take them. Yes, sir.
Can you speak to the timing on this, 3 days before the swearing in? How does this go down time-wise? Did you try to present a settlement option at some point? Is this something that you're putting out there this week and for some purpose this week, 3 days before?
The question is, why now? And have there been any settlement talks with his attorneys? I have not had any contact nor any communication from or to Mr. Trump's attorneys at all. It is my educated guess they're certainly aware of the news conference 2 months ago wherein I urged Mr. Trump, then President-elect Trump, to issue a retraction. Since then, there has been complete silence from them. I have not attempted to contact them. They're certainly aware of it. They know where I am. So the answer is, she's done her best. Had he issued the retraction that I called for, we would not be here today. We've given him 2 months. Time is up. Although he could still do it, even though we filed the lawsuit. Why now? My answer would be, why not now? Question is, have there been threats against Ms. Zervos? I will just say that for all of the accusers that I have spoken to, some of whom I represent, some of whom I don't, but I will not be naming those because that'll be attorney-client confidential communication. They received a significant amount of pushback and very, in some cases, derogatory and hurtful and, in some cases, threatening types of statements from certain people who either didn't wish to be identified or did identify themselves, and some of whom were obviously defenders of Mr. Trump. And so that's why I say it takes a great deal of courage to sue the most powerful man on the planet. But I always say that women have more strength and courage to fight for justice then sometimes even they have recognized that they have. And so that's why why now? Why not now?
Yeah,
There's no good time, there's no bad time. But we have waited 2 months, and time is up.
To follow up on that, there's going to be some people that say this is just a dog and pony show a few days before the inauguration to try and detract from a historic election. What would you say to them?
Well, I don't know why it would detract. It's just another step. I mean, this was in Mr. Trump's hands. This lawsuit did not need to be filed. We've been very patient, and didn't have to happen. It was really up to him.
But you're assuming that he knows about this. You have no confirmation, correct?
I have every reason to believe that his team would be aware of the news conference which was covered, in which I said this 2 months ago.
There's no confirmation.
Well, I have not been in contact with his attorneys, but it appears to me, again, an educated guess, that Mr. Trump has a great deal of interest in what I say publicly, because in the past he's actually commented and tweeted about me and spoken about me on a radio show and elsewhere in reference to the issue of bringing forward accusers. So, and that was within a very short time, matter of days, in which and in fact in a matter of hours, one of my press conferences about accusers. In fact, even before I had the press conference, after I sent out an announcement. But so, it's my educated guess. I'm not in direct communication with Mr. Trump. Don't think I should be in direct communication with him because he is represented by attorneys, nor should he be in direct communication with our client since she's represented by attorneys.
Before lawsuits, don't lawyers usually talk to each other?
Not necessarily.
But you said you haven't tried reaching out to his attorneys.
As I said, I do. Question is, have I tried reaching out to his attorneys? Okay. We have actually done more in reference to Mr. Trump and being patient than we have done in many other lawsuits. I don't remember the last time where I publicly called on one potential defendant to retract. So I think that's enough. I think they understand. But he can still do it now, in case he didn't know before, in case he wasn't following the public press conferences. It's not too late for him. He can even do it today if he would like to. And then he can go on to his inauguration.
How have you weighted that the consequences for Ms. DeVos are more positive in suing than in not suing? You're putting her in the limelight.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't understand the question. Is the question, have we talked to or communicated with Ms. DeVos about the consequences of filing a lawsuit? Is that your question?
About how have you weighted that the consequences of this lawsuit will be more positive for her than negative?
Have we decided that the consequences of the lawsuit would be more positive than negative? Okay, thank you for your question. Ms. DeVos has decided that she wishes to proceed. She's fully informed about the benefits and the risks of filing a lawsuit. She's thought about it, and we're proceeding.
What are those benefits and risks?
We're not going to comment today on what those benefits and risks are, but certainly Ms. DeVos is aware of them, and she wants to vindicate her rights and her reputation.
And you say again that charged in the lawsuit, and what are the legal consequences of our charge?
What are the
Legal consequences of defamation?
The legal consequences? We have to prove our case, and then we need to prove damages. But the real issue for us is proving our case.
Have you spoken with any of the other women who have accused the president-elect of participating in the lawsuit?
Have I spoken with any of the other women?
Have you spoken with any of the other women who have accused the president-elect about participating in this lawsuit?
I have. Oh, have I spoken with any other women who have made accusations against President-elect Trump about participating in this lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay, my answer is any accuser to whom I have spoken, if they have spoken with me, that would be attorney-client privileged communication, and so that would be confidential, and therefore I cannot disclose what they have said to me or what I have said to them. But thank you for your question.
Ms. Allred, can you clarify how Ms. DeVos met Mr. Trump in 2007 when he was first returned?
The question is, may I clarify, would I please clarify the circumstances under which Ms. DeVos met Mr. Trump? I cannot comment on that at this time. That will be part of the evidence in this lawsuit. So I'm sorry, I cannot comment at this time.
Why is there no claim for sexual assault
Why
in
is,
the lawsuit?
why is there no claim for sexual assault? Well, this is the claim that we believe that we should be making at this time. I can't comment on why we have not asserted any other claims, but this is a claim that we are asserting, the defamation at this time.
Could that change in the future?
Pardon me?
Yeah, could it change in the future?
I doubt it. I doubt if it will change in the future. But this is the claim.
Have you determined what you might be seeking in damages?
It is in the lawsuit what we are seeking for damages. It's minimal, it's jurisdictional. In other words, it's an amount that we are asserting. But it's minimal what we're asserting because what we really want is to prove that defamation has taken place.
What is that amount?
Well, I'm going to give you a copy of the lawsuit. We also have a claim for emotional distress in the lawsuit.
If Donald Trump admitted or took back his comments saying that everything was a lie, would that then open him up to a sexual assault lawsuit? Because he's practically saying what you're saying is true.
The question is, if in fact he retracted, if in fact he was willing to assert that what Ms. DeVos alleges that he did was true, if he would agree with that, would we then potentially sue him for sexual assault? No. We would release all claims.
And in the American system, could such a lawsuit be a motive for impeachment?
Question of impeachment has been posed to me. And what was the first part?
In the American system, can such a lawsuit be a motive for an impeachment?
Could the lawsuit lead to impeachment? Well, certainly in reference to President Clinton, there was a lawsuit, Paula Jones versus Clinton, in which she alleged that she had been sexually harassed by President Clinton when he was Governor Clinton and governor of the state of Arkansas, and when she was an employee of the state of Arkansas. At some point, President Clinton did testify under oath. At some point, the Congress decided to impeach him, and he was, however, not convicted. So, if President Trump decides not to testify truthfully under oath in this case, should he be required to provide his deposition and/or testify at trial, then I think Congress will have a very important decision to make. And that, of course, if that would happen in the next 2 years, we know we have a Republican Congress, controlled Congress. Obviously, the Democrats also in the Congress, but they're in the minority. They would have a decision to make. Of course, they were very supportive of, that is, some Republicans were very supportive of the impeachment of President Clinton. I would hope that they would put partisanship aside and do the right thing, apply the same standard to President Trump as was applied to President Clinton. Again, I'm not assuming that Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, will do anything but tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under oath in a deposition. But we'll have to wait and see what he does. Yes. Anyone hasn't had a question, and I'll go back to somebody who already asked. Okay.
I just like to take one more shot at that.
Okay.
And that is, as opposed to, say, filing this next week after the swearing and doing it today, 3 days before the swearing, is there some strategy behind that? Is there some thought of the attention it would get in light of the swearing in?
Is there a strategy behind filing today as opposed to next week or perhaps last week or I don't know, a couple months ago? Today's the day. It's time to face the consequences. We didn't have to give him the opportunity to retract. We did. He didn't do it. You know, women are not a footnote to history. They matter. We value them. We value our daughters. We value our sisters. We value our mothers. We value our grandmothers and our aunts. And we value women. And we value women who allege that they have been the victims of injustice, either because they've been sexually assaulted or raped or in some way treated unfairly by anyone. This is the time to proceed.
Are you worried about the case dragging on like Paula Jones did?
Am I worried about the case dragging on in the way that the case of Paula Jones versus President Clinton dragged on? Well, I'm not worried about it because this is the nature of a lawsuit, any lawsuit. As a court once said, that lawsuits sometimes move at a glacial pace, very slowly. Although with global warming, that may be a little more quickly than one used to think it would be. But having said that, I'm not worried about it. There's going to be a great deal of litigation to do as this case is litigated. Again, I would fully expect that Mr. Trump's attorneys, President-elect Trump's attorneys, are probably going to fight this with everything they have. And they have a lot in terms of financial resources to fight it with. We're ready. We've been doing David and Goliath, in this case, maybe it's Davida and Goliath cases for 40 years. You know, we're the leading women's rights private law firm in the nation, and we're going to give it everything that it deserves to have and more. We're going to fight this fight. We're going to fight this battle because it's the right cause. And Ms. Zervos is the right person to fight for. Okay, I'll take one or two questions more, and then we'll just give out the lawsuits, and we're done.
Can it be your last case suing the President of the United States?
Will this be my last case? I certainly hope not. Something you know that I don't know? No, it's, you know, we've been fighting rich and famous and powerful people for all these years since our law firm was formed. I also want to give credit, we're going to be co-counseling in New York. I am licensed in New York, with our wonderful co-counsel there, Marianne Wang, whose name will be on the lawsuit that you'll receive in a few minutes, and with her wonderful firm. So,
Gloria, one question back here, and then.
yes.
I'm Lauren. I just wanted to ask on the point of slavery and the riot, is there any litigation funding involved on one side of this?
Is there any litigation?
Is there any private litigation funder?
Is there any private litigation funding of this lawsuit? At this time? No. That is nothing we've received at this time. But if people do want to support this case, they can, contact my office, and we will certainly provide information to them in reference to how they can support this case. And no, the Clinton campaign has not been in contact with me, nor have I been in contact with the campaign, nor have I been in contact with Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton about this case. Anything else? That's it? Yes, Nancy.
There were two locations tied to this incident. There was the Trump Tower and then the Beverly Hills Hotel. Is there a reason that you chose New York to file? Was that because it was first, or are there other reasons?
The question is, why did we choose New York to file this lawsuit? The question also includes that the allegation is of incidents with Mr. Trump in New York, but then in addition at the Beverly Hills Hotel here in California, so why did we choose New York? We just decided that this case should be filed in New York. After all, Mr. Trump is a resident of New York. 2 incidents alleged happened in New York City, and we believe that was the appropriate case to file in New York. That's why we chose New York. Okay. Thank you so much. And Patty will give out, someone will give out copies of the lawsuits. And in the event that you need it emailed to you, Patty will take your card and she will go up and email it to you, in addition to your receiving a copy. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, last thing. Summer and I will be in Washington for the March on Washington on Saturday. So we welcome others.
I'm sorry, Gloria, I missed your statement.
Yeah, the March on Washington, the Women's March on Washington, will be taking place on Saturday in Washington, D.C. Summer and I will both be there. I also expect that some of the other accusers will be marching with us. I'm not at this time revealing the names, but they will be there with us. Thank you so much. Okay. Has the statute of limitations expired? In reference to this lawsuit, no. Oh, I'm sorry. For those who, thank you. For those who would like something in Spanish, one of our wonderful associates is here, and he will be happy to read in Spanish something about why we filed this lawsuit. So thank you very much. So Kirby, so we'll go up, but Kirby, you can just sit there, and then he'll do that. Please sit. You can sit right there. Thank you.
And for those of you just joining us who may have missed the earlier part of the press conference, fret not, we are going to replay it for you here on News Now. That's right, we're going to have an encore of the Gloria Allred press conference on behalf of her client, Summer Zervos, who alleges that Donald Trump engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct. We're going to replay it for you now, live here on News Now. And the replay will begin now.
Hal, there's your copy, Hal, on the table. Help yourself.
Thank you for coming today. I'm Attorney Gloria Allred. With me is Summer Zervos. Standing behind me are my law partners, Michael Morocco and Nathan Goldberg. I'll be making a statement, then Ms. Zervos will be making a statement. Then we'll take some questions. We will then provide you with copies of the lawsuit and also the case number that was filed today.
Can you slide to the center when you speak, please? There's lots of microphones over there.
Okay. Could you move over a bit, please? Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. Today we are here to announce that this morning we filed a defamation lawsuit on behalf of our client, Summer Zervos, against President-elect Donald Trump. The lawsuit alleges that Ms. Zervos had been subjected to unwanted sexual touching by Donald Trump and that she had told family and friends about the incidents not long after these incidents occurred. She did not go public or take any action against Mr. Trump at that time, however, because she decided that Mr. Trump's behavior had either been an aberration, a test, or that he may even have regretted or been ashamed of his behavior. The lawsuit alleges the following. In October 2016, that all changed. And this is a quote. What I'm reading now is a quote from the lawsuit, all of it. On October 7th, when Trump's own recorded crude and vulgar comments to Billy Bush on the Access Hollywood tapes recorded in 2005 were broadcast, it became clear that Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate behavior towards Ms. Zervos was entirely consistent with Trump's own words, and that his belief that he had the right to sexually assault women, and even to boast about it. Then at the October 9th presidential debate, Mr. Trump told the world a bold-faced lie. He stated in response to a direct question from Anderson Cooper that he had not ever done any of the things that he had bragged about to Billy Bush. End quote. Ms. Summer further alleges in the lawsuit, quote, for the first time, Summer Zervos saw Trump's behavior towards her for what it was, that of a sexual predator who had preyed on her and other women. She realized that she was just one of many women who had been victimized by Mr. Trump's predatory conduct. Ms. Zervos could no longer rationalize or excuse Mr. Trump's behavior by telling herself that his behavior had been a mistake or an isolated incident for which he might even be ashamed. Mr. Trump had no shame. His own boasting to Billy Bush made clear that his behavior was intentional. Ms. Zervos knew that Donald Trump had lied to the country and to the world, and knew that the statements he made to Billy Bush were not just words or locker room talk, but were evidence of his pattern of misconduct towards women. Ms. Zervos felt a responsibility to inform the public of the true facts. It was unacceptable to stand by and allow a presidential candidate to lie openly, with impunity, to the American public. She came forward, as a number of other Trump victims did, to inform the public of the facts that she knew were true, to make clear that Donald Trump had kissed and groped her without her consent repeatedly. End quote. The lawsuit goes on to allege, quote, and what did Donald Trump, the liar and misogynist, do to cover up his lies? He lied again and debased and denigrated Ms. Zervos with false statements about her. Trump immediately lied, saying that he, quote, never met Ms. Zervos at a hotel or greeted her inappropriately, end quote. And we're still quoting from the lawsuit. He quickly went further, describing Ms. Zervos' experience, along with those of others, as, quote, made up events that never happened, end quote. Quote, 100% fabricated and made up charges, end quote. Quote, totally false, end quote. Quote, totally phony stories, 100% made up by women, many already proven false, end quote. Quote, made up stories and lies, end quote. Quote, totally made up nonsense, end quote. He falsely stated, quote, every woman lied when they came forward to hurt my campaign, total fabrication, the events never happened, end quote. During the last presidential debate, he stated that these women were either being put forward by the Clinton campaign or were motivated to come forward by getting, quote, 10 minutes of fame, end quote, and nothing more, end quote. Ms. Zervos alleges in her lawsuit, quote, but it was Donald Trump who was lying when he falsely denied his predatory misconduct with Summer Zervos and derided her for perpetrating a, quote, hoax, end quote, and making up a, quote, phony story to get attention, end quote. The lawsuit sets forth the impact that these events had on Ms. Zervos. The lawsuit alleges as follows, quote, in doing so, he used his national and international bully pulpit to make false, factual statements to denigrate and verbally attack Ms. Zervos and the other women who publicly reported his sexual assaults in October 2016. Mr. Trump knew that his false, disparaging statements would be heard and read by people around the world, and that these women, including Summer Zervos, would be subjected to threats of violence, economic harm, and reputational damage. In his effort to win the presidency and counter the damage to his election prospects based on his own recorded words with Billy Bush, Trump knowingly, intentionally, and maliciously threw each and every one of these women under the bus with conscious disregard of the impact that his repeatedly calling them liars would have upon their lives and their reputation. End quote. Quote, his statements are plainly defamatory and caused serious harm. End quote. Quote, this lawsuit seeks to make Donald Trump accountable for the significant damage that he has caused Ms. Zervos, a woman who had the fortitude and the courage to come forward and speak truth to power so that the nation would be informed about the true Donald Trump. end quote. Enough is enough. Truth matters. Women matter. Those who allege that they were victims of sexual misconduct or sexual assault by Mr. Trump matter. Prior to filing this lawsuit today, Ms. Zervos volunteered to take a polygraph examination regarding her allegations of Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate conduct towards her. The lie detector test was administered by a very experienced and recognized polygrapher. She passed the lie detector test. The polygraph examiner concluded that she was telling the truth. Because truth matters, prior to filing this lawsuit, on November 11, 2016, at a news conference with Ms. Zervos, I called on then President-elect Donald Trump to retract his statements that the accusers are, quote, liars, end quote, and that their allegations are, quote, fabrications, end quote, and, quote, fiction, end quote. I said then that retraction would undo some of the damage that Mr. Trump has inflicted on his accusers. Over 2 months have passed since I challenged Mr. Trump to retract, but he has failed to issue a retraction. Ms. Zervos is now left with only one option, that is to file a lawsuit against Mr. Trump. Even now, however, Ms. Zervos is willing to dismiss her lawsuit if he will retract his false statements about her and acknowledge that what Summer alleged about Mr. Trump's sexually inappropriate conduct towards her is and was the truth. We fully expect that Mr. Trump will use every means at his disposal to try to delay this case and avoid having to give his testimony under oath in a deposition in this case and before a jury in a court of law. We believe that the justice system will provide Ms. Zervos the opportunity to litigate her case even though she is suing the most powerful individual on this planet. That is the essence and the beauty of our system of justice. No one is above the law, including the president-elect, soon to be president of the United States. In the syllabus to the United States Supreme Court case of Clinton versus Jones, some people call it Jones versus Clinton, but it's officially Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court, the reporter of decision stated that, quote, the court explained that the president, like other officials, is subject to the same laws that apply to all citizens, that no case had been found in which an official was granted immunity from suit for his unofficial acts, and that the rationale for official immunity is inapposite, where only personal, private conduct by a president is at issue, end quote. Therefore, in order to obtain justice and allow the truth to be determined, we believe that it's necessary for Mr. Trump to answer Ms. Zervos' allegations in a court of law, rather than in his bedroom by tweeting in the middle of the night. Summer is very brave to have brought this lawsuit. She knows that she will be attacked by Mr. Trump and his supporters and defenders, but she is willing to endure and suffer unwarranted attacks against her in order to vindicate her rights. We applaud her courage and hope that millions of people will support her in her journey to justice. And after Summer makes her statement, I will give you the case number and where it was filed, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Today I filed a lawsuit against Donald Trump for defamation. On November 11, 2016, I called on Mr. Trump to retract his statements about me, calling me a liar. I also called upon him to state that what I said about his behavior towards me was true. More than 2 months have gone by, and he has not issued that retraction. I wanted to give Mr. Trump the opportunity to retract his false statements about me and the other women who came forward. Since Mr. Trump has not issued a retraction, as I requested, he has therefore left me with no alternative other than to sue him in order to vindicate my reputation. I want Mr. Trump to know that I will still be willing to dismiss my case against him immediately for no monetary compensation if he would simply retract his false and defamatory statements about me and acknowledge that I told the truth about him.
Okay, the case number, this is filed in New York, and the index number is 150522. 2017. And this case was filed this morning, so we have confirmation of that from the court that it was filed. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Gloria, the threshold...
And she's not going to be answering any questions, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
The threshold, as you know, for President-elect for facts and truth-telling seems to be a little higher or lower, depending on how you look at it. Is it naive to think that somehow this will result in him coming out and making some sort of admission to culpability? I think that's what people want to know. What are you trying to accomplish with this?
I'll repeat the question. Essentially, please correct me if I'm not saying it accurately, is do we expect Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, to take responsibility? And what do we expect as a result of the filing of this lawsuit? Everyone has to take responsibility for their actions. Whether the person is President-elect, President of the United States, or anyone else. And so we expect that his lawyers will do what they think is best for their client. I expect them to attempt to dismiss this case, delay this case, do whatever they think they need to do to represent Mr. Trump vigorously. Yeah, I would like to be mistaken and instead have the President-elect decide that he's going to do the right thing in reference to Ms. DeVos. As she indicated, if he will simply retract and acknowledge his conduct with Ms. DeVos, she will dismiss the lawsuit, not seeking any damages, nor will she seek attorney's fees. That's all that it will take.
What impact does this have on his presidency, though? I mean,
What impact will it have on his presidency is the question. That depends on what his reaction is to the filing of this lawsuit. In the event that we are able to take his deposition under oath, of course, he will have the responsibility to testify truthfully. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I will have that expectation that he will testify truthfully. If he does not, there are always serious consequences in the legal system for those who do not testify truthfully under oath. And my guess is there will be those in the political system who will be interested in his testimony and whether or not he testifies truthfully under oath. The lawsuit against then President Clinton had consequences for him, this lawsuit will have consequences potentially for then President Trump. And it's really up to him as to what those consequences will be, whether they will be positive or negative. That depends on him, not us. Yes?
Ms. DeVos was a contestant on The Apprentice. Would there be an opportunity with this lawsuit to get at some of The Apprentice footage that was never shown on the air? That's obviously something people have been very interested in.
Nancy Dillon from the New York Daily News is asking, would we potentially have the opportunity, as we litigate this lawsuit against then President Trump, to potentially subpoena the outtakes of Mr. Trump's recorded words on The Apprentice, given that Ms. DeVos was formerly a candidate on The Apprentice? The answer is, we would certainly seek any and all information and documents, recordings, etc., which may be relevant to the litigation of our lawsuit. So we'll have to see what the reaction of Mr. Trump's attorneys will be to that. I could speculate on what that will be, but on the other hand, so can you. And we'll see what NBC decides, if, as, and when they are served with a subpoena to take them. Yes, sir.
Can you speak to the timing on this, 3 days before the swearing in? How does this go down time-wise? Did you try to present a settlement option at some point? Is this something that you're putting out there this week for some purpose this week, 3 days before?
The question is, why now? And have there been any settlement talks with his attorneys? I have not had any contact nor any communication from or to Mr. Trump's attorneys at all. It is my educated guess, they're certainly aware of the news conference 2 months ago wherein I urged Mr. Trump, then President-elect Trump, to issue a retraction. Since then, there has been complete silence from them. I have not attempted to contact them. They're certainly aware of it. They know where I am. So the answer is, she's done her best. Had he issued the retraction that I called for, we would not be here today. We've given him 2 months. Time is up. Although he could still do it, even though we filed the lawsuit. Why now? My answer would be, why not now? Question is, have there been threats against Ms. DeVos? I will just say that for all of the accusers that I have spoken to, some of whom I represent, some of whom I don't, but I will not be naming those because that'll be attorney-client confidential communication. They received a significant amount of pushback and very, in some cases, derogatory and hurtful and in some cases threatening types of statements from certain people who either didn't wish to be identified or did identify themselves, and some of whom were obviously defenders of Mr. Trump. And so that's why I say it takes a great deal of courage to sue the most powerful man on the planet. But I always say that women have more strength and courage to fight for justice then sometimes even they have recognized that they have. And so that's why why now? Why not now? There's no good time, there's no bad time. But we have waited 2 months, and time is up.
To follow up on that, there's going to be some people that say this is just a dog and pony show a few days before the inauguration to try and detract from a historic election. What would you say to them?
Well, I don't know why it would detract, just another step. I mean, this was in Mr. Trump's hands. This lawsuit did not need to be filed. We've been very patient, and didn't have to happen. It was really up to him.
But you're assuming that he knows about this. You have no confirmation, correct?
I have every reason to believe that his team would be aware of the news conference which was covered, in which I said this 2 months ago.
There's no confirmation.
Well, I have not been in contact with his attorneys, but it appears to me, again, an educated guess, that Mr. Trump has a great deal of interest in what I say publicly, because in the past he's actually commented and tweeted about me and spoken about me on radio show and elsewhere in reference to the issue of bringing forward accusers. So, and that was within a very short time, matter of days, in which and in fact in a matter of hours, one of my press conferences about accusers. In fact, even before I had the press conference, after I sent out an announcement. But so, it's my educated guess. I'm not in direct communication with Mr. Trump. Don't think I should be in direct communication with him because he is represented by attorneys, nor should he be in direct communication with our client since she's represented by attorneys.
Before lawsuits, don't lawyers usually talk to each other?
Not necessarily.
But you said you haven't tried reaching out to his attorneys.
As I said, I do. The question is, have I tried reaching out to his attorneys? Okay. We have actually done more in reference to Mr. Trump and being patient than we have done in many other lawsuits. I don't remember the last time where I publicly called on one potential defendant to retract. So I think that's enough. I think they understand. But he can still do it now, in case he didn't know before, in case he wasn't following the public press conferences. It's not too late for him. He can even do it today if he would like to. And then he can go on to his inauguration.
How have you waited that the consequences for Ms. DeVos are much more positive in suing than in not suing? You're putting her in the limelight.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't understand the question. Is the question, have we talked to or communicated with Ms. DeVos about the consequences of filing a lawsuit? Is that your question?
About how have you waited that the consequences of this lawsuit will be more positive for her than negative?
Have we decided that the consequences of the lawsuit would be more positive than negative? Okay, thank you for your question. Ms. DeVos has decided that she wishes to proceed. She's fully informed about the benefits and the risks of filing a lawsuit. She's thought about it, and we're proceeding.
What are those benefits and risks?
We're not going to comment today on what those benefits and risks are, but certainly Ms. DeVos is aware of them, and she wants to vindicate her rights and her reputation.
Can you say again the specific charge in the lawsuit and what are the legal consequences of our charge?
What are the
legal consequences of defamation?
The legal consequences? We have to prove our case, and then we need to prove damages. But the real issue for us is proving our case.
Have you spoken with any of the other women who have accused the president-elect
Have-
of participating in the lawsuit? In any
Have I spoken with any of the other women? The rest
Have
of
you spoken with any of the other women who have accused the president-elect about participating in this lawsuit?
I have, have I spoken with any other women who have made accusations against President-elect Trump about participating in this lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay, my answer is, any accuser to whom I have spoken, if they have spoken with me, that would be attorney-client privileged communication, and so that would be confidential, and therefore I cannot disclose what they have said to me or what I have said to them. But thank you for your question.
Ms. Ullman, can you clarify how Ms. DeVos met Mr. Trump in 2007 when he first returned?
The question is, may I clarify, would I please clarify the circumstances under which Ms. DeVos met Mr. Trump? I cannot comment on that at this time. That will be part of the evidence in this lawsuit. So I'm sorry, I cannot comment at this time.
Why is there no claim for sexual assault
Why
in
is,
the lawsuit?
why is there no claim for sexual assault? Well, this is the claim that we believe that we should be making at this time. I can't comment on why we have not asserted any other claims, but this is a claim that we are asserting, the defamation at this time.
Could that change in the
What you
future?
might see.
Pardon me?
Yeah, could it change in the future?
I doubt it. I doubt if it will change in the future. But this is the claim.
Have you determined what you might be seeking in damages?
It is in the lawsuit, what we are seeking for damages. It's minimal, it's jurisdictional. In other words, it's an amount that we are asserting. But it's minimal what we're asserting because what we really want is to prove that defamation has taken place.
What is that amount?
Well, I'm going to give you a copy of the lawsuit. We also have a claim for emotional distress in the lawsuit.
If Donald Trump admitted or took back his comments saying that everything was a lie, would that then open him up to a sexual assault lawsuit? Because he's practically saying what you're saying is true.
The question is, if in fact he retracted, if in fact he was willing to assert that what Ms. DeVos alleges that he did was true, if he would agree with that, would we then potentially sue him for sexual assault? No. We would release all claims.
And in the American system, could such a lawsuit be a motive for impeachment?
Question of impeachment has been posed to me. And what was the first part?
In the American system, can such a lawsuit be a motive for an impeachment?
Could the lawsuit lead to impeachment? Well, certainly in reference to President Clinton, there was a lawsuit, Paula Jones versus Clinton, in which she alleged that she had been sexually harassed by President Clinton when he was Governor Clinton and governor of the state of Arkansas, and when she was an employee of the state of Arkansas. At some point, President Clinton did testify under oath at some point, the Congress decided to impeach him, and he was, however, not convicted. So, if President Trump decides not to testify truthfully under oath in this case, should he be required to provide his deposition and/or testify at trial, then I think Congress will have a very important decision to make. And that, of course, if that would happen in the next 2 years, we know we have a Republican Congress, controlled Congress. Obviously, the Democrats also in the Congress, but they're in the minority. They would have a decision to make. Of course, they were very supportive of, that is, some Republicans were very supportive of the impeachment of President Clinton. I would hope that they would put partisanship aside and do the right thing, apply the same standard to President Trump as was applied to President Clinton. Again, I'm not assuming that Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, will do anything but tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under oath in a deposition. But we'll have to wait and see what he does. Yes. Anyone hasn't had a question, and I'll go back to somebody who already asked. Okay.
I just like to take one more shot at that.
Okay.
And that is, as opposed to, say, filing this next week after the swearing, and doing it today, 3 days before the swearing, is there some strategy behind that? Is there some thought of the attention it would get in light of the swearing in?
Is there a strategy behind filing today as opposed to next week or perhaps last week or I don't know, a couple months ago? Today's the day. It's time to face the consequences. We didn't have to give him the opportunity to retract. We did. He didn't do it. You know, women are not a footnote to history. They matter. We value them. We value our daughters. We value our sisters. We value our mothers. We value our grandmothers and our aunts. And we value women. And we value women who allege that they have been the victims of injustice, either because they've been sexually assaulted or raped or in some way treated unfairly by anyone. This is the time to proceed.
Are you worried about the case dragging on with Paula Jones?
Am I worried about the case dragging on in the way that the case of Paula Jones versus President Clinton dragged on? Well, I'm not worried about it because this is the nature of a lawsuit, any lawsuit. As a court once said, that lawsuits sometimes move at a glacial pace, very slowly. Although with global warming, that may be a little more quickly than one used to think it would be. But having said that, I'm not worried about it. There's going to be a great deal of litigation to do as this case is litigated. Again, I would fully expect that Mr. Trump's attorneys, President-elect Trump's attorneys, are probably going to fight this with everything they have. And they have a lot in terms of financial resources to fight it with. We're ready. We've been doing David and Goliath, in this case, maybe it's Davida and Goliath cases for 40 years. You know, we're the leading women's rights private law firm in the nation, and we're going to give it everything that it deserves to have and more. We're going to fight this fight. We're going to fight this battle. Because it's the right cause. And Ms. Zervos is the right person to fight for. Okay, I'll take 1 or 2 questions more, and then we'll just give out the lawsuits, and we're done.
Can it be your last case suing the President of the United States?
Will this be my last case? I certainly hope not. Something you know that I don't know? No, it's, you know. we've been fighting rich and famous and powerful people for all these years since our law firm was formed. I also want to give credit, we're going to be co-counseling in New York. I am licensed in New York, with our wonderful co-counsel there, Marianne Wang, whose name will be on the lawsuit that you'll receive in a few minutes, and with her wonderful firm. So,
Gloria, one question back there, and then.
yes.
I'm Gloria. I just wanted to ask on the point of slavery and Goliath, is there any litigation funding involved on your side of this?
Is there any litigation?
Is there any private litigation funding?
Is there any private litigation funding of this lawsuit? At this time, no. That is nothing we've received at this time. But if people do want to support this case, they can, contact my office, and we will certainly provide information to them in reference to how they can support this case. And no, the Clinton campaign has not been in contact with me, nor have I been in contact with the campaign, nor have I been in contact with Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton about this case. Anything else? That's it? Yes, Nancy.
There were two locations tied to incidents. There was the Trump Tower and then the Beverly Hills Hotel. Is there a reason that you chose New York to file? Was that because it was first, or are there other reasons?
The question is, why did we choose New York to file this lawsuit? The question also includes that the allegation is of incidents with Mr. Trump in New York, but then in addition at the Beverly Hills Hotel here in California, so why did we choose New York? We just decided that this case should be filed in New York. After all, Mr. Trump is a resident of New York. Two incidents alleged happened in New York City. And we believe that was the appropriate case to file in New York. That's why we chose New York. Okay. Thank you so much. And Patty will give out, someone will give out copies of the lawsuit. And in the event that you need it emailed to you, Patty will take your card and she will go up and email it to you, in addition to your receiving a copy. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, last thing. Summer and I will be in Washington for the March on Washington on Saturday. So we welcome others.
I'm sorry, Gloria, I missed it.
Yeah, the March on Washington, the Women's March on Washington, will be taking place on Saturday in Washington, D.C. Summer and I will both be there. I also expect that some of the other accusers will be marching with us. I'm not at this time revealing the names, but they will be there with us. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, everyone, that wraps up the replay of this press conference held by high-powered celebrity attorney Gloria Allred representing a Donald Trump accuser, Summer Zervos. Summer Zervos and Donald Trump know each other because of The Regular Apprentice. She appeared as the contestant on that show. This, again, wraps up our replay. Gloria Allred mentioned at the very end that they would be in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day, but not for the inauguration, rather to take part in the Women's March. And speaking of the inauguration, here's a quick look at our countdown clock. Time left in Obama's presidency, 2 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes, and 16 seconds. We're now going to switch things up and take you to a live confirmation hearing for Donald Trump's Secretary of the Interior pick. Let's take you there live now.
And that's the way
Washington,
these
D.C.
things get done. They're going to get done in the future, and the only way that they're going to get done. And a lot of us have introduced a bill that is going to do something about that as far as the monuments are concerned. The states really have a role in this. And that brings me to my, my next point that I want to make before I run out of time, and that is to talk about management in the Department of Interior. They don't call it the Department of everything else for nothing. I mean, it's got lots and lots of different responsibilities and what have you. One of the most frustrating things that happened to us with the Department of Interior was with the sage grouse. Secretary Salazar, to his great credit, went out and said, hey, we got a big issue here with sage grouse. Governors, why don't you sit down and see if you can't do something about this? And they did. And in Idaho, I don't know about the other states, but I can tell you in Idaho, that thing was done incredibly well, bringing all sides to the table, using a collaborative method, including people from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Fish and Wildlife Service. They had a seat at the table. They constructed a plan. It was a give and take process. And when they were all done, the plan was approved by everybody, unanimously, including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So now the plan comes back to Washington, D.C., and the BLM says, wait a second, not so fast. When I first met Sally Jewell, the first thing I said to her after niceties was, have you ever heard of sage grouse? She said, no, I haven't. Obviously, I was one of the first ones she talked to. And I told her the problem that we had between the BLM and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I said, when you were head of REI, if the marketing people were fighting with the accounting department, you'd step in and do something about this. I want some help on this. Fish and Wildlife Service says it's all right. BLM says, well, we have experts over here that says that this plan is again. Well, what are we doing here? One agency, and they're employing scientists on both sides. They're going to fight with each other. Why bother have a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service if the BLM can come in and overrule them? Well, at the beginning, we made some progress in that regard, but lately that's fallen off the chart. So I guess what I want to talk to you about is management. My good friend here on my right says that there's going to be wholesale changes at the EPA. Boy, I hope you can do the same thing at the Department of Interior. It is frustrating, and it makes us angry when you get two federal agencies that are in disagreement with each other, and the head of the department won't step in and say, hey, I'm going to resolve this. I'm the head of this. BLM, stand down. These people are in charge of wildlife. So, and if you don't want to do that, fine, but let's get rid of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're paying a lot of money for it. Let the BLM do it if they're gonna be the ones that can overrule them. I'm encouraged by what I hear today. One thing we didn't talk about when we met was NIFC. I don't know, have you ever visited National Interagency Fire Center in Boise?
No, sir.
Okay, well, I look forward to...
I've been on the front lines on multiple fires.
So have I.
The Rocky Mountains.
And you're going to be impressed when you visit NIFC. I know that you're going to do that. We'll be interested in showing off. It falls in line with one of the things you and I talked about, and that is they have a map at NIFC with a little dinky red dot for every fire start in America each year, and it's thousands of them. Right in the center of it is NIFC, and it's located there for a reason and a good reason. Anyway, thank you. My time's up. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risch. Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the committee. Enjoyed your testimony today. I first want to thank you for your straightforward recognition that climate change is happening, that human activity is contributing to it, and for also the image of the glacier retreating during lunch. I'm going to add that to my arsenal of climate change anecdotes. The theme of the hearing today in many ways has been one size doesn't fit all, and collaboration and consultation and communication. You alluded to it, an issue we have in Maine. With a national park, there's a national park rule about you can't exploit natural resources on national parks. On the other hand, in the intertidal zone at Acadia National Park, where people have been digging clams since time immemorial, suddenly the park decided you can't do that anymore. That, to me, is an example of how there should be a better communication and relationship between the park, which is an enormously important asset to the state of Maine, and its neighboring communities. Do you agree?
I agree, and I'm glad you appreciate the theme has been collaboration, restoring trust, infrastructure, and making sure our front lines have the right tools to make the decisions and work with the local communities.
And I hope you'll take that message throughout the department about listen first and act later. And I think we can have, as you say, a restoration of trust and a lot more confidence in the decisions wherever they are made. By the way, if you're going to move BLM out west, you're welcome to move the Park Service headquarters to Maine if you choose. Too far away, somebody said. Come on. Backlog. The backlog in the parks is a straightforward problem of funding. We should be funding to pay the maintenance of the parks. We've basically been putting it off for 10 or 15 or 20 years. And I hope that you'll approach the upcoming budget as saying this is part of our obligation to pay the park rangers and to pay all the expenses of the parks and to chip away at this backlog. Will you consider that?
Absolutely, and this is why this committee is so incredibly important. And the chairman in Alaska is so incredibly important because I may own the helicopter, but I have to ask you for the gas. And in order to fund the parks at the level, it goes through this body. Well, I have to convince you that the money is going to be spent, it will be prioritized. I have to convince the president-elect that the parks are his priority as well, because they should be America's priority.
Well, one point that was made earlier about the backlog, I think the chairman talked about the return on investment is gigantic in terms of what we put into the parks versus the economic activity that they generate in their areas. So it's a good investment for the public, and I believe for the government itself. A similar concern. We're now talking about, in recent days, about a major defense buildup. We're talking about a major infrastructure investment. We're talking about major tax cuts. All of those together don't really add up in terms of the arithmetic and the budget and the deficit and the debt. Therefore, there's going to be a lot of pressure on various areas of the federal government, particularly the non-defense areas. Will you resist stoutly, with the heart of a Navy SEAL, efforts to raid the Land and Water Conservation Fund to fund other government priorities?
I'm on record of supporting full funding of the Land and Water Conservation Fund for a reason. I think it's an incredibly important program. It's done great work. This is probably one of the reasons why the president-elect put a former Navy SEAL in place. I don't yield to pressure. Higher principle, yes. But my job is to advocate for Department of Interior to make sure we have the right funds and be a voice in the room on great public policy. There's going to be a lot of times where I'm going to need the help of this body because by myself, I don't have the authority. I have to follow the law, and I will follow the law. I think the law needs to be adjusted in some areas, as this body has often said. In order to adjust it, one, we have to have trust. Whoever's going to execute it is going to do it well. And two is that I need bipartisan support to make sure the law is adjusted appropriately so we can move the ball up the field, if that's the right terminology, to make our park system make DOI better.
Well, I for one, and I can't speak for the committee, but we certainly want to work with you. I learned as a lawyer in Maine, when you get the answer you want, you sit down and shut up. So I yield back my time, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Flake, right on time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I've enjoyed hearing the testimony. Sorry I had to step out for a minute, and I hope I'm not replowing old ground here. But as you know, Arizona is home to a lot of public land between the land that Department of Interior administers directly and then that it holds in trust or administers for the tribes. That's about half of the state right there. When you take into account federal, state, and tribal land, that's about 85% of Arizona. So we've only got about 15% in private hands, and that means that decisions made by the federal government, including the Department of Interior, have a real outsized impact on the state. And we talked about a lot of the issues, and thank you for coming to my office. And I know you committed to me, and it sounds like everybody else, to visit their state in the early stages, so you will have a busy travel schedule. We mentioned, I know it was brought up a little bit in terms of the drought and the Colorado River, and the basin states are very close to an agreement on a drought contingency plan to leave additional water behind the dam at Lake Mead so that we don't hit that, that troubled, the stage where there are arbitrary cuts that would hurt us badly. It's crucial for Arizona, obviously, that we work with the Department of Interior to ensure that Arizona water users, to the extent they leave water behind the dam, that water doesn't disappear down some canal in some other state. That's the only basis on which some contingency plan would work. Will you commit to continue to work with us in that regard? We got assurance last year from the Department of Interior. That assurance will have to go forward until there is a drought contingency plan.
I will commit to work on it, as I do, as earlier discussed. I do recognize that water, particularly in the West, is a big issue in every state in the West. And we got to get together and figure this out. And I think some of it is infrastructure. Let's plan on what our requirements are going to be, and let's make sure we have the infrastructure to reach those requirements. And it's going to be probably a trifold. Some of it's going to be efficiency. Some of it's going to be building better capture facilities, and then look at the infrastructure we have. We're wasting a lot of water. There's no question of that. So let's make sure that every drop is precious, and let's make sure that our water is clean. I think we can do that.
Still on the subject of water, or Indian water settlements, last year I introduced the Wallapai Tribe Water Rights Settlement Act. Last week I introduced the bill to make necessary clarifications to the White Mountain Apache Tribe settlement. I know that you were a sponsor of the Blackfeet Water Rights Settlement Act, so you understand the importance of these settlements for both tribal and non-tribal users. Can we count on you to work with me and with the tribes and other parties in Arizona to make sure the Wallapai settlement moves forward, and also that we get the necessary clarifications to the White Mountain Apache Tribe settlement?
I do. I'd like to also thank Senator Daines for his work on the Blackfeet Water Compact. I view water compacts as a treaty obligation, and I think we need to uphold our part of that treaty obligation. The water compacts, as you know, are difficult. They involve the state, the tribes, and the federal government, and then within the federal government, it's not easy. But I do recognize the importance of working with you on the compacts, and also the importance of getting them resolved. They are a liability that's out there. We need to recognize they are a liability. They're not an earmark. It's a treaty obligation, and let's work together to get them done.
Thank you. As you know, cattle ranching has a long history in Arizona, continues to hold a prominent place in our present-day state as well as our history. I come from a ranching family. In fact, this last weekend I was back on the F-Bar where I was raised near Snowflake. Ranching is never an easy business, but it's made more difficult with issues like was already raised with the burros in northwestern Arizona and the Mexican gray wolf in southeastern Arizona. What we continue to hear is a lack of cooperation and coordination between the federal agencies and the local land users. I know that you've already committed to work on this. You'll be hearing a lot when you come to Arizona, the issues that we have with wild burros as well as the Mexican gray wolf issues.
And I am concerned, quite frankly, about the optic of whether it's BLM or the Forest Service. I grew up where Smokey the Bear was revered. I mean, who could not like Smokey the Bear? And now in some parts of our great nation, it's feared. When they see Smokey the Bear, they think of law enforcement rather than managing our forests. So I'm very concerned about that because it has implications of the next generation. So we have to come together and make sure that the management, our team out there is viewed as helpful, as viewed as land managers, and not to be feared. You know, you want to stop by and say hello, you don't want to avoid. But in some places, and the further you get out, you know, in parts of Alaska and parts of Montana, they're viewed as law enforcement and obstructionists. And I think we need to be really careful as leaders of this great nation to recognize it and go forward with solutions to make sure the next generation looks at law enforcement, be it BLM or Fish and Game, as good neighbors and helpful rather than to be feared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Franken.
Thank you. Let me get this straight. Smokey the Bear isn't real, right?
He's real to me, sir.
Okay. That might be disqualifying. Thank you for your service as a Navy SEAL, to your daughter's service as a Navy SEAL, to your son-in-law, who frankly terrifies me. I don't know if anyone's looked at him. He's out with your one of your granddaughters, who, by the way, the granddaughters, you are the unsung heroes of this hearing. You've been wonderful. You have a beautiful family.
Thank you, sir.
And I want to get into what I consider a false choice. And the false choice that I hear you have iterated a couple of times is between addressing climate change and the economy. I think that is a false choice. I think it's a false choice because, one, if we don't address it, it's going to cost us a tremendous amount of resources. Hurricane Superstorm Sandy cost like $60 billion because sea level has risen. Glacier National Park is going to be Lake National Park or Mountain National Park, but it isn't going to be glacier in 30 years. In Minnesota, we have built lots and lots of clean energy jobs, and we're addressing climate change, and we've put in a renewable energy standard. And it's been very successful for our businesses. You signed a letter that in 2010, and I just want to get your clarify your stance. In this letter that you've urged federal lawmakers, this is a bunch of state legislators who did this, hundreds and hundreds of state legislators, to, quote, pass comprehensive clean energy jobs and climate change legislation. Now, this letter also stated that climate change is a threat multiplier for instability in the most volatile regions of the world. And that, quote, the climate change threat presents significant national security challenges for the United States, challenges that should be addressed today because they will almost certainly get worse if we delay. I completely agree with that letter. And I ask unanimous consent, Madam Chair, to include this in the record. Thank you. You were a Navy SEAL for 23 years, so you probably know better than most people here about protecting our country. I completely agree with your stance in this letter that climate change threatens our national security. The Defense Department certainly knows that. It needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. So I want to ask you, do you still feel that climate change is a significant national security threat and one that requires immediate action, or has your position changed since you've been in Congress?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
And, well, you're welcome. And I want to be honest with you. The three tenets of climate change, one is we both agree that the climate's changing. We both agree that man has had an influence.
I think a major influence, if you just look at CO2 levels and how they parallel with temperature rise. This is last year was the hottest year on record. The year before was the hottest year on record then. This is going to be hotter.
Well,
this is happening, and sea level is rising.
And I'm not an expert in this field. What I do know,
but that to me is a cop-out.
No,
Because no one,
I want to be honest with you.
I'm not a doctor, but I have to make
I realize-
healthcare decisions.
And I too sit on the Natural Resources Committee, and I've went through hundreds of hours of testimony on all topics. Is that there's no model today that can predict tomorrow. So where we agree is we need objective science to, one, figure a model out, and two, determine what are we going to do about it? What do we do? And when you say that we want to, on CO2, recognize the CO2 level, absolutely. Recognize also that the ocean is a contributor to it. When a small rise in temperature in the ocean makes a big difference in CO2. So,
Well, it absorbs the CO2. It makes a big
makes a big
in the
difference.
sea level. And that means storm surges create tremendous damage and are going to create climate refugees and are going to require, and I know I'm out of time, they're going to be requiring the use of our military if we don't do something about it. And I think this is a false choice. We can build an economy, sell to the Chinese, sell clean energy technology. That's what we should be doing. I'm sorry I've gone over my time.
Thank you. We do have a vote coming up shortly, and I would like to get to the two remaining members who have not yet had a chance to ask questions. It is my intention that we have a second round after this, but we'll be able to take a quick break as well. Let's go to Senator Portman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commander Zinke, thank you for your willingness to step forward and serve in a very different capacity. We have had a lot of discussions today about issues relating to the Department of Interior and your role. One that I want to focus on is the national parks. I think it's a great opportunity for you and for our country to do more to deal with the $12.5 billion maintenance backlog we talked about, to preserve and protect these great treasures. We just went through a process in Congress of considering this. In fact, the legislation, which was tied in with the centennial last year, the National Park Centennial Act, passed in the wee hours of the morning just about a month ago. It passed with the indispensable help of the chair and ranking members here today. It's something I've worked on for 9 years, going back to my time as Office of Management and Budget Director, where we put a centennial challenge together. The challenge is essentially in two parts. One, it helps with regard to the Park Service by allowing private sector funds to be raised to match federal funding. And then second, it helps the foundation to be able to raise funds. That money, by the way, will be within your discretion. And I hope some of it will be used for this deferred maintenance, and I hope some of it will be used for some other special projects to enhance our parks. So my question to you today is, are you aware of this program and its potential? Let me give you an example. Thanks to Lisa Murkowski and others on the Appropriations Committee, even before it was authorized a month ago, some of this was happening, and the match expected to be 1-to-1 was almost 2-to-1. In other words, $1 of federal funding resulted in $2 of private sector funding coming into the parks. I think it could be much greater than that in the foundation as an example. So how do you feel about the program? Are you supportive of it? And specifically, would you support funding this in our appropriation cycle?
Thank you for the question, and I am aware of it. I think it's a great opportunity. One is as a Secretary of Interior, as it turns out, I have a number of boards with the diversity of talent, both in business and in conservation. And foundations like this offer a unique opportunity for innovation and looking at different ways of not only funding our parks, but also looking at protecting our parks. Trail building is, I think, is an opportunity we need to look at, how to reestablish a national trail building program. A lot of that, I would assume, is going to come from the private sector. So I think the foundation and other boards are a unique opportunity to leverage, and I'm a strong proponent of it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and we will need your help as we get in the appropriation cycle. There's so many other priorities, and this one is crucial given the state of the parks. I will say in Ohio, we don't have a lot of federal public lands, as you and I discussed. We do have a beautiful park, Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which is top 10 in visitation. And so when you're on your tour somewhere between Hawaii and Montana, we expect you to drop into Ohio and to see one of the great suburban parks in America where there's access to a huge population in the area, and a lot of young people and a lot of schools are involved and engaged, which is exactly what we need more of, as you said, getting the millennials involved. With regard to rules and orders that the department has finalized in the last 60 days prior to your confirmation, should you be confirmed, I'm concerned. I've heard constituents worried about job losses, other economic impacts. In general, what is your plan with regard to sort of 11th hour rules that have come in? And specifically with regard to the stream buffer rule, what are your thoughts?
Well, I find the 11th hour rule to be problematic because what it shows to me that previous to that, there was no either collaboration or the collaborative effort was not effective. And so generally the last hour rules result in distrust and policy that I think is not conducive of a collaborative and trust relationship. If confirmed, we'll look at whatever is in my power, authority, and evaluate, everything's on the table as it should be. Specifically different rules, but in general, when you had a last-minute rule, that means it was a last-minute decision, and there wasn't working with this body to make sure we have a solution that should stand.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and particularly on the stream buffer rule in eastern Ohio and cold country, it's problematic. Finally, Great Lakes, I won't ask you to answer because my time is expiring, but Senator Stabenow, I asked you a little about the invasive species part of this. Fish and Wildlife is very helpful there. They do the monitoring for us. And, they're the early warning signal, really, for the big head carp coming up and other invasive species. So we look forward to working with you that, and I appreciate your commitment to her and to us, those of us who want to help preserve that great treasure of our Great Lakes. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Portman. For the information of members, the vote has started. We will have Senator Hirono ask her questions, and we will take a break, and we will be back at 5 o'clock. But Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congressman, you're going to be awfully busy because when you came to see me, you committed to coming to Hawaii. And I think you also mentioned visiting the territories, which include Guam, Puerto Rico, a number of other places, as well as, I think, the compact nations, Palau, Marshall Islands, and Micronesia. They would love to see you, should you be confirmed. I know that. In the discussion about energy, you've said a number of times that you support all of the above, which sounds really great, except that in all of the above, what's happened is that the fossil fuel side of energy has gotten a lot of support over decades. So I hope that when you say all of the above, that you will also be committed to providing more resources and support, particularly R&D for alternative and renewables, aside from or in addition to fossil fuels. So we need to have a more level playing field for policies that truly reflect support for all of the above.
Yeah, I've always been a strong proponent, on the record, for research and development of different technologies, different innovations, different opportunities in this complete spectrum of the energy, to include looking at traditional sources to make sure we're better at doing that. Certainly horizontal drilling, fracking, coal, but all the above, I think, is the right approach. When it comes out of the test tube and into fielding, energy needs to be affordable, reliable, and abundant.
I think, though, when you look at 100 years in the future and you recognize that climate change is upon us and that it is a multiplier, it's a threat multiplier, and Admiral Locklear has testified to that. So I know, serving in the military, you're well aware of 100 years or 30 years from now, we need to do more than continue to provide the kind of sustained support that we have provided to the fossil fuel side. Let me get to the question of infrastructure, because I'm all for what you're saying about the need to pay attention to the infrastructure needs of DOI. But then it's always an issue of how we're going to pay for it, and I'm glad that you're not going to raid the land and LWCF in order to pay for some 11 billion in infrastructure needs. But since departments do not operate in a vacuum, would you support privatizing Social Security or privatizing, voucherizing Medicare in order to pay for DOI's infrastructure needs?
Well, so how are we going to do it? My question, and not to evade the answer, but looking at our budget, we spend 70% of our budget, in entitlements, 30% in non or discretionary. We're not going to be able to cut our way out of the problems we have, nor are we going to be able to tax our way out. The only hope of America is to grow our way out, and we can. Energy is part of it. Innovation is part of it, but we're going to need an economy that grows, and we can compete. Not only can we can compete, we can dominate. God has given us so much.
So,
I think we can, the way out of this problem.
I hate to interrupt, but I'm almost running out of time, and I've waited a long time, so
Yes, you have.
thank
You've
you.
been very, very patient.
And so it sounds to me as though you would look to grow the economy rather than cutting back on these kinds of programs that so many people, especially our seniors, rely upon. Since talented as you are, you're not going to be able to do the job all by yourself. So you will have an opportunity to weigh in on the people who will become your deputies, assistants, et cetera. What kind of qualities would you look for in those people?
Loyalty, teamwork, trust, competence, commitment. And I think each of the divisions have different challenges. The challenges in BIA is very different than the challenges in Fish and Wildlife and BLM. So you have to put the right person in the right spot. From a SEAL perspective, we need fearless Rough Riders that will make the decision regardless of whether you're going to get sued or not. Our policy has been whether we're going to get sued, whether it's the right or wrong policy. And this is where I'm going to need your help. In order to develop the right policy, we should not be in fear of being sued time after time after time again. We should develop the right policy and have people in place that are willing to make the right decision.
I hope so. I agree with you. With the chair's indulgence, I'd like to just ask one more question, make a point regarding sexual harassment in the department. And clearly, this has been going on for way too long, over a decade when it first came to light in your Park Service. And so, as in the military, sexual assault in the military is a huge scourge on the military, and I would want your commitment that you will do whatever you need to do to prevent, which includes changing the culture, by the way. It's a culture within the Park Service that lends itself to sexual harassment. Two, that there will be prosecution, meaning that there will be accountability for the perpetrators of this kind of behavior. And the third is that you will do specific things to prevent retaliation, because these are the very kinds of occurrences and factors that have been a scourge in the military. So I'd like your commitment toward making those kinds of changes, and I certainly will be following up with you.
And you have my commitment. It will be zero tolerance, and I will be fearless in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
With that, we will stand at ease, hopefully, till just about 5 o'clock, when we will come back for a second round. Thank you.
right, guys, we're going to cut out of this hearing now because the Education Secretary hearing is about to begin. This is a highly anticipated hearing. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you now. A highly anticipated hearing. Betsy DeVos, the confirmation hearing for Secretary of Education. She's a controversial figure. We're going to carry that live for you here on News Now.
I'm fresh out too, so
Okay,
I'm
me
just
too.
as
Well, anyway,
delinquent. I have your email though, and you
yeah.
email me if you have any questions as this is going.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, guys.
Are those for us?
No. Not to my knowledge. I didn't know it. They're holding them out.
in the private sector. They do their important work to keep our country safe because they love this country.
Certainly a position of responsibility and to be subjected to those kinds of questions. That's true even when you're doing the right thing.
This is not the first time that the intelligence community has had some uncomfortable things to say about Russia. These are the kinds of things that I'm sure the Russians would rather not hear. But ultimately, and this is something that the next administration is going to have to decide, there's a pretty stark divide here.
Turned anybody away from participating in this briefing. People who show up here on a regular basis with their hand in the air, regardless of which road.
On one side, you've got the men and women of the United States intelligence community.
All right, you guys, this is actually the White House press briefing. Let's take you to the Betsy DeVos hearing right now.
And they didn't even announce it.
All right, you guys, well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'm here to take you into the Betsy DeVos hearing, which is coming up now in any moment. Let's actually give you guys a better look of inside that hearing right now. We've got two views, so let's take you to this one so you can really see how many reporters are there. This is going to be a really controversial hearing this afternoon. A lot of people on both sides have arguments about why she should or shouldn't be head of education here. So again, this is for Betsy DeVos, and if you're a little bit unaware about this story, she is a billionaire Republican fundraiser and activist from Michigan. Now, people on the left side think of her they think of her really as an enemy of public education. They think that she wants to destroy the public school system and only focus on charter schools and religious schools. So we're going to see in this hearing today really how she's going to react to some of the tough questions. I think some of the things that they're really going to bring up to her today in this hearing include the topic of money, of course, and she is a billionaire from Michigan. People have accused her of using her money to get her way in terms of the laws in Michigan, giving money to the legislators. They say that she wants to use charter schools in a way that would be for profit. So they're going to be discussing money for sure during this hearing, again, because she is a billionaire, and a lot of people have they've really accused not only her, but her whole family of using money to get what they want in the school system. Another topic they're definitely going to be discussing today is the Every Student Succeeds Act. Oh, looks like they're changing the camera here. Try and keep an eye on this in case it begins while I'm still talking. Again, this is going to be a really controversial hearing, so any clips or any moments that stand out to us here on the stream, we'll make sure to cut those and put them on our YouTube page. Let me turn up the sound a bit, see if they're saying anything. I'm unable to hear anything right now. Let me actually see if I can switch the feeds real quick and see if I hear anything on this one. So we're able to hear in the room a little bit, but it looks like they haven't started speaking yet. That they haven't started that hearing yet. Again, we're talking about Betsy DeVos. She is a billionaire Republican fundraiser and activist from Michigan. Both sides really have different opinions on why she should or shouldn't be the Secretary of Education. Again, she's a big supporter of charter schools. She wants to use tax dollars for religious schools and charter schools. And some people believe it's to fit more with her personal views, while others are supporting her. Actually, Rand Paul tweeted that he is excited to work with her. So we're really going to see opinions from both sides here. Some of the questions, again, they're definitely going to be discussing money, since she is a billionaire and she's been accused of using her money to get what she wants in the education system. They're also going to be discussing the Every Student Succeeds Act. We're going to expect some really tough questions on President-elect Trump's call for redirecting $20 billion in federal aid to school choice. DeVos will definitely be asked about whether that idea might mean redirecting money from Title I programs for the poor and disadvantaged. Are they going to take money from that, or are they going to utilize the Every Student Succeeds Act? So we'll be definitely be hearing about those topics today. Another topic I think they'll probably be asking her about is school choice. She believes in using vouchers, where you can give vouchers to families and then they can use that money to really decide where they want their kids to go to school. And she believes that helps with school choice, where others believe that using charter schools is actually hurting the public school system and hurting students, because she believes, the other side I should say, believes that charter schools just cherry pick the best students out of public schools and leave the struggling students behind to get lost in the public school system. And finally, the last topic that will probably be discussed in this hearing for Betsy DeVos today is higher education. Republicans have a long track record of standing up for the interests of students and taxpayers when it comes to higher education. DeVos is likely to get questions on one of the only higher education proposals the Trump campaign outlined during the race, which is an income-driven repayment plan for federal student loans that caps a borrower's payment at no more than 12.5% of his or her monthly income. Remaining debt after 15 years of payments would be forgiven under Trump's plan. So we will see about that when this hearing starts. Again, those are some of the topics that they're going to be going over during this hearing. So again, it's really controversial because a lot of people don't agree with her wanting charter schools and religious schools to really be the heart of education. The other side of it is that these people believe that she's destroying public education, that she's the enemy of public education. So we'll see what happens today. Let's see, let me give you guys a better look inside the room there. Let me turn up the sound and see if we hear anything. Thanks for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. There is Betsy DeVos taking her seat right now.
Thank you so much. Really great, you guys. Thank you.
The hearing of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee will come to order. This is the hearing to consider the nomination of Betsy DeVos to be United States Secretary of Education.
Senator Murray and I will make an opening statement. We'll introduce the nominee. We welcome Senator Scott, a member of this committee, Senator Lieberman, a distinguished former member of this body, who will make introductory remarks. And following the nominees' comments, we'll have a 5-minute round of questions. One note, we have Capitol officers here today who will remove anyone who attempts to disrupt the hearing. This is the first meeting of our committee in the new Congress. This is a committee, as will probably become evident as we go along, that has some considerable differences of opinion on a variety of issues. But we have found that we can sometimes resolve them in important ways. Last year, we passed what the Majority Leader, Senator McConnell, said was the most important bill of the Congress, 21st Century Cures. And the year before, a bill fixing No Child Left Behind, which President Obama called a Christmas miracle, plus 33 other bills signed by the President, 33 total. I want to thank Senator Murray and the Democrats as well as the Republicans on the committee for operating in that fashion. We've done that by showing courtesy to ourselves and to our witnesses, which I hope will be evident today. Before my opening remarks, I'd like to make a word about process. More than 25 years ago, Ms. DeVos, I was sitting where you sat. You are sitting, and as the nominee for U.S. Secretary of Education, and former Senator Howard Metzenbaum of Ohio said to me, "Well, Governor, I've heard some disturbing things about you, but I'm not going to bring them up here." Senator Nancy Kassebaum of Kansas looked at him and said, "Well, Howard, I think you just did." And with that, he put a secret hold on me and held me up for 2 or 3 months. You won't have to go through that because we abolished secret holds not long ago. And because we're going to apply what I would call the golden rule, the one that comes from the book of Matthew, which applies the same procedures to you that we used in 2001 and 2005 for President George W. Bush's Education Secretary nominees, and in 2009 and 2016 for President Obama's Education Secretary nominees. So we'll consider you and then vote just as we did them. Arne Duncan, President Obama's first Education Secretary, the hearing was on the 13th of January, and he was confirmed a week later. John King, the hearing was on February the 25th, and he was confirmed 2.5 weeks later. We've received from Mrs. DeVos, and each senator has had available since January 4th, the committee's required forms. The rules require them to be in more than a week in advance. The FBI background check has been done, and Senator Murray and I have heard the results. Mrs. DeVos has provided the Office of Government Ethics on December 12th with all the relevant information about her financial affairs. We will have a letter from that office on how, which will be an agreement between Mrs. DeVos and that office on how to deal with any conflicts of interest before we vote in committee on her nomination. Now, as for questions, Mrs. DeVos has met with each of us in our offices. Several of us have written questions already given to her. Today, we'll each have 5 minutes for further questions. Again, I'm applying the golden rule. 1 round of 5-minute questions, as was the case for both of President Obama's education nominees, was the case for me too in 1991. In those cases, following the 5-minute round, the chairman and 1 member ask additional questions, and we'll do that again as we did before. I'll ask questions, and I'll ask Senator Murray if she would like to do the same. Each of us will have a chance to ask additional questions in a reasonable number in writing by the close of business on Thursday at 5 p.m. And then we will meet in executive session next Tuesday to consider Mrs. DeVos's nomination and other business if the final Office of Government Ethics letter is received by this Friday in order to give senators a chance to review it before Tuesday. Now, following my opening remarks, Senator Murray will make hers, and then we'll hear from Senator Scott and Senator Lieberman, and then we'll hear from Mrs. DeVos. Betsy DeVos, in my opinion, is on our children's side. She's devoted her life to helping mainly low-income children have better choices of schools. Most of the criticism I've heard of her amounts to three things. One, she supports public charter schools. Two, she supports giving lower-income parents more choices of schools for their children. And three, she's used her considerable wealth and effectiveness to advance those ideas. I believe she's in the mainstream of public opinion, and her critics are not. First, let's take the idea of charter schools. They are public schools with fewer government rules, fewer union rules, so teachers have more freedom to teach and parents have more freedom to choose the school that best suits their child. Nothing new about it. In 1991 and 92, President H.W. Bush proposed start-from-scratch schools. He called them New American Schools. He raised $70 million for New American Schools Development Corporation to encourage innovative ideas. Then in 1993, in January, in my last act as President Bush's education secretary, I wrote every single superintendent in the country, and I asked them to try something that was invented in Minnesota by the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, something called charter schools. There were 12 of them then. Since then, there's been broad support for the idea. Albert Shanker, the late head of the American Federation of Teachers, endorsed those charter schools. In 1997, President Clinton said, we need 3,000 charter schools by 2002. Senator Hillary Clinton supported charter schools. President George W. Bush supported charter schools. President Obama supports charter schools. His first education secretary, Arne Duncan, described himself as a, quote, strong supporter of charter schools. John King, the current education secretary, founded a charter school or ran a system of charter schools. Congress in 1994, 98, 2001, 2015, always bipartisan, usually by huge margins, supported charter schools. 43 states and the District of Columbia operate charter schools. So over nearly 30 years, those 12 Democratic farmer labor charter schools in Minnesota have grown to 6,800 public charter schools. 6% of America's public school students attend them. So who's in the mainstream here? The Democratic Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota, Presidents Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, the last 6 U.S. education secretaries, the U.S. Congress, 43 states, the District of Columbia, Betsy DeVos, or her critics. I think pretty obviously she's in the mainstream. She's on the side of our children. Let's go to the other criticism. Giving low-income parents more choices of schools that wealthy Americans already have. More specifically, the objection is that public money shouldn't follow poor children to an accredited school of their parents' choice, public, private, or religious. Arguing against that is arguing against the most successful social policy this Congress has ever enacted, the GI Bill for veterans, which appropriated federal dollars to follow veterans to the school of their choice, Notre Dame, Yeshiva, Maryville College, University of Tennessee, any accredited institution. It produced the greatest generation, and it produced a model for all of our federal aid for colleges. $29 billion of Pell Grants this year are in vouchers. They follow the student to the school of their choice. Nearly $100 billion in new student loans follow the student to the school of their choice. Why is such a great idea for college students deemed to be such a dangerous idea for K through 12 students? Many of us believe competition produces the best colleges, and it might produce the best schools. Many scholars have suggested that. Ted Sizer, distinguished educator, suggested a Poor Kids Bill of Rights 40 years ago. Today, 50 states provide parents more choices of public schools. 15% attend a school other than their school of residence through open enrollment. 44 states allow sending children to public schools outside their district, 34 states within their district. In addition to that, nearly 400,000 children are served by 50 private school choice programs across 25 states, the District of Columbia, and Douglas County, Colorado. Congress passed bipartisan legislation with Senator Lieberman at the head of it, creating the D.C. School Voucher Program in 2003, to date helping 6,100 children, more than 1,000 children this year standing in line waiting for that opportunity. So there's been growing support since President H.W. Bush proposed the GI Bill for kids to let states who wanted to
try expanding choice for low-income students, to today, where 2015, 45 United States senators supported the scholarships for kids that I proposed and that Senator Scott proposed for students with disability. 45 United States senators thought that was a good idea. According to the 2013 Luntz Global Public Opinion Survey, 73% of Americans support school choice. 64% say that if given the financial opportunity, they would send one or all of their children to a different school. So who's in the mainstream here? The GI Bill for veterans, Pell Grants, student loans, both President Bush, the President-elect, 25 states, Congress, and the D.C. voucher program, 45 U.S. senators in 2015, 73% of Americans, Betsy DeVos, or her critics. Pretty obvious. She's in the mainstream. She's on the side of our children. The final criticism is she's used her wealth to support these ideas. I think she deserves credit for that, not criticism. Would her critics be happier if she'd spent her time and her money trying to deny children more choices of schools that wealthy families already have? We're fortunate that Betsy DeVos is the nominee for U.S. Education Secretary. She is and has been on our children's side. I support her confirmation and look forward to working with her. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Alexander. I look forward to working with you and all of our colleagues in Congress. I want to welcome our new members on this committee, Senators Kane, Hassan, and Young. And thank you, Ms. DeVos, for joining us here today. And by the way, welcome to the rest of your family who I know has joined you as well. This is the first of many hearings that we will be holding on President-elect Trump's nominees to fill critical positions in the federal government. So I want to start by reiterating the importance of the Senate's role in this process and this committee's role in this Senate work. President Trump has the right to fill his cabinet with people he thinks will fill out the vision for our country. But that doesn't mean that the Senate should be a rubber stamp. To the contrary, we owe it to the people we represent to make sure every nominee is not only qualified for the position and free of conflicts of interest, but that he or she will put families and workers first, and not millionaires, billionaires, or big corporations. President-elect Trump was the first presidential candidate in decades to not release his tax returns, and he's openly flouting ethics conventions regarding his personal and family businesses. Now, some people say this means the bar has now been lowered for ethics in public service. I refuse to accept that, and I'm going to continue to hold the incoming administration to the highest ethical standards. This is what the American people deserve, regardless of who they voted for, where their tax dollars are going, and who is benefiting. I believe that in an administration where lines around potential conflicts of interest are very likely to be blurred at the top, they need to be even clearer at the individual agencies, even while we in Congress work to ensure the highest ethical standards are maintained and there is accountability to taxpayers from the top of the government all the way down. So I'm going to continue pushing for robust scrutiny of every one of these nominees, and I appreciate Ms. DeVos has said to me that she knows the importance of transparency and openness. She is committed to addressing every ethical concern and make sure that no corners are cut, and that she would go to great lengths to make sure no corners are cut. However, I am extremely disappointed that we are moving forward with this hearing before receiving the proper paperwork from the Office of Government Ethics. When President Obama entered the White House, Republicans insisted on having an ethics letter in hand before moving to a hearing. In fact, Leader McConnell wrote a letter to Leader Reid making that explicit demand: an ethics letter in hand with time to review and an FBI background check before a hearing was held. So I am extremely concerned, and I can only hope that cutting corners and rushing nominees through will not be the new norm. Now, we're here today to hear from President-elect Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Education. As a former preschool teacher and school board member, as well as a mom who got her start in politics fighting for public investments in early learning, I take this issue very seriously. I owe everything I have to strong public schools I was able to attend with my 6 brothers and sisters. And none of us in my family would have been able to go to college were it not for robust federal support. We had those opportunities because our government was committed to investing in us, but I know that's not the case for every student in every community today. So although we have a long way to go, I am absolutely committed to making sure that the federal government is a strong partner to our public schools, districts, and states, that every student has access to a high-quality public education that allows them to succeed, and that we focus our federal policies and investments on strengthening public schools for all students, and certainly not towards diverting taxpayer dollars to fund vouchers that don't work for unaccountable private schools. That is why I was so proud to work with Chairman Alexander and so many others here today to pass Every Student Succeeds Act, which gives flexibility to states and school districts, but also includes strong accountability for our schools and reiterates our nation's commitment to strengthening public education, especially for our most vulnerable students and communities. This commitment goes beyond K-12 too, of course, because the federal government in general and the Department of Education specifically has an important role to play in supporting, protecting, and investing in all of our students, from our youngest learners to those in higher education, and adults and parents seeking to improve their skills mid-career. So leading this agency is a big job. It is an important job, and I consider it to be my job to do everything I can to make sure whoever fills it is truly committed to putting students and families first. So, Ms. DeVos, I am looking forward to hearing your answers to some questions, since I have a number of very serious concerns that need to be addressed. First, I'm going to want to learn more about your extensive financial entanglements and potential conflicts of interest. As a billionaire with hundreds, if not thousands, of investments made through complex financial instruments, many of which are made in ways that are not transparent and very hard to track, you need to make it very clear how you will be avoiding conflicts of interest should you be confirmed. That goes for your investments as well as the massive web of investments made by your immediate family. Despite starting off on the wrong track by not having an ethics letter complete before this hearing today, I appreciate what you are doing to provide this committee the information to understand how you intend to live up to the highest level of ethics and transparency. So far, you have not accepted calls to release 3 years of tax returns, but I'm hoping you reconsider that approach and that you are cooperating fully with the Office of Government Ethics. Second, I have major concerns with how you spent your career and fortune fighting to privatize public education and gut investments in public schools. I'll have some specific questions about how the privatization policies you have pushed have impacted students and how you intend to use the public trust and taxpayer dollars to support public education and not continue to undermine schools and teachers from inside the department as you have as an advocate from the outside. I will want to know more about the large contributions you've made to groups that are ideologically opposed to workers, including teachers, and that want to impose anti-LGBT or anti-women's health beliefs on public schools and the students in them. I will want to make sure you publicly commit to implementing our Every Student Succeeds Act by upholding the strong federal guardrails that are in that law. And I will want to know how you plan to tackle the persistent achievement gap. Third, while you have been outspoken on K-12 issues, your record and positions are not clear in a number of critical areas. So I want to learn more about how you plan to approach higher education and whether or not we can count on you to stand with students and borrowers. I'm very interested in your thoughts on Title IX and how we can do everything possible to stop the scourge of campus sexual assault. I was not happy with how you talked about this issue when we met. I'm hopeful that you have learned more about it since then and are prepared to address it seriously. I'm going to want to know how your personal religious and ideological views on women's health and safety would impact how you'd approach this issue in the department. And I'm very concerned with what has been reported in the press about your views on the importance of the Office of Civil Rights, which works to ensure students with disabilities, LGBTQ students, religious minorities, women and girls, students of color, and all of our students are treated with dignity and respect. And I'm going to want to know more about how you will enforce critical civil rights laws. And as all of my colleagues here know, I have a particular passion for early learning. And I want to hear where you stand and how the federal government can help ensure that every child is prepared for success in kindergarten. Those are just a few of the issues, so I am looking forward to a robust dialogue tonight. I'm hoping you're transparent about your views, open about your record and the impact it has had on students, and willing to make some straightforward commitments regarding the core responsibilities of this department and the role you hope to take in it. I will be asking you to commit to providing this committee with additional information and responses to all reasonable follow-up questions as quickly as possible. I'm hopeful that this can be a smooth process, but Mr. Chairman, I know my members are all here tonight. They are hoping for more than just 5 minutes of question on this critical nominee, and I hope that as we get through this, you will consider doing that.
Well, thank you, Senator Murray. I'm going to follow the golden rule. I'm not going to change the rules and apply to Mrs. DeVos rules that we haven't applied to President Obama's nominees or to President Bush's nominees. So we'll have a 5-minute round of questions, and you and I can ask questions after that for another 5 minutes. That's exactly what we've done before. Members of this committee have met with Mrs. DeVos. Some have already asked written questions. We'll have 2 days to think of more, and then she'll need to answer them before we vote. As far as tax returns are concerned, if you would like to bring that up, we can bring that up at our next executive session, which would be the 24th, if her government ethics letter is completed by Friday. I would note committee rules don't require tax returns to be reported by presidential nominees. The law does not. We did not require it of President Obama's 2 nominees for Education Secretary. If we want to change the rules, we can do that, but I'm not in favor of changing the rules in the middle of the process.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a point of order?
What is your point of order?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, that we got a second round with the John King hearings. I asked 2 rounds of questions in that case.
You did and I did, and so we, in each of the John King, in the last 2 nominees, Mr. Duncan and Mr. King, we had a 5-minute round, and then the chairman and one other senator asked 5 minutes of questions. So I will ask 5 minutes of questions, and I will give to Senator Murray the opportunity to be the other senator who does that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just say that nobody asked for additional time at that point. So I hope that as we get through this hearing, we hear members' questions, we'll have an opportunity to revisit.
Well, I appreciate the request, but I'm not going to change the rules in the middle of the game.
I was not aware those were rules.
That is the precedent that we followed as far back in 1991 when I was the Education Secretary. We did it for both of President Obama's, and we're going to do the same thing for Mrs.
Again,
DeVos.
I wasn't aware that there was a precedent, but I would like to...
That's as clear a precedent as I can think of.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to have 36 letters signed by 133 organizations expressing concern or opposition to this nomination to be placed in the record.
They will be. We welcome the nominee, Ms. DeVos, to the hearing, and we welcome your husband and your daughters, your son, your daughter-in-law and your son-in-law, and we welcome all of our other guests here. Mrs. DeVos will be introduced first, as I said, by Senator Tim Scott, a member of this committee, a strong champion for education. Then she'll be introduced by Senator Joe Lieberman, who served here for 24 years, representing Connecticut until he retired in January 2013. Thank you both for joining us. I've already said what I have to say about Mrs. DeVos. I think she'll be an excellent Secretary of Education, so I think we should move ahead with Senator Scott's introduction. You may then turn it over to Senator Lieberman. Then we'll hear from Mrs. DeVos, and then we'll begin our questions. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will note that I am surprised at the number of folks, photographers, who've showed up to hear Senator Lieberman's introduction. So very well done, Senator Lieberman. I've known the DeVos family for about 3 decades. I started learning how to sell when I was in college, and it was a part of one of the DeVos companies that I learned how to sell. So I'm very thankful that a champion of public education, a champion of education, and specifically a champion of education for poor kids sits to my left. I will recall my own upbringing as a poor kid who, by the time I was in the 4th grade, attended 4 different schools. It's really important for us to recognize the powerful impact that education has specifically on poor kids. So I am excited about this transition, looking forward to the opportunity to have Betsy DeVos as our champion for all children, for all education, but specifically for what I consider high potential kids, others call at-risk kids. For the last 28 years, Ms. DeVos has been a champion for those kids. A lifelong resident of Michigan, she attended Calvin College in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Mrs. DeVos is a businesswoman and an entrepreneur. She is the chairman of the American Federation for Children and the WinQuest Group. For those of you who may not know Betsy, she had a humble beginning. Her parents mortgaged everything they had to start a small auto parts business. She still remembers when she was 7 years old, helping her father paint a cinder block building that became the office and the first manufacturing location. I believe the color was steel blue. During the summer months when she was in college, Betsy worked the 3rd shift at her family's business. She understands the sacrifices that families have to make in order to build a better life for themselves and for their children. She has successfully advocated for expansion of education opportunity in dozens and dozens of states. She also helped her husband launch a charter school in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is now one of the highest performing charter schools in her home state. I've been to that school way before there was any idea that she might one day sit here before this committee, way before we ever assumed that there would be a Trump candidacy. Several years ago, I visited the aviation high school and had a chance to sit at lunch and talk with the kids, understand and appreciate their hunger for education was stirred by the DeVos family, stirred by the DeVos family's commitment to public education at this charter high school. She is motivated by making sure students go to safe and high-performing schools, whether they are public, private, charter, traditional, or non-traditional schools. She understands the need to focus on accountability, not just to have a system in place, but to actually hold schools accountable for the results they have. What she supports is holding all schools accountable, whether they are traditional public schools or charter schools. Bless you. Mrs. DeVos is clearly not opposed to accountability. What she is opposed to is holding some schools accountable, but not all schools. What she is opposed to is leaving children trapped in schools that we know are failing the very students that will have no hope if they do not receive a high-quality education. Bless you. Only one more left. Parents and students could not ask for a better role model or a more thoughtful leader to move the education system into the 21st century. Betsy cares. She questions. She considers. And then and only then will she act. These are the traits of a leader and a doer. I look forward to supporting her nomination throughout the next few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Lieberman, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Murray, members of the committee, and a special hello to Chris Murphy, my friend and successor from Connecticut. It's great to be back in the Senate today to introduce Betsy DeVos for your consideration as the next Secretary of Education. I met Betsy several years ago in one of the many bipartisan efforts to improve the quality of education of America's children that she and so many others of you have been involved in. When I left the Senate as a way to continue my own work on education reform, I became a member of the board of the American Federation for Children, the nonprofit organization that Betsy DeVos founded to provide better education options for lower-income children throughout America. I'm very proud of what the AFC has achieved, particularly at the state level. More than 400,000 lower-income families have been empowered with financial support to take their children out of schools where they thought the kids were not getting an adequate education and put them into schools that they thought were better. For me, as a Democrat, it is especially gratifying that many of these AFC state programs have been enacted with bipartisan support in state legislatures. None of the progress which the AFC has achieved very specifically for those 400,000 plus kids would have occurred without Betsy's leadership, which is inclusive and motivating. She is disciplined, organized, knows how to set goals, and then develop practical plans to achieve them. She is really a purpose-driven team builder, and I've seen that in my membership on the board of the AFC. Now, I understand that the Department of Education is bigger than anything she, or for that matter, most any of us, except for Senator Alexander, of course, has ever led. But everything I have seen tells me that Betsy is ready to take on this assignment and do it very well. I know that some people are questioning her qualifications to be Secretary of Education, and too many of those questions to me seem to be based on the fact that she doesn't come from within the education establishment. But honestly, I believe that today that's one of the most important qualifications you could have for this job. And she has many others. She's a mother and a grandmother. She cares about children more generally and has been involved in education like so many parents and local citizen school board members across America for almost 30 years. Her involvement has not just been as a philanthropist and advocate for reform, though she has been a real leader in both. She also mentors students in the public schools of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And here's another important qualification I think Betsy has for this job. She will ask the right questions, such as, is this federal education program working? Is it giving our kids the education they need to live productive and satisfying lives? If not, how can we improve it? An examination of the facts of the state of American education today makes clear that although current federal education programs are working for many of our children, they are failing millions of others. And here are just a few of the salient and, to me, troubling facts. Among all students of all income groups, less than 40% of high school graduates are college or career ready, according to the ACT. A recent report said that only 35% of 8th graders were proficient on the NAEP reading exam and only 34% on the math exam. In other words, about 2/3 of 8th graders in our country are not proficient in reading and math. Proficient is the middle, as the members of the committee know, middle ranking under the NAEP. Among lower income students, the weight of these shortcomings in the educational status quo falls disproportionately heavily. There are too many ways to illustrate this, but let me just give this one example. There are more than 1,200 high schools in America who have more than 1.1 million students that fail to graduate from high school at least 1/3 of their students. Some, as many as more than half the students, don't make it to high school graduation. And these schools primarily educate low-income students and students of color. These low graduation rate high schools are located in both urban and rural areas, and they're in almost every state. New York has 199 of them, Georgia 115, California 105, and Alabama and Mississippi each more than 50. These are jarring numbers, and I think they cry out for national education reform. We're just not keeping our founders' promise of equal opportunity. We're not preparing the next generation of Americans to enable our economy to compete successfully in the world. We just can't accept the status quo in education anymore. We need a change agent and an education reformer to be education secretary. A leader who has one big goal, which is to give every child in America, regardless of family income or zip code, a first-class education. And that is exactly the kind of education secretary I believe Betsy DeVos can and will be. Now, because Betsy has been fighting for reform and disrupting the status quo for so long, her nomination is naturally controversial. After all, she has directly challenged the education establishment by supporting charter schools and other school choice programs. But I can tell you that in all my work with her, I have never heard Betsy speak against our public school system. I have heard her ask what we can do for the low-income kids who are trapped in bad public schools until we can make more of our public schools as good as they should be. Is it fair to stand back and not help the parents who want better for their children but can't get it just because they can't afford it? Is it acceptable to have so many children from all income groups graduate from our high schools unprepared for college and the high-tech economy they will enter?
No, you're right.
No, it is not. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, Senator Murray, members of the committee, I hope you'll confirm Betsy DeVos' nomination to be Secretary of Education. I think it's in our national interest to give her a chance to change the status quo in our schools and secure a better future for our country and for all of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lieberman. Thank you for coming back. Before I introduce or welcome Mrs. DeVos, I'd like to enter into the record 97 letters of support for Mrs. DeVos for Education Secretary from a variety of school groups, former education secretaries, governors, business groups, and others. Mrs. DeVos.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Alexander, Ranking Member Murray, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. Thank you, Senators Scott and Lieberman, for those very kind words of introduction. I honor and applaud your lifelong dedication to the success of our nation's students and your fine public service. I want to begin by thanking my family for their support, many of them seated behind me here, except for my 5 grandchildren, the oldest of which is 5, so it was not advisable that they join us today. But I am very honored that President-elect Trump has asked me to join his team, and am grateful for his dedication to education. If confirmed, I look forward to working with him, Vice President-elect Pence, and all of you to bring educational opportunity to every family in this great nation. While we may have differences, I think we can all agree that learning as a lifelong pursuit is a fundamental American virtue. We are blessed beyond measure with educators who pour themselves into students. The schools in which they work are as diverse as the students they educate. In fact, all of us here and our children have attended a mix of traditional, publicly funded, and private schools. This is a reflection of the diversity that is today's public education. Growing up in Holland, Michigan, I attended local Christian schools and then Calvin College. My greatest educational influence in life was a public school teacher named Elsa Prince. While her students called her Mrs. Prince, to this day, I just call her Mom. When Dick and I became parents, education took on a whole new meaning.
We recognize that other parents were not able to make similar decisions about their children's education based on their income or the zip code in which they lived. When our oldest reached school age, we visited the Potter's House, a Christian school which serves many low-income families in my hometown. We saw the struggles and sacrifices many of these families faced when trying to choose the best educational option for their children. For me, this was not just an issue of public policy, but of national injustice. I committed to do something about it, and it's become my life's work. I applaud the great work of the Potter's House and its co-founder, John Boy, who is here with us today. He and his team of teachers are doing a great job. But here's the sad reality. In the past 28 years, the need and demand for these other options have grown unabated. I share President-elect Trump's view that it's time to shift the debate from what the system thinks is best for kids to what moms and dads want, expect, and deserve. Parents no longer believe that a one-size-fits-all model of learning meets the need of every child, and they know other options exist, whether magnet, virtual, charter, home, faith-based, or any other combination. Yet too many parents are denied access to the full range of options, choices that many of us here in this room have exercised for our own children. Why in 2017 are we still questioning parents' ability to exercise educational choice for their children? I'm a firm believer that parents should be empowered to choose the learning environment that's best for each of their individual children. The vast majority of students in this country will continue to attend public schools. If confirmed, I will be a strong advocate for great public schools. But if a school is troubled or unsafe or not a good fit for a child, perhaps they have a special need that's going unmet, we should support a parent's right to enroll their child in a high-quality alternative. It's really pretty simple. Every child in America deserves to be in a safe environment that's free from discrimination. Every student in America dreams of developing his or her unique talents and gifts. Every parent in America dreams of a future when their children have access to schools with the rigor, challenges, and safe environments that successfully prepare them for a brighter, more hopeful tomorrow. And every teacher in America dreams of breaking free from standardization so that they can deploy their unique creativity and innovate with their students. Our nation's schools are filled with talented, devoted professionals who successfully meet the needs of many, many children. But even our best schools don't work for all. This isn't the fault of teachers, but a reality that all students are unique, learn differently, and excel at their own pace. Students also face new challenges today. In particular, our high school graduates are having increasing difficulty accessing affordable higher education. Escalating tuition is pricing aspiring and talented students out of college. Others are burdened with debts that will take years or even decades to pay off. There is no magic wand to make the debt go away, but we do need to take action. It would be a mistake to shift that burden to struggling taxpayers without first addressing why tuition has gotten so high. For starters, we need to embrace new pathways of learning. For too long, a college degree has been pushed as the only avenue for a better life. The old and expensive brick, mortar, and ivy model is not the only one that will lead to a prosperous future. Craftsmanship is not a fallback, but a noble pursuit. Students should make informed choices about what type of education they want to pursue post-high school and have access to high-quality options. President-elect Trump and I agree we need to support all post-secondary avenues, including trade and vocational schools and community colleges. Of course, on every one of these issues, Congress will play a vital role. If confirmed, I look forward to working with you to enact solutions that empower parents and students, provide high-quality options, and spend tax dollars wisely. We will work together to ensure the Every Student Succeeds Act is implemented as Congress intended, with local communities freed from burdensome regulations from Washington. And I look forward to working with Congress and all stakeholders to reauthorize the Higher Education Act to meet the needs of today's college students. President-elect Trump and I know it won't be Washington, D.C. that unlocks our nation's potential, nor a bigger bureaucracy, tougher mandates, or a federal agency. The answer is local control and listening to parents, students, and teachers. For nearly 3 decades, I've been involved in education as a volunteer, an advocate for children, and a voice for parents. I've worked as an in-school mentor for students in the Grand Rapids Public Schools and have had the privilege of interacting with students and their families and teachers in ways that have changed my life and my perspective about education forever. I've worked with governors, legislators, and business and community leaders to expand educational opportunity through options that are making a lifetime of difference for hundreds of thousands of kids this year alone. And I've worked with many dedicated teachers who strive every day to help students achieve, fulfill their potential, and prepare them for the global challenges they will face. For me, it's simple. I trust parents, and I believe in our children. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. DeVos. We'll now begin our round of 5-minute questions. I'm going to defer my questions until later, so we'll begin with Senator Enzi and then to Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. DeVos. I want to welcome you here and thank you for being willing to take on this kind of a project and to appear before us. I enjoyed our meeting last month and look forward to working with you as we consider your nomination, and then after that. You're going to be dealing with a great variety of states, from high population to low population. I happen to come from the lowest population state. It has some special challenges in education, call it rural and frontier challenges. We don't allow a child to travel by more than an hour by bus to or from school. And as a result, we have some schools that have 1 or 2 students. It's a little different situation than was even envisioned with No Child Left Behind, so I'm glad that we've changed to ESSA. The federal government, there was a Quality Counts 2017 report, and I'm pleased that Wyoming was ranked number 7 out of the 50 states in that, and in the area of financing education, we were number 1. And that comes at a time when our state's going through some economical suffering because of the Obama administration's war on coal and fossil fuels and the hardworking families that support those industries. But rural and frontier has some special problems. Part of them are that the submission of some of the applications and some of the applicable reports have no bearing on what we're doing. And that's important when we have the rural aspect as well as the Wind River Indian Reservation, which has the home of 2 tribes. And every student succeeds. There are provisions to permit the Secretary to reduce the department's workforce. With the return of educational authority to the states and the elimination of federal programs, it's important that that workforce be reduced to ensure more educational funding is provided to the schools and not kept in Washington. Also, I'm troubled by the Government Accountability Office report that was issued at my request last November that showed the cost projections for the income-driven college loan repayment program are tens of billions of dollars higher than the original estimates. And those estimates were based on data and accounting methods that were deeply flawed. You'll inherit that, and the current Department of Education's data lacked transparency, omitted key information, and made other flawed assumptions. As an accountant, I was appalled. Then there's the career and technical education that you mentioned. I appreciate your emphasis on the value of craftsmanship and also technology. I just saw the movie Hidden Figures that introduced people to computers and the value of women in the workplace in NASA to get them into space. I have 1/6 of my schools that don't participate in Perkins Career Technical Education funding because the low population gives them such a low amount of funding that it isn't worth doing it, and that needs to change. So, Mrs. DeVos, one of the most important jobs you'll have is the implementation of every Student Succeeds Act. I'm pleased with what you said about it. Can you talk about your plans to engage rural and frontier states and communities in that process?
Well, Senator, thank you. Thank you for that question, and I too enjoyed our meeting in your office. I particularly enjoyed hearing a little bit about the special needs of schools like the Wapiti School that has the grizzly bear fence surrounding it. I think that is a unique need to Wyoming, certainly. But certainly rural schools and rural settings require different approaches and different options. And so I refer to the Every Student Succeeds Act, and I think the implementation of that and the Wyoming's plan for that will be particularly important to recognize the unique needs of the rural population that you have, as will many of the other states represented here in the committee. And when we think about the future, I think about the opportunity for more choices and options for those parents at a distance learning type of a situation, and the possibility that course choices or online courses could be offered in ways that they may not have been previously. And I would, if confirmed, look forward to working with you and some of your other colleagues that face those same types of challenges, such as Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski, and work with you to address the specific needs of rural communities and high rural population states.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Enzi. Senator Murray.
Mr. Chairman, it's your committee. If you want to go first.
No, I'm going. Thank you for the courtesy. I'm going to go a little later. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. DeVos, I really am troubled by some of the comments and things you said about public education and how you see the role of the department you've been nominated to lead now. And so my first question for you really is yes or no. That's all I want is a yes or no. Do you believe that the mission of the Department of Education should be to strengthen public education for all of our students?
Yes, I do.
Good. So can you commit to us tonight that you will not work to privatize public schools or cut a single penny from public education?
Senator, thanks for that question. I look forward, if confirmed, to working with you to talk about how we address the needs of all parents and all students. And we acknowledge today that not all schools are working for the students that are assigned to them. And I'm hopeful that we can work together to find common ground in ways that we can solve those issues and empower parents to make choices on behalf of their children that are right for them.
I take that as not being willing to commit to not privatizing public schools or cutting money from education.
Well, I guess I wouldn't characterize it in that way.
Well, okay. Let me ask you about conflict of interest. President-elect Trump thinks he can resolve his financial conflicts by having his family manage his interests while he's in office. Do you think it's okay for family members to profit off of companies that are directly impacted by the decisions you will make if confirmed? And yes or no?
No, I do
Good.
not.
Well, we do know that from press reports, you and your family have invested in what you call the education industry. That includes investments in SoFi, which is a student loan refinancing company, and K-12 Inc., which is a chain of for-profit online charter schools. You told this committee that you would sever ties with your family businesses if confirmed, but you also said you intend to return to these businesses owned by your family when you leave public service. So how is that different from President-elect Trump's arrangement?
Well, Senator, first of all, let me be very clear about any conflicts. Where conflicts are identified, they will be resolved. I will not be conflicted, period. I commit that to you all. And with respect to the specific ones that you cited, one of them we were aware of as we entered the process, and that is in the process of being divested. Where if there are any others that are identified, they will be appropriately divested as well.
So from your answer, I assume that you and your family intend to forego all investments in education companies from now on.
Anything that is deemed to be a conflict will not be yes, will not be a part of our investing.
Okay. How do you intend to convince this committee that no entity will feel pressure to purchase, partner, or contract with corporate or nonprofit entities you and your family invested in should you be confirmed as secretary?
I can commit to you that nobody will feel any pressure like that.
Well, as you know, this committee has not received your required paperwork from the Office of Government Ethics, and they have told me they cannot provide me assurance right now that your conflicts of interest have been identified and resolved by the office. So again, will you be providing this committee with 3 years of tax returns that we've requested?
Senator, I have provided the committee with everything that's been requested and required of the committee, and I'm frankly very proud of the team that's been working very hard on my behalf to get all of this together. And I know that the OGE is working very hard to work through my and others' confirmation processes as well, as is the department. I'm very hopeful that we will get this resolved and to a point of resolution here very soon.
Since we do not have your ethics paperwork tonight, we've not had a chance to look at it, we've not had a chance to know whether we have additional questions, would you commit to coming back before this committee once we have that from the OGE so we can ask additional questions?
I commit to making sure we have an ethics agreement resolved and reached.
Well, I hope that we have a chance, Mr. Chairman, if we have questions, to be able to follow up on that. I just have a few seconds left. You have vast wealth, obviously, and you have used it, as you have said yourself, to influence the political system and elect candidates who support your ideological agenda. If you are confirmed, I want to know if you believe it's appropriate for you and your family to continue to use its wealth to pressure state, local, and federal candidates to support your agenda.
Senator, if I am confirmed, as you know, I will not be involved and engaged in political contributions, and my husband will not be either.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Burr is deferred to Senator Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. DeVos, for your commitment to your state, your commitment to education, and for being here today, and congratulations on your nomination. I have a statement, and I'd like to ask you 3 questions in regard to that statement. This committee established a task force on government regulation and identified 59 specific burdensome regulations that engage public education, primarily higher education. Of the 59 recommendations, 12 are totally at the auspices of the Secretary of Education. They can be invalidated and changed immediately. In 2015, Senators Bennett, King, Booker, Burr, Alexander, and myself introduced a bill to drastically simplify the burdensome and aggravating application process families fill out for federal financial aid, known as FAFSA. The University of Georgia, Emory University, and Georgia Tech, 3 well-known institutions in my state, have all said this is a priority for them to move forward and simplify the process of getting our kids the best education they can get. My question is, would you commit to working with our office to advance the recommendations of the task force on higher education?
Senator, thanks for that question. I'm aware of this task force report, and it sounds like the direction that it's taken is very promising, and if confirmed, I look forward to working with you and the others who have been working on this to implement the things that are deemed appropriate to be done.
Will you work with us and commit to us that you'll work with us to implement those items identified by the task force that the Secretary herself or himself currently has the authority to change? Meaning this won't be another government report that goes on the shelf, but one that will be acted on one way or another.
You have my commitment on that, Senator.
And lastly, will you work with this committee to simplify the application for federal financial aid known as FAFSA to reduce the burden of aggravation families to take on, easier for students to apply to college and to attend college?
Indeed, I will. I know that's been a very burdensome process and application. In fact, I recall Chairman Alexander's actually unfolding the entire length of it. It's a very long process, and I would look forward to working with you to
104 questions. I remember correctly, Mr. Chairman, 104 questions. The committee came up with a 2-page, 4-question application that worked just as well, so it's an important way to improve attending college and getting financing done.
Well, and let me just say, I don't think we should make it any more difficult than absolutely necessary for students to be able to further their education.
Right answer. Is Mr. Boyd here? You referred to the Potter's House.
He is indeed.
Mr. Boyd, would you
right
stand
here.
up? Could you stand up, please? I just want to thank you for what you've done to show the kind of leadership we need to help people who otherwise don't get any help, aren't getting any help, and may be discarded through life's disposal. You've done a great job with Potter's House. We have a number of Georgia investments in Potter's House. Appreciate what you've done very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings me to this point. Ms. Murray, Senator Murray, was talking about privatizing schools and talking about the importance of the lack of importance of charter schools and the importance of protecting public education. And she talked about her goal and my goal, which we've shared with each other, and that is to work towards preparing four-year-old pre-kindergarten for every student in the country, because we think it's so important for the early learning years for kids to get access. We did it in Georgia. And how we did it in Georgia was taking faith-based educational four-year-old pre-kindergarten programs and private four-year-old pre-kindergarten programs and private institutions to provide us with the classrooms and the teachers to teach the curriculum in the new program. And today in Georgia, 61,000 four-year-old kids go to four-year-old pre-kindergarten paid for by the state that is delivered by a variety of private and public institutions and entities. My point is, if you're going to meet the challenges of public education today and have to depend solely on the resources that are available to it, you'll never get where you want to go. But if you get the private sector making an investment in public education and have seamless standards that everybody commits to, you can greatly expand the opportunity of education, greatly expand accessibility to education, and do it through using faith-based, private, and other type institutions. Would you agree with that?
I think it's a very interesting approach in Georgia that Georgia has taken, and I think it's very similar to what Florida has done as well. And as the ESSA Act is implemented, I think it will be really interesting for states to take a look at some other successful programs. And I would also look forward to working with the other agencies that are involved with some of the preschool funding of Head Start and so forth, HHS, and see if there's ways to more effectively use those monies to help kids be ready for kindergarten when they reach kindergarten.
Well, my time is up, but I just want to acknowledge in reading your testimony and talking to you in my office, I appreciate your recognition that the non-traditional student of 25 years ago has become the traditional student of today. Not every kid lives in a two-parent household. Not every kid lives in an academic and encouraged environment. We have to come up with the programs necessary to train our kids to be able to do the jobs of the 21st century in different ways all the time. Congratulations on your nomination. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Isaacson. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mrs. DeVos, thanks for being with us, and thanks for dropping into the office a few days ago.
Thank you, Senator.
Mrs. DeVos, there is a growing fear, I think, in this country that we are moving toward what some would call an oligarchic form of society, where a small number of very, very wealthy billionaires control, to a significant degree, our economic and political life. Would you be so kind as to tell us how much money your family has contributed to the Republican Party over the years?
Senator, first of all, thank you for that question. Again, was pleased to meet you in your office last week. I wish I could give you that number. I don't know.
I have heard the number was $200 million. Does that sound in the ballpark?
Collectively, between
over
my
the years,
entire
yes.
family, that's possible.
Okay. My question is, and I don't mean to be rude, but do you think if you were not a multi-billionaire, if your family has not made hundreds of millions of dollars of contributions to the Republican Party, that you would be sitting here today?
Senator, as a matter of fact, I do think that there would be that possibility. I've worked very hard on behalf of parents and children for the last almost 30 years to be a voice for parents and to voice for students and to empower parents to make decisions on behalf of their children, primarily low-income children.
Thank you. In your statement, your prepared statement, you say, and I quote, "Students should make informed choices about what type of education they want to pursue post-high school and have access to high-quality options." Some of us believe that we should make public colleges and universities tuition-free so that every young person in this country, regardless of income, does have that option. That's not the case today. Will you work with me and others to make public colleges and universities tuition-free through federal and state efforts?
Senator, I think that's a really interesting idea, and it's really great to consider and think about. But I think we also have to consider the fact that there's nothing in life that's truly free. Somebody's going to pay for it, and so...
Oh, yes, you're right. You're
and
right.
so
Somebody
I would-
will pay for it, but that takes us to another issue.
I think
And
if-
that is, if I may, and that is, right now, we have proposals in front of us to substantially lower tax breaks for billionaires in this country, while at the same time, low-income kids can't afford to go to college. Do you think that makes sense?
Senator, I think if your question is really around how can we help college and higher education be more affordable for young people as they anticipate
Actually, that wasn't my question. My question is, should we make public colleges and universities tuition-free so that every family in America, regardless of income, will have the ability to have their kids get a higher education? That was my question.
Senator, I think we can work together, and we could work hard on making sure that college or higher education in some form is affordable for all young people that want to pursue it. And I would look forward to that opportunity if confirmed.
Would you agree with me that if there is a mom watching this hearing who makes $30,000, $40,000 a year, single mom perhaps, who has to pay $10,000 or $15,000 a year for childcare for her daughter, that is a burden that is almost impossible to deal with? What are your proposals about making childcare universal for our working families? Do you have ideas on that? Do you agree with that idea?
That certainly is a burden, and I can understand the challenge that family, that young mother would face in deciding how to best serve her child's needs. Again, I think if we're talking about the future of that child and their education, I would look forward to working with you. I know we have common ground on a lot of things, and we could find ways to work together to ensure that that young mom's child will have a great opportunity for a great education in the future.
There are countries around the world which do provide universal, very inexpensive or free childcare. Would you work with me in moving our government in that direction?
Senator, again, I feel very strongly about the importance of young families having an opportunity for good child care for their children. I'm not sure that
But it's
that's
not a
part of
question
the
of an
education
opportunity.
department.
It's a question of being able, very often my Republican friends talk about opportunity. But it's not a question of opportunity. It's a question of being able to afford it. How do we help somebody who's making $8 or $9 an hour at a time when we can't raise the minimum wage here because of Republican opposition? How do we make sure that those moms can get quality child care that they can afford?
Well, I would look forward to helping that mom get a quality education for their child or their children so that they could look forward to a bright and hopeful future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. We're going next to Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're certainly happy to have you here, Ms. DeVos, and I appreciate the abilities that you've exemplified, the eleemosynary work of your family, the care that you have for education, the hard work that you've done. I have to say, there are very few people in this country could even come close to what you've done. Let me just say I welcome you to the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today to consider your nomination to serve as Secretary of Education. I appreciate your commitment to expanding opportunities for all children and your tireless work in the field of education. Your record of service is in line with Utah values, especially your commitment to restoring local autonomy over schools. Those closest to students know what is best for their education. A truth you have championed as a reformer. This committee's support and passage of the Every Student Succeeds Act illustrates that these values are not unique to you and me, but are instead shared by many of my colleagues who care for education as a reality. All I can say is many of my colleagues' selections for this position have worked very hard to try and make sure that good people serve in these positions, not just people with stereotypical education, but those who might bring really new things to the forefront. And I hope, all I can say is that we've helped many of our colleagues we've ushered them through this process on both sides of the floor, and I hope my colleagues will extend the same courtesy to you. I also believe in extending presidential selections the benefit of the doubt, recognizing, for example, that a person's views as a private citizen do not necessarily reflect their future actions as a holder of public office. From my private conversations with you, I trust that you will not force particular policies on states, unlike what some in education do. Your predecessors have done, in some cases, in violation of congressional intent. I also recognize that support for parental choice for all students is not an attack on public education. My children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren have attended public education as a reality, and I have to say that they've attended these schools, and I believe that you share my commitment to ensuring that every child receives a quality education, regardless of the type of school they attend. Now, I've spent my entire service here fighting to make equity in education a reality, and I believe that you will be an indispensable partner in this fight. And I look forward to working with you on the priorities that are important to the people of Utah, including increasing transparency, accountability, and access to higher education, as well as increasing innovation and evidence-based reforms. Unlike others here who may be interested in attacking your donations, I know you want to do right by all children, so I will stick to focusing on how we can work together on sound policy. Now, right now, the Department of Education does not have a uniform measure for describing whether borrowers are repaying their loans. According to the confusion, the department is using a different borrower repayment rate methodology for each policy it comes up with. The uniform metric might prove helpful in making information available to Congress, the higher education community, and the public about the success of former students in repaying their federal student loan debts. Now, this information could also tell us the extent to which student loan repayment rates vary across institutions. I believe students should have access to a wide variety of data when choosing a school, just like they would when choosing a car. Greater access to information would lead to wise decision-making when choosing an institution. Now, do you support increasing transparency and transparency regarding loan results for students and parents to use when deciding upon a post-secondary school?
Senator, thank you. Thank you for that question and for your kind comments. I agree with you 100% that the issue of student debt and the amount of student debt, over $1.3 trillion right now, up almost 1,000% in the last 8 years. It's a very serious issue, and one which we all have to, I think, pay a very close attention to and resolve in some way. And if confirmed, I certainly will look forward to working with you and your colleagues on ways to get after this issue, the issue of the cost of education as well as debt repayment kind of go hand in hand, and I will look forward to working with you and your colleagues should I be confirmed.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you'll be confirmed, and I think you'll make a great secretary.
Thank you, Senator Hatch. Senator Casey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Put me on record as asking for a second round as well. I know that's under consideration. Ms. DeVos, thank you.
It's not under consideration, but I'll be glad to put you on record.
We'll keep trying. Ms. DeVos, thank you for being here, and appreciate you and your family being with us tonight. I wanted to start with a basic question. Would you agree with me that the problem, and that's an understatement in my judgment, but the problem of sexual assault on college campuses is a significant problem that we should take action on?
Senator, thank you for that question. I agree with you that sexual assault in any form or in any place is a problem, and no disagreement there.
Second question is, would you uphold, let me give you a little background here that you might know. In 2011, the Department of Education issued guidance on Title IX by this administration, the current administration. I'd ask you, would you uphold that 2011 Title IX guidance as it relates to sexual assault on campus?
Well, Senator, I know that there's a lot of conflicting ideas and opinions around that guidance, and if confirmed, I would look forward to working with you and your colleagues and understand the range of opinions and understand the issues from the higher ed institutions that are charged with resolving these and addressing them, and I would look forward to working together to find some resolutions.
Well, I agree with the guidance, so I'm just asking for a yes or no. I guess you're not going to give me a yes or no answer on committing to upholding that guidance.
It would be premature for me to do that today.
This problem is, to say it's an epidemic, I think, is also an understatement. The Centers for Disease Control told us back in 2009 that 1 in 5 women are the victims of sexual assault on campus, and yet a lot of those women who were in that 1 in 5 never have an opportunity or never report incidents. So it's a major problem for women. In so many ways, it's the ultimate betrayal. Parents for generations have told their daughters, study hard in school, get good grades, because when you get good grades, you might have an opportunity to go to college, and if you go to college, the world is open to you, and you can succeed by having higher education. But too often, and it happens every year on many campuses around the country, too often a young woman is a victim, sometimes in the first day she's there, or the first week, and sometimes over the course of her first year. And her life is destroyed by that. So we have a long way to go to addressing this problem. We took some good action on this issue as part of the Violence Against Women Act. It just happened to be my bill that got passed into law, the so-called Campus Save Act. What we did in that bill was, for the first time, say to colleges and universities, you have to do more than you're doing, certainly on one broad topic of prevention and on awareness. So young men on the campus who are the perpetrators of this have to be part of the solution. They have to be part of bystander education, a preventative strategy. But in addition to all kinds of transparency and requirements, this is what the Act did for women, or for victims, I should say, or victims of assault. Colleges and universities must provide clear statements regarding the procedures followed. They must do more than they had been doing when it comes to enforcement. And in particular, with regard to victims, it says the college or university must indicate to the victim her right to notify law enforcement, should the victim choose to, that the obligation, the institution has an obligation to help the victim report the incident to law enforcement, including helping her get a protective order, among other things that the school has to do. So that's what the law is now, based upon my bill. The fall of 2015, this went into effect across the country. There's an organization called the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. They support a bill that would totally change that. They would force a victim to go to police departments to report, and they would change the standard of evidence. Would you commit, as Secretary of Education, to retaining the standard of evidence that is currently the law?
Well, Senator, let me just say my mom's heart is really piqued on this issue. Assault in any form is never okay, and I just want to be very clear on that. And so, if confirmed, I look forward to understanding the past actions and the current situation better, and to ensuring that the intent of the law is actually carried out in a way that that recognizes both the victim, the rights of the victims as well as those who are accused as well, and that the
I'm out of time, but let me
institutions-
just, the organization that has that position, which is contrary to the law, current law, and contrary to the spirit of what we try to do in that piece of legislation, is a recipient of donations from you totaling about $25,000 over 4 years. I hope that's not a conflict of interest, but I would hope that you would make a definitive commitment as the nominee to enforce the law as it relates to sexual assault on college campuses. And I'll send you more questions about it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Casey. Senator Paul.
Congratulations, Mr. DeVos, and thanks for your testimony. I grew up and went to public schools and got a great education, and big fan of public schools. My kids have gone to public schools, but there are also some public schools that aren't doing very well. You know, even the Department of Education says about half of them aren't doing very well, and half the kids that are dropping out are kids of color. So I commend you for your work, trying to help lower-income kids and trying to help everybody get a better education. But I think the status quo just isn't really working. I have traveled to a lot of schools, though, and been amazed at some of the schools. I went to Josephinum in Chicago, St. Anthony's in Milwaukee, Boys Latin School in Philadelphia, and just amazing success stories. And you see the success in front of you where 100% of the kids are going to college. Just amazing stories where, you know, 50, 40, 30% maybe of their contemporaries in their community are going. So there are great successes. But I think we need to think about the kids. People get so caught up in, oh, I don't want any religious schools or only private schools and all of this. And it's like, look at the kids and look at the success there. But I thought maybe if you take a couple of minutes and tell us about some of the things you've seen in Michigan, schools that you've either visited that are a success or just some of what you've seen that has excited you about the potential that all these kids do have potential and we shouldn't leave them, you know, behind.
Well, thank you, Senator. Thanks for that opportunity. I would love to talk about some of the schools and some of the individuals that I have seen benefit from the success of being able to choose the right educational setting. And I've already mentioned the Potter's House School and John Boy, who's with us here today. That's a school I regularly visit. The students there come from a multitude of different countries, speak many different languages, and most of them are from very, very low-income circumstances. And it's just amazing to see the transformation that those students have in going through their Potter's House years. There's another student here right behind me, Denisha Merriweather, whom I've gotten to know the last few years, who is the recipient of a tax credit scholarship program in the state of Florida. Denisha will tell you very promptly that she had a very troubled early childhood in her grade school years. I think she was kicked out multiple times before her godmother actually finally found a school that was going to work for her, and the transformation was just almost overnight. Denisha's the first in her family to have graduated high school. She's graduated college, and in May she's going to get her master's in social work degree. So she's just a tremendous example of what can happen when you get an opportunity to go to the right school. Nydia Salazar is also here, and she has her mom took her and emigrated from Peru because of the opportunity. She knew she would have a much greater opportunity to succeed and thrive, and so Nydia has been the beneficiary of a tax credit scholarship program in Arizona, and she's now in college and pursuing a higher education there. Those are two students. There's many schools that I see that are doing amazing things, actually trying new and innovative ways of approaching education for children. And one of them I'd love to mention is called Acton Academy, and it's truly a unique model in that it's totally student-directed. They form their own constitution, and there's no teacher in the classroom. There's just a coach or a guide, and the guide cannot answer questions. They can only pose a question back to the students. And the results from this Acton Academy are simply amazing. And the school is actually proliferating pretty rapidly throughout the country. So those are just a few examples, but I could give you dozens more.
Well, and is in putting a face on it and meeting these kids and seeing that they're going to succeed and looking them in the eye and knowing that these young ladies are going to succeed is an amazing thing. And for those who have this philosophic hatred for vouchers and school choice and things, watch the movie Waiting for Superman and see the mom with tears down her face whose child got the lottery and won to get in a good school, and then the one who didn't get in. And Senator Alexander and I went to a KIPP charter school in Nashville, and we met a young woman there. She's got a full scholarship to Boston College, and I'll never forget, here we are, we like to talk to the media. The media didn't want to talk to us at all. They wanted to talk to this young lady because she was just an amazing success story. But I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Paul. Senator Franken.
Yes, I'm a member of the Minnesota DFL party, the party that the chairman invoked at the beginning of this hearing. Charter schools are not the issue here. Minnesota is thoroughly in the mainstream. There are 37 states in this country that constitutionally prohibit the use of public school money for religious schools. So it is a DFL party in Minnesota, thank you very much, that is in the mainstream, and not our witness or the chairman. Senator Lieberman mentioned proficiency in the NAEP test, and it just reminded me of this. When I first got in the Senate in 2009, I had a roundtable of principals, and one of the principals in Minnesota, and he said, we think of the NCLB tests as autopsies. And I knew exactly what he meant, because what he was saying is that the students take the test in late April. If they're lucky, they get them back in late June. The teachers can't use the results to inform their instruction. So I saw that in Minnesota, that in addition to the NCLB test, a lot of schools, majority of schools, were taking a computer adaptive test. A computer test so you get the results right away, and adaptive so that you can measure outside of grade level. And this brings me to the issue of proficiency, which the senator cited, versus growth. And I would like your views on the relative advantage of measuring, doing assessments and using them to measure proficiency or to measure growth.
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. I think if I'm understanding your question correctly around proficiency, I would also correlate it to competency and mastery, so that each student is measured according to the advancement that they're making in each subject area.
Well, that's growth. That's not proficiency. So in other words, the growth they're making is in growth. The proficiency is an arbitrary standard.
If they've reached a level, the proficiency is if they've reached a like third grade level for reading, et cetera.
No, I'm talking about the debate between proficiency and growth.
Yes.
And what your thoughts are on them.
Well, I was just asking to clarify then.
Well, this is a subject that has been debated in the education community for years. And I've advocated growth, as the chairman and every member of this committee knows, because with proficiency, teachers ignore the kids at the top who are not going to fall below proficiency, and they ignore the kid at the bottom who, no matter what they do, will never get to proficiency. So I've been an advocate of growth. But it surprises me that you don't know this issue. And, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good reason for us to have more questions, because this is a very important subject, education, our kids' education. And I think we're selling our kids short by not being able to have a debate on it. And I didn't know of any rule about this, everyone gets one question and then one other senator gets a question. I don't know where that rule comes from.
Well, I'll tell you where it comes from, Senator Franken. It comes from the committee precedent and the way we treated President Obama's nominees, John King, and the way we treated Arnie Duncan, and the way I was treated when I was a secretary.
But
I'm
all
going
of
to
us
apply,
have more
I'm applying the same rules to them, to Secretary DeVos, or to Mrs. DeVos.
Well, I think we're selling our kids short by not being able to ask follow-up questions, and I was kind of surprised. Well, I'm not that surprised that you did not know this issue. Ms. DeVos, your family has a long history of supporting anti-LGBT causes, including donating millions of dollars to groups that push conversion therapy, the practice of trying to change someone's sexual orientation or gender identity. For example, you and your family have given over $10 million to Focus on the Family, an organization that currently states on its website that, quote, homosexual strugglers can and do change their sexual behavior and identity. Mrs. DeVos, conversion therapy has been widely discredited and rejected for decades by every mainstream medical and mental health organization as neither medically nor ethically appropriate. It has been shown to lead to depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and suicide, particularly in LGBT youth. In fact, many of the leaders and founders of conversion therapy, including both religious ministries and mental health professionals, have not only publicly renounced it, but have issued formal apologies for their work and how harmful it has been to the individuals involved. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this be included in the record.
It will be.
Mrs. DeVos, do you still believe in conversion therapy?
Senator Franken, I've never believed in that. First of all, let me say I fully embrace equality, and I believe in the innate value of every single human being, and that all students, no matter their age, should be able to attend a school and feel safe and be free of discrimination. So let's start there. And let me just say that your characterization of contributions, I don't think accurately reflects those of my family. I don't.
Well, you've been...
I would hope that you wouldn't include other family members beyond my core family.
Well, in terms of throwing numbers around, you said that student debt has increased by 1,000% since
980% in 8 years.
I'm sorry?
980%.
That's just not so.
1,000.
It's increased 118% in the past 8 years.
Well,
So I'm just asking, if you're challenging my figures, I would ask that you get your figures straight about education policy, and that's why we want more questions, because we want to know if this person that we are entrusting, or may entrust to be the Secretary of Education, if she has the breadth and depth of knowledge that we would expect from someone who has that important important job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Franken. I had as many disagreements with Secretary King as you apparently do with Mrs. DeVos, and we're treating her in exactly the same way that we treated him. And I think that's what I would call the golden rule. I
did not hear one member of the committee asked to ask more questions. And here, virtually every member of the minority is asking to ask more questions. And that's a very substantial difference.
We have, because you've got a nominee of the Republican Party, we're not going to treat a Republican nominee differently than we treat a Democratic nominee. We've had the same situation with both of President Obama's nominees. So we'll go to the next.
Chairman, I do want to put in the record that Michael Levitt had 2 rounds.
Michael Levitt was never the education secretary.
Well, Rod Page under Bush had 10-minute rounds. There is other precedent, so that's why my members really are asking.
I appreciate that, Senator Murray, and I appreciate your saying that. I'm trying to be fair by treating Mrs. DeVos in the same way we treated both of President Obama's education nominees. We'll go next to Senator Cassidy.
Mrs. DeVos, thanks. Good to see you again. Enjoyed our meeting in anticipation of this. I'm really struck the kind of reaction your nomination has elicited. So let me just ask some questions. Do you support public education?
Absolutely, Senator.
Man, that's amazing. You would think some would have us think that you do not. Do you believe that all children deserve to have the opportunity to receive quality education?
Absolutely, I do.
Do you support the rights of all children, regardless of income or race? By the way, this means a lot to me, this next one, to have the option to choose the school that meets their child's needs?
Absolutely, I do, and I commend you and your wife for the school that you've started that's specifically focused on dyslexic students.
I will tell you, by the way, my son is very bright, graduated from, speaking of dyslexia, graduated from an inner city school, public school, and then graduated with honors from some fancy school northeast. And my daughter, who has dyslexia, we're able to pay the tuition so that she can have her needs addressed. And not all parents can pay that tuition, so it matters very much to me that a parent, regardless of her income, can get her child's needs addressed. So thank you for doing that. Just a few more. Do you support the belief that decisions affecting our children's education are best left to the states and locals to decide, to allow them to tailor the education policies and programs that best meet the needs of their students?
I do indeed.
Oh my gosh. Do you view the role of the U.S. Secretary of Education as an opportunity to advance your personal education views and agenda?
Not mine personally. I'm going to hopefully be able to advance this President-elect's and also the views of many, many parents nationally.
As Secretary of Education, is it your intention to undermine our nation's public education system?
Not at all.
As Secretary, will you carry out the implementation of federal education laws in a way that reflects the very letter and intent of the law?
Indeed.
Do you intend to mandate, direct, coerce, or control any state, local school district, or school on any education program that is specifically prohibited by the Secretary in federal law, one such example being Common Core?
No.
Do you intend to mandate, direct, coerce, or control any state, local school district, or school to require school choice policies, including private school vouchers or scholarships?
No.
Now, let's just clear that for the record. Next, you mentioned dyslexia. I am passionate about it. 20% of us are dyslexics, 20%. I'm told that 1 out of 4 children of color by age 4 read substantially, by 4th grade, read substantially below grade level. That's important because we learn to read, then we read to learn. If you've not learned to read, you're behind the 8 ball. So that is an issue I'm passionate about. As Secretary of Education, will you commit to working with me and others to find common ways to promote better awareness and understanding of dyslexia? And will you commit to working with me and this committee to develop better federal education policies to ensure that dyslexic children and all students with differences have the resources they need?
I would look forward to that opportunity, Senator.
Now, as Secretary, you may not agree to this one or not. Will you commit to working with me and this committee to develop new federal policies that will ensure the early screening for dyslexia in school are universal screenings for all students in school to ensure that any learning differences are diagnosed early and that the appropriate services are provided to students?
I would look forward to exploring that with you to see whether that's a federal role or whether that's best left to the states, but I would look forward to that opportunity.
That is a fair answer. I have a couple more I could ask, but this meeting is going long. I will thank you for your answers, and I will yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in view of how fair you've been to me and to other members of the committee, it pains me to say this. I really wish we had a second round of questions, too. I really wish we had the tax returns from this nominee. I don't believe you are a precedent for this. When you became, when you were the nominee, you had been a governor, you'd been the president of a university. John King had been a school principal, had been the commissioner of education of the state of New York. Arnie Duncan had been the superintendent of the Chicago Public Schools. Those were the experiences they brought to their committee hearing, and their records were well known and well established. There is no way in the period of time we have here that we're going to be able to elicit that level of background. So I would ask that some consideration be given to our having additional questions, and that the tax returns be made available to the committee. I want to thank Mrs. DeVos for your willingness to serve and for being here, for your passion about education for your family as well. I agree with you, and the committee members know this, that our public school system is not working for too many of our kids, particularly those living in poverty. I think that's utterly unacceptable, and the fact that we don't pay attention to it, the fact that we treat America's children like they're someone else's children, I think is something that this generation is going to have to pay for in the future. Every kid in this country should have access to a great public school. I support parents' choices among high-quality public schools and charter schools, and I think plays a critical role in education. But the goal for me has never been school choice for its own end. The goal is high-quality public schools where every kid in every neighborhood can receive a great education. For a kid from a low-income family, there's no difference between, there may be a philosophical difference, but there's no practical difference between forced to attend a terrible school and being given a chance to choose among 5 terrible schools. That's no choice at all, and it's certainly not a meaningful one. In Denver, we made a different deal. A deal that said we're going to create a public choice system, we're going to authorize charters, we're going to create innovation schools and strengthen traditional schools. But without exception, we demanded quality and implemented strong accountability. And as far as I can tell, Detroit and Michigan, to a degree, has followed exactly the opposite path. According to one analysis, the Detroit public schools, and by the way, it's not easy to figure this out because there's so little accountability in Michigan. The Detroit public schools average 9%. 9% of the kids are proficient. The charter schools do a little better. 14% of the kids are proficient. I'll stipulate that the charter schools are doing better, but that's a horrible outcome for everybody involved. According to an Education Trust report, 2013, the majority of charter schools in Michigan performed worse than the Detroit public schools when it came to African American students in 8th grade math. Nearly half of charter schools in Michigan ranked in the bottom quarter of all schools statewide. So my question is this, not a false choice about whether we should have choice or whether we shouldn't have choice. We should have choice. But what you've learned in the last 20 years of this work in Michigan that has changed your mind about what it is that kids need in America in the 21st century.
Senator, thank you for that question. And first of all, I look forward to correcting some of the record regarding Detroit. And I think it's really important, first of all, to put Detroit in context. In 1950, there were 1.8 million people living in the city of Detroit. Today, there's less than 700,000, 675,000 roughly. Anyone with any means in the city of Detroit has basically, with school-age students, has basically left the city. And the students, there today.
With respect, I'm not asking for a history of Detroit. What I'd like to know, what I asked about was the last 20 years of school reform that you've been so involved with in Michigan.
Yes, but you were referring specifically to the Detroit schools. And
right.
The reality today is that 8 out of 10 students in Detroit are living in poverty. Nobody accepts that the results in Detroit overall are acceptable. There's clearly room for a lot more improvement, but the reality is that more than half of the
I'm sorry. I'm sensitive because I'm not going to get a second round of questions. What have you learned about the failures of the Detroit public schools and Detroit charter schools that has informed your decision making as the Secretary of Education? What went wrong there that's going to go right in cities all across America as a result of your philosophy about how we ought to move the country forward?
Actually, I believe that there's a lot that has gone right in Detroit and in Michigan with regard to charter schools. And the notion that there hasn't been accountability is just wrong. It's it's false news. It's not correct at all. The reality is that charter schools in Michigan have been accountable, fully accountable to their overseeing bodies and to the state since their history.
If that's true, why are there so many failing charter schools in Michigan?
122 charter schools have been closed since charter schools came into existence in Michigan. And the reality today is that students attending charter schools in the city of Detroit are getting 3 months on average more learning than their counterparts in the traditional public schools. The recent legislation that was passed now actually brings all schools in Detroit under accountability, including the traditional schools. Heretofore, there's never been a traditional public school that's been closed due to poor performance. And so finally, for the people of Detroit, there is accountability across the board. And I'm pleased and
Mr.
thankful
Chairman,
that that's the case.
I'm out of time, and I apologize. I'd like to say this, Mrs. DeVos, thank you for your willingness to do this, and I'd like to invite you to Denver, to the Denver Public Schools, if you'd be willing to come to see what we're working on there.
I would love to do that.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mrs. DeVos, I thank you so much for putting yourself forward for this position. I think you'll make a fine Secretary of Education. I'd like to bring up to your attention something we discussed in our office, and we spent quite a bit of time talking about teachers. I think you actually started talking about teachers, and it was encouraging here today that in your prepared remarks you said we're blessed beyond measure by educators who pour themselves into their students. I shared with you, I'm a father of 4 young children, age 10 and under, and I've really come to appreciate how essential it is to have prepared teachers who are empowered to do their very best work and immersed in an atmosphere that's supportive. That's my objective in part in sitting on this committee is to try and play a constructive role in that process, hopefully working with you. My wife, her family is full of teachers. In fact, a number of them are still teaching today in a low-income town in Indiana, Paoli, Indiana. I like to look to the evidence, and I'm always open to evidence from all comers. But there's a 2007 study, not all that dated, by McKinsey and Company. They examined education systems all around the world to try and figure out what works, what makes for an effective education environment. And it wasn't the amount of money spent per student. In fact, we've tried that in this country. In 1970, the cost to educate a student was roughly $57,000. Adjusting for inflation, 40 years later, it was $165,000 per student. So we know right there it's not money. But what McKinsey found, that one of the most important factor was the quality of our teachers. I feel very strongly that we need to remove barriers to quality teaching and enable and equip these teachers to do their very best work. And as someone who's studied this issue extensively, I'd just like to get your thoughts on how we might do that.
Well, thank you, Senator, and I did enjoy our meeting in your office as well, talking about some of these issues. I believe, first, let me restate again that a quality teacher cannot be, the importance of a quality teacher cannot be overstated. And I think that the opportunities abound for empowering and re-empowering teachers in a new way, unleashing and unencumbering them with a lot of rules and regulations today that really prohibit and inhibit creativity and innovation with their students. You know, when you take a step back and look at how we deliver education today, for the most part, it hasn't changed significantly in a century and a half. And yet, the world has changed significantly. And so I think that there's a great opportunity, and this goes for teachers of all kinds of schools and all varieties, and that is to really empower them in a new way to do what they do best. And I know that in a couple of the states that when charter schools were actually introduced, those that founded the charter schools were actually teachers who were wanting to express themselves in a different way and found a new opportunity to unleash from their previous circumstances.
Thanks. In my remaining 90 seconds here, I'll just emphasize that I've spent the last 4 years in the House of Representatives focused in the main on trying to ascertain whether or not our social support programs, those programs that are targeted towards helping the poor, the needy, the vulnerable, those who need a hand up in society, whether or not those programs are working. And what I discovered is there are roughly 80 of these programs, depending upon how you count them. Of those 80, only 12 have ever been rigorously evaluated using the gold standard of evaluation, randomized controlled trial, multi-site, and of those 12, only one has been found to meaningfully work, and even that one's a bit complicated. So we need to apply evidence-based approaches to the education system in the same sort of way, and just stare at the evidence and let it guide us accordingly, hopefully in a bipartisan way. And do I have your assurance that you'll operate in this fashion? It's a threshold issue for me.
Absolutely, Senator. I think it's a great opportunity, and if confirmed, I would look forward to working with you on that.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Young. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Ms. DeVos. Welcome to the committee. It is reputed, at least, that Sigmund Freud said there are times when a cigar is just a cigar. And there are times when charter schools are just charter schools. And I think when that's the case, everybody in this room supports them. Certainly we have a very strong charter school community in Rhode Island. But there are times when it appears that charter schools are used as a wedge to attack public education. And the signals of that tend to be that failing charter schools are protected compared to failing public schools, that the standards really aren't there. As I said, in Rhode Island, we demand a lot of our charter schools. They succeed very well. We are proud of them. But I have read that 80% of charter schools in Michigan are run by for-profit entities, and most of them perform below the state average, suggesting that a failing charter school is automatically better than a successful traditional public school in the view of that system. And we in Rhode Island wouldn't want to see that system moved into Rhode Island or moved to a national level. Second signal is when the charter school advocates fail to recognize, as I believe you have actually recognized, that there are ongoing costs and responsibilities that a traditional public school must continue to shoulder, even as students leave with their funding for charter schools. And that is so clear a proposition now that the investment service Moody's has written about it and talked about the danger of a downward spiral because it actually adds cost when you have to maintain the public traditional school and the charter school until the system can adjust. Can you assure us that your desire for charter schools is sincere and that as the Secretary of Education, you will steer away from efforts to deny traditional public schools the funding that they need to manage the charter school transition, and that you will make sure that charter schools have to live up to their promise and you're not just going after traditional public schools when they are failing?
Senator, thanks for that question. Let me just begin by again stating that my advocacy and my orientation is really around parents and students and their choosing the right education for their children. And so when parents choose charter schools, they're doing so because they think that it's a better spot for their children. And you have my commitment that I will be an advocate for all great schools, no matter their form, their version. I will be an advocate for parents being able to make those choices because they're the primary educator for their children.
I get that, but the question is, do you understand that when the parent makes that choice and the child moves to the charter school and the funding moves with the child, that leaves a funding gap at the previous school that it can't instantaneously or magically fill? That is a real problem that Moody's
Indeed, and I think, I think this is a good example of an issue that is best addressed at the state level by each state and acknowledging that each state will have unique circumstances in that regard.
The problem is that it will be hard to address that at the state level if you make the federal Department of Education a crusader for moving kids to charter schools without any recognition of the legacy costs of the public school system. If it is your intention to create a downward spiral, that is not solved by different state policies. That's where we need you as Secretary of Education to commit to recognize that there is this problem and that you will keep in mind not only the charter schools and the parents going there,
but the traditional schools and the parents staying there?
Well, certainly, I think, as we spoke in your office, I think that this is an issue, and it's probably unique to some states more than it is to others. But again, I will refer back to the implementation of the Every Student Succeeds Act and the opportunities that states have to address the unique challenges of their states. I will be a crusader for parents and students and the quality of their education, not for specific systems and not for specific arrangements of how school is delivered.
Let me ask you just one other quick question. For 10 years, you served on the board of the Acton Institute for the Study of Religion and Liberty, which calls climate change unfounded and of undue concern. You and your husband have contributed to the Thomas More Law Center, touting itself as the sword and shield for people of faith, which has repeatedly promoted fake science, even going so far as to represent the Dover Area School District of Pennsylvania in a lawsuit over the adoption of a biology textbook including intelligent design. The S in STEM, which everybody is for, is science. If school districts around the country try to teach students junk science, will the Department of Education be with the students or with the political entities trying to force the junk science into the science programs?
Well, Senator, I think it's pretty clear that the expectation is that science is taught in public schools, and I support the teaching of great science, and especially science that is that allows students to exercise critical thinking and to really discover and examine in new ways. And science is to be supported at all levels.
I would have liked, Mr. Chairman, to make some inquiries about Pell Grants, to follow up on some of these answers which were directed towards the question but maybe not completely responsive to the question, and to ask about where the department will go on this nightmarish problem of college for-profits that have taken these kids and robbed them of their education, robbed them of their money, and set them loose with a piece of paper that isn't worth anything. And I believe this is, as I said, I'm very fond of you, and I'm very fond of this committee, and I don't recall ever being told that I could never have a second round in a hearing as a matter of principle before.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. I'm going to take my 5-minute round now and go back to something that Mrs. DeVos brought up and something that several senators have brought up. I want to talk about the law that the President called the Christmas miracle that this committee produced, which fixed No Child Left Behind, that was passed in December 2015. Under the current administration, the plans are, under the law we call ESSA. Senator Franken may have been the first person to suggest that, but the plan we call... No. 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 I should have known better. Yeah, I know. The department is on a path to say to states, go ahead and, every state will have to get their new Title I plan in to get their federal money and their Title II plan, which is really a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of the innovation states have wanted and the flexibility that we have given them. The current administration is on a path to say to states, get your plans in, and we'll approve them in the spring or in the summer, and you can then implement the plans in the school year that begins next year. Is it your intention to continue on that path, on that schedule?
Absolutely, Senator, and if there's any confusion or question around transition, rest assured it would be a high priority, if confirmed, for me to ensure that the plan is adhered to and that the law is implemented as you all intended.
My guess is in most of our states, plans are being circulated among various groups, and people will, if you are confirmed, people will be looking for a signal from you that go ahead and get your plan in spring and summer, and we'll try to approve it or consider it so that you can get on in the next year. My second question is, As you can tell, we have some considerable differences of opinion here in the committee, and we resolved them well enough to pass a bill that I think 85 of us voted for. We worked out some difficult issues. We even put what Senator Murray likes to call guardrails on the states, and what we like, and we even put some guardrails on the Secretary of Education, which my colleagues on the Democratic side may now think better of that we did that. But what is your attitude toward respecting the authority that Congress gives you and trying to implement the law according to the way it's written rather than trying to legislate from where you are? For example, you believe very strongly in giving low-income parents more choices of schools. We debated that and only got 45 votes for Senator Scott's bill and for my bill, so it's not in the law. Would you then try to write a regulation to implement that through the U.S. Department of Education, even though Congress couldn't do it?
Senator, it would be my goal, if confirmed, to implement laws as you intended them. I acknowledge that it's your role to write laws and pass laws, and it would be the department's role to implement as intended, and that's my commitment.
So you wouldn't be, no matter how strongly you feel about school choice, for example, you wouldn't be prepared to mandate Washington State or Tennessee to adopt a particular school choice plan?
No, I would hope I could convince you all of the merit of that in maybe some future legislation, but certainly not any kind of mandate from within the department.
The scholarship for kids legislation that I proposed that got 45 votes, which wasn't enough, and that Senator Scott proposed a more limited version, which had to do with students with disabilities, basically said that we could take the $24 billion of federal dollars we now spend, $24 billion of the federal dollars we now spend, and a state could choose to take its share of that money and turn it into $2,100 scholarships and let it follow the students to the schools that the state chose. So if the state did not approve of dollars going to private schools or religious schools that were accredited, it didn't have to do that. Or if a state did that, which I think 25 do, it could do that. So in that case, it would allow the states to make the decision and the parents to make the choice rather than Washington giving an order that you have to do school choice. Is that the kind of school choice proposal that you would support or not?
Yes, absolutely. And we've seen a wide variety of approaches to school choice, including private school choice in the now 25 states in which programs exist. And so I think it would really be dependent on each state's political realities and culture and you know how they wanted to approach that opportunity and that option, or if they wanted to expand it, that would be another alternative as well.
Thank you. Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to weigh in also that I hope that we will get additional opportunity to ask questions. I would like it to be not in writing, but to give the American people a chance to hear the exchange and responses. Mr. Chairman, I also associate myself with the concerns raised by our ranking member regarding the holding of this hearing prior to receipt of the Office of Government Ethics plan for elimination of possible conflicts of interest. And Mrs. DeVos, you had the chance to answer questions already about your and your family's indirect investments in education-related for-profit companies, including social finance and Performant, which I understand to be a collection agency that specializes in student debt collection. So I won't repeat those there, but let me get to that ethics agreement that will be forthcoming. One decision you will need to make is whether to take advantage of Section 1043 of the Internal Revenue Code, which allows you to defer capital gains taxes on the sale of assets divested in order to comply with ethics rules. This provision can allow wealthy individuals to save hundreds of millions of dollars. It's why, when I became aware of this, that I joined Senators Whitehouse and Warren on this committee, as well as our colleague Senator Feinstein, in introducing a bill to close this loophole, or at least limit it, the amount of capital gains that could be deferred to $1 million. Because we don't have your financial information yet from the Office of Government Ethics, my question to you is, are you planning on taking advantage of this tax loophole?
Senator, thank you for that question. Let me just restate again that I look forward to the ethics agreement finalization with the Office of Government Ethics, and am committed to ensuring that I have no conflicts and will go forward with no conflicts. With respect to your specific question, I do not intend to take advantage of that loophole. I've already made that conclusion, that decision. And in fact, it probably would be useful to note here that, again, if confirmed, I will only take a salary of $1 so I can be official, but I don't intend to take a salary either.
I also listened carefully to your opening statement and your exchange with Senator Franken related to your sizable donations to a number of anti-LGBT organizations that have been associated with advocacy for the discredited practice of conversion therapy. I was heartened by your response, I will say. But I would note that these same organizations, anti-LGBT organizations, also have been hostile to non-discrimination protections, issues like adoption, marriage equality. Given the alarm that parents have expressed to me about these donations to anti-LGBT organizations, I guess I want to ask, I assume that there are LGBT students and their parents watching tonight. What would you say to them to assure them that you're going to use your position as secretary to support LGBT students or students with LGBT parents?
Thank you, Senator. Let me just restate again that I embrace equality, and I firmly believe in the intrinsic value of each individual, and that every student should have the assurance of a safe and discrimination-free place to become educated. And I want to restate those principles, those values for me. Let me just comment to the contributions that you've referred to again, and suggest that you may be confusing some other family members in some of those contributions, and also looking at contributions from 18 or 20 years ago. So I just want to again refer to what I just said about my approach. As a mom, I just can't imagine having a child that would feel discriminated against for any reason, and I would want my child in a safe environment.
I note that I have run out of time, and Mr. Chairman, I have many more questions that I would like to propound. I will say, Mrs. DeVos, if you think that there is, and we've been fairly general given our restricted time, about the issue of charitable contributions, if you will, or contributions to these anti-LGBT advocacy organizations. If you feel like there has been a family member who has contributed and you're being identified and that the public record is incorrect, please in writing follow up. But I have certainly seen information quite to the contrary.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Senator Roberts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding the hearing, and I thank the ranking member as well. Mrs. DeVos, thank you for being responsive, for articulate, informed, and in my view, specific. I suppose, Mr. Chairman, all members could submit any specific questions they have for the record, and we could have a time period on that, and then if they had any concern, they could always speak on the Senate floor. Thank you for coming by my office, and we had a nice visit. I let you know that way back, I had the opportunity to teach also while trying to put out a newspaper on the west side of Phoenix, not Kansas, but Phoenix. But at any rate, I know you fully understand a one-size-fits-all education system just does not work. You just said that in your testimony. And I told you that I held a roundtable discussion in Kansas at Washburn University in Topeka with 12 college presidents. We got all of them except a few, and 12 business stakeholders, very important to those universities, to discuss higher education and workforce development, given the fact that we are going to attempt to pass a higher education bill. In particular, I heard from the higher education leaders about the impact of federal programs, obviously, policies, obviously, but more especially regulations on Kansas institutions of higher education. During our meeting last month in my office, I shared with you an information chart. I need a bigger chart. It's like the guy who said he needed a bigger boat with a shark coming after him. Maybe that's not a proper allegory, but at any rate, these are 34 topics or areas of federal regulation. Some of them very, very, very important. But the collective judgment was that they were so intrusive, so expensive, so time-consuming that they had to get an Office of Compliance just to look at the federal regulations, and then they assigned bad news bearers to go tell all the various departments that make up the Johnson County Community College, which, by the way, has the highest enrollment of any college or university in Kansas, more than the Jayhawks, more than the Wildcats, and more than the Shockers. And these 34 areas of federal regulation, so costly and impactful to the school, basically indicate that we need to work together to eliminate many of these burdensome regulations that hinder the institutions of higher education's main goal to educate our students effectively and efficiently. So, as you know, I think everybody, and I think I would have agreement on the other side of the dais as well, regulations are one of the key areas this committee will focus on as we work on reauthorization of the Higher Education Act. Will you be a partner in addressing many of these time-consuming regulations?
Senator, thanks for that question, and thanks for the meeting in your office. I appreciate seeing the chart again. As I'm a visual learner, I really appreciate that one in particular. But yes, I can commit to you that if confirmed, I will look forward to working with you and this committee on that act and on the regulations that you've referred to, and wanting to help free our institutions of higher learning to the greatest extent possible to do what they do best.
Now, being an ombudsman for Kansas education, along with my fellow senator, it's tough when you try to go directly to the person who is in charge of that department, namely you. And I tried that before, sitting down across from President Obama and complaining about regulation to learn of his executive order to make sure every department ascribed to a cost-benefit yardstick, if you will. That didn't happen. The person in charge that was supposed to get back to me was his top gun, his right arm, Dennis. Dennis was in charge of war and peace and other things. I'm going to recommend that maybe ought to do it regionally. Obviously, we've had people from rural areas, urban areas. It's going to be terribly important that we get to somebody that can actually see the problem, report back to you or to somebody else in your department. You can't do all this. I don't know anybody that can. But at least when we have a real problem with the 12 universities, or for that matter, 5 or 6 or even 1, and saying, hey, here's a regulation that just doesn't make sense can we at least address it? Maybe we can tweak it, maybe we can get rid of it, or maybe we can do better. So I hope that you can work out some kind of SWAT team, if you will, with regards to overregulation, because that really was the #1 issue that I heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I think that sounds like a great idea.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Senator Alexander decided to allow us more than a meager 5 minutes of questions, Mr. DeVos, do you have anywhere to be tonight? Would you be able to stick around and answer those questions?
I am going to defer to the chairman on this.
Okay, I assume you probably don't have other obligations. Let me just count myself in. I think this is a real shame, this rush job, this inability to allow the public to see this debate, the imperative to get this hearing in before we have all the information. I think it really violates the best traditions of this committee, and it suggests that this committee is trying to protect this nominee from scrutiny, and I hope we would reconsider. Mr. DeVos, let me try to rush through these questions in the time that I have. Your family has been investors in a company called K-12. It's a for-profit online charter operator. It gets about 80% of its money from the federal or state taxpayers, and it paid its CEO over $1 million in the first year. It's made millions and millions of dollars in profit. I could go through a long litany of examples in which people have made their fortune off of public education dollars. A charter school principal in Orlando who got a $519,000 payout when her school was closed for poor performance. I guess my question is simple. Do you support companies and individuals profiting from public education dollars that is essentially taking money away from students to pay salaries for CEOs in return for investors?
Senator, thank you for that question. Let me just say that when it comes to education, I think what's important is what the outcomes are, what the achievements are. And I don't think the delivery mechanism is the issue as much as it is our students receiving the benefit of a great education.
Have you met many principals in Detroit that say that they have enough, that they don't need more?
I can't really answer that question. I haven't asked them specifically if they have enough.
So if we can't agree that folks shouldn't get rich off of schools, then maybe we can agree that they shouldn't be getting rich off of terrible schools. You and I had the chance to talk in my office about the accountability regulations that were a big part of the underlying new federal education law. The department has issued final regulations that incorporate comments of basically everyone in the education field to make sure that to the extent public dollars are flowing to private schools, that they meet real standards. These accountability regulations are supported by the Council of Chief State School Officers, the School Superintendents Association, civil rights groups, teachers' unions. Can you assure this committee that you're going to implement those accountability regulations to make sure that all schools are performing and not throw ESSA implementation into chaos for states and districts around the country? Are you going to implement those accountability regulations?
Senator, let me just restate again that I think accountability is highly important, and I support accountability for all schools, which is why I supported the most recent legislation in Michigan that is now holding all schools, including traditional public schools, accountable for performance. And I will continue to support accountability, and I will continue to support the implementation of Every Student Succeeds Act as Congress has intended it.
But let me ask you again, are you going to support the implementation of the existing regulations, again, supported by a wide cross-section of the educational community, that requires schools to come up with their own accountability standards, state and local based, that will require that all schools meet some basic performance standards? I'm asking you a specific question about this existing regulation and whether you're going to support it or whether you're going to use your position to undermine it or to change it.
Well, as would be tradition with a change of administrations, I will look forward to reviewing that. And again, I will restate my orientation to pro-accountability and pro-responsibility to parents and taxpayers.
I think that's going to raise a lot of questions for administrators and school superintendents who are now trying to implement that regulation. One final question. Do you think that guns have any place in or around schools?
I think that's best left to locales and states to decide. If the underlying question is,
you can't say definitively today that guns shouldn't be in schools?
well, I will refer back to Senator Enzi and the school that he was talking about in Wapiti, Wyoming. I think probably there, I would imagine that there's probably a gun in the school to protect from potential grizzlies.
If President Trump moves forward with his plan to ban gun-free school zones, will you support that proposal?
I will support what the president-elect does, but Senator, if the question is around gun violence and the results of that, please know that my heart bleeds and is broken for those families that have lost any individual due to gun violence.
I look forward to working with you, but I also look forward to you coming to Connecticut and talking about the role of guns in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. DeVos, for taking the time to be here and your willingness to serve. And a couple of questions I have as it relates to kids who are consistently attending schools that are underperforming. If you look at the outcomes of their lives of the children, which I think is a very important and should be a central part of this conversation that we're having, is how is the education system that our kids are involved in preparing them for the future that we hope we all get to live? A future that includes achieving the American dream. But when we look at the underperforming schools, and specifically schools in the rural areas as well as in the inner cities, many schools are still underperforming. Kids that come from those underperforming schools consistently have significantly higher rates of incarceration. They have significantly higher rates of unemployment. The importance of education can't be emphasized enough for the quality of the life that the child will experience, the responsibilities that the government will bear because of that poor education system. So what we can do to make sure that there's access to quality education in every zip code should be of paramount importance for this nation, for this committee, as well as the entire Senate. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that before I get into the Perkins CTE programs.
Senator, I thank you for that question and for the thought and your observations and experience behind it. And I couldn't agree more that we have continued to do a disservice to so many young people in our country by continuing to force them to attend schools that are simply not working for them or not working for many. And the fact that 1.4 million students drop out of school every year, that's one every 42 seconds. It's a human tragedy. When you think about the lost human potential, and as you've mentioned, essentially a pipeline to prison for so many of those students, that's why I continue to be an advocate for allowing parents and empowering parents with the opportunity to make the right choices for their children. And I understand that there's a full range of those choices based on the realities of a state, and that's why states really need to grapple with this issue in a meaningful way. And if confirmed, I hope to be able to talk with governors and legislators about opportunities and options that they have to address the needs of the students to whom you've referred.
Thank you very much. I think there's another part of the education apparatus that doesn't get enough good attention. So often we think of technical schools as a subpar choice, as the place you go if you can't get into a four-year school. It's as if we have this bachelor's addiction that may not be in the best interest of the student. I hope that you are committed to taking a serious look at encouraging and providing great support for our high-quality technical schools. I know in South Carolina, the importance of our technical schools can't be overemphasized. When we think about the high-tech manufacturing hub, it really, for us in South Carolina, starts in our technical schools. They create the hub, in all honesty. The sectors that we benefit from in the transportation sector, from the Boeing 9,000 jobs in Little Charleston, South Carolina, to the BMWs, to the Mercedes, the Michelins, the Bridgestones. Our technical schools are the reason why we're succeeding on the high-tech manufacturing jobs. One of the things I've noted is that we probably need to have a robust conversation about making sure that there's flexibility in the coursework at some of the technical schools, because there is almost 6 million openings in this country. 75% do not require a college degree, which means that if we can align what's available in a marketplace with the training in the technical schools, we might solve a major part of our unemployment.
Absolutely, Senator. I think students, as they anticipate higher education, really need to have a full menu of options shared with them, and they need to know and understand where the opportunities are, what the costs are for the various avenues that they might take, and certainly technical schools, community colleges, apprenticeships. There's really a wide variety of alternative pathways to a really great future if students are really made aware of them.
I know I'm about out of time, Mr. Chairman, but just to finish, there are, you may be familiar with the 529 plans that provide, I think you can put about $50,000 into an account for college education. I think 529 plans could be a wonderful apparatus to be able to pay for or subsidize some of the cost, even K through 12. I would love for us to have a longer conversation on that.
Would look forward to that, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the only other party to the so-called precedent of we don't have a second round, I asked my staff to actually pull the record from the hearing we had with King. And you said, when you called on me, I think we have time for a second round. Senator Warren, you can be the first in the second round. Just turns out I was the only one who stayed and had questions. So
that's why we had time.
I understood that precedent meant that anybody who had questions for a second round could stay and ask them. And while we're doing precedents, I also understand that the precedent was that President Obama's nominees that came before this committee had all filled out their ethics forms, and that those were available before we had a hearing so that we would have a chance to ask questions about them in public. So I'm a little confused about what precedent means here. Ms. DeVos, many of my Democratic colleagues have pointed out your lack of experience in K-12 public schools, but I'd like to ask you about your qualifications for leading the nation on higher education. The Department of Education is in charge of making sure that the $150 billion that we invest in students each year gets into the right hands, and that students have the support they need to be able to pay back their student loans. The Secretary of Education is essentially responsible for managing a $1 trillion student loan bank and distributing $30 billion in Pell Grants to students each year. The financial futures of an entire generation of young people depend on your department getting that right. Now, Mrs. DeVos, do you have any direct experience in running a bank?
Senator, I do not.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay, so no experience in managing a program like this. How about participating in one? I think it's important for the person who is in charge of our financial aid programs to understand what it's like for students and their families who are struggling to pay for college. Mrs. DeVos, have you ever taken out a student loan from the federal government to help pay for college?
I have not.
Have any of your children had to borrow money in order to go to college?
They have been fortunate not to.
Have you had any personal experience with a Pell Grant?
Not personal experience, but certainly friends and students with whom I've worked.
So you have no personal experience with college financial aid or management of higher education. Mrs. DeVos, then let's start with the basics. Do you support protecting federal taxpayer dollars from waste, fraud, and abuse?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. So do I. Because now we all know that President-elect Trump's experience with higher education was to create a fake university, which resulted in his paying a $25 million to students that he cheated. So I'm curious about how the Trump administration would protect against waste, fraud, and abuse at similar for-profit colleges. So here's my question. How do you plan to protect taxpayer dollars from waste, fraud, and abuse by colleges that take in millions of dollars in federal student aid?
Senator, if confirmed, I will certainly be very vigilant.
Yeah, I'm
the
asking
people,
how.
The
How are you going to do that?
individuals-
You said you're committed.
The individuals with whom I work in the department will ensure that federal monies are used properly and appropriately, and I will look forward to working with
So
you.
you're going to subcontract making sure that what happened with universities that cheat students doesn't happen anymore?
No, I didn't say
You're
that.
going to give that to someone else to do? I just want to know what your ideas are for making sure we don't have problems with waste, fraud, and abuse.
I want to make sure we don't have problems with that as well.
Well,
And if
here-
confirmed, I will work diligently to ensure that we are addressing any of those issues.
Well, let me make a suggestion on this. It actually turns out that there are a whole group of rules that are already written and are there, and all you have to do is enforce them. So what I want to know is, will you commit to enforcing these rules to ensure that no career college receives federal funds unless they can prove that they are actually preparing their students for gainful employment and not cheating them?
Senator, I will commit to ensuring that institutions which receive federal funds are actually serving their students well.
And so you will enforce the gainful employment rule to make sure that these career colleges are not cheating students?
We will certainly review that rule.
You'll
and see
review
that,
it? You will not
and
commit
see
to
that
enforce it?
And see that it is actually achieving what the intentions are.
I don't understand about reviewing it. We talked about this in my office. There are already rules in place to stop waste, fraud, and abuse, and I don't understand how you cannot be sure about enforcing them. You know, swindlers and crooks are out there doing backflips when they hear an answer like this. If confirmed, you will be the cop on the beat, and if you can't commit to use the tools that are already available to you in the Department of Education, then I don't see how you can be the Secretary of Education. And I look forward to having a second round of questions.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I could not help but think that if my friends on the other side of the aisle had used their time to ask questions rather than complaining about the lack of a second round, they each would have been able to get in a second question. And I now just use 15 seconds of my time to make that point. Mrs. DeVos, first of all, let me say that I have no doubt that you care deeply about the education of all children. And I say that despite the fact that you and I do not agree on all the issues. Given your lifelong work and commitment to education, any suggestion, such as was made earlier, that your nomination is linked to your political contributions is really unfair and unwarranted. And I just want to say that for the record. I now would like to move on to some questions about how you view the federal role in education versus the state and local role. I want to put aside the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program because Congress's relationship to the District of Columbia is unique. And I want to ask you, at what level of government do you believe that decisions about charter schools and vouchers should be made? Is that a federal role or is that a state role?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. And let me just say I really enjoyed the conversation we had in your office. And let me respond to your question about federal versus state and local role by saying I absolutely support the fact that it is a state role and state decision what kind of offering there might be with regard to choices in education. And as we discussed in your office, you know, Maine has some unique has a unique situation with students attending school on islands and in rural areas. And to suggest that the right answer for Maine is the same as the right answer for Indiana or any other state is just not right, and I would not support a federal mandate and a federal role in dictating those.
I'm glad to hear that. I have heard repeatedly from school officials, whether it's superintendents, teachers, or school board members, that the single most important action that the federal government could take would be to fulfill the promise of the 1975 Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to fund 40% of the additional cost of educating a special needs child. It's been many years since that law was passed. We have never come close to the 40%. Would you commit to taking a look at the funding of the department to see if we could do a better job of moving toward fulfillment of that promise? That is an action that would help every single school district in this country.
Senator, absolutely, I would commit to that if confirmed. And I actually think this is an area that could be considered for a approach that would be somewhat different in that maybe the money should follow individual students instead of going directly to the states. But again, I think that's something that we could discuss, and I would look forward to talking about with the members of this committee.
Another of my concerns, having worked at a college level for a period of time, is the low rate of college completion. There's nothing worse than a student being saddled with educational debt and not earning the credential or the degree that would enable that student to pay off that debt. I'm a strong supporter of the federal TRIO program, which helps prepare students for higher education and helps to raise aspirations, particularly of children who come from families without experience in higher education. Do you have any thoughts on how we can do a better job in supporting college success programs so that we can ensure that students are able to complete their degrees or earn their credential?
Senator, thank you. I do think that we can do a better job with preparing students, informing them before they enter college. And I know the TRIO program helps to mentor and prepare students that might not otherwise have an opportunity. And I think that's a very important and valid one to look at for perhaps, is there another and more effective way to advance that or to replicate that or use that in a new way to help increase the participation of students that may not otherwise pursue higher education and complete it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Murray. I certainly look forward to working on this committee with all of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate. And Mrs. DeVos, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for being here today and your family as well. And I think all of us here share a commitment to public education and understand the essential nature to our democracy. I would echo my colleagues' call for another round, at least, of questioning, because I think our job here is not just to talk about ideas, but actually to drill down to how things actually work in practice. And so I want to talk about one of those situations that we began to touch on in my office when we met. And it echoes a little bit of what Senator Collins was just talking about in terms of full commitment to our students with disabilities, and what Senator Cassidy was talking about in terms of access to quality education for children with dyslexia. My son, Ben, experiences very severe physical disabilities. He has cerebral palsy. He can't speak, he can't use his fingers for a keyboard, he doesn't walk, but he's smart and the best kid on earth, I do say so myself. He got a quality public education at our local school. He's a graduate of Exeter Area High School in Exeter, New Hampshire. And the reason he got there was because countless advocates and champions before the Hassan family worked so hard to make sure that he had the right to that education. And I am concerned that when students who experience disabilities receive a publicly funded voucher to attend a private school, they often don't receive adequate resources, and in some cases have to sign over their legal rights under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So do you think that families should have a recourse in the courts if their child's education does not adequately meet his or her needs, whether it's at a school where they get a voucher or in a more traditional public school?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And again, I appreciated our meeting earlier last week. Let me begin by saying I appreciate and am thankful that you've had the opportunity with your son, Ben, to find the right setting for him. And I would advocate for all parents to be able to have that opportunity to choose the right school for their child.
I had the opportunity to send him to the same public school that my daughter went to, because the law required that that school provide him resources that were never provided before that law was passed, because they're hard. And so the question is, will you enforce the law again with regard to kids with disabilities if a voucher program did allow them to go someplace else and the school said it's just too expensive, we don't want to do it?
I think that there are great examples of programs that are already underway in states. Ohio has a great program, and in fact, Sam and his mom are here today, beneficiary of the John Peterson Special Needs Scholarship Program.
But I understand that, and because my time is limited, excuse me for interrupting, but what I'm asking you is there is at least one voucher program in Florida, the McKay voucher program, which makes students sign away their rights before they can get that voucher. I think that is fundamentally wrong, and I think it will mean that students with disabilities cannot use a voucher system that a department under your leadership might start. So I want to know whether you will enforce and whether you will make sure that children with disabilities do not have to sign away their legal rights in order to get a voucher, should a voucher program be developed.
Well, I'd love to comment to the McKay Scholarship Program in Florida, where I believe today 31,000 students are taking advantage of it, and 93% of the parents that are utilizing that voucher are very, very pleased with the,
and I'm
as
sorry,
opposed to 30-some% that of parents happy with the
and I'm
assigned
sorry,
school.
but that isn't the question I asked. So for right now, I'm going to move on to one final question. I really do wish we had a second round, because there's a lot here that is critical to our children, especially with disabilities. And with all due respect, Ms. DeVos has not answered my question. But the other question I had, again, because we don't have a second round, I'm trying to follow up on an answer you gave earlier to some of my colleagues. I understand that there is a foundation, the Edgar and Elsie Prince Foundation, which I take it is a foundation named for your parents. Is that correct?
It's my mother's foundation.
It's your mother's foundation, and you sit on the board.
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay, so when it made its over $5 million donation to focus on the family, you didn't know anything about it?
My mother makes the decisions for her foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Senator Burr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. DeVos, thank you for agreeing to serve. I think a lot of Americans watch what goes on here and say, God, never me. I'll never go through it. And I think most of us say that after an election cycle. And it's rare to find somebody who's the full Monty. I mean, you don't have to do this. That's apparent. You didn't have to choose. Education is your life's ambition, but you did. So I thank you for the investment that you made, for all the kids that have been impacted, for the unbelievable statistics that you know about Florida or about wherever, and I'm sure you and the senator from Minnesota can come to an agreement on what the numbers were that he was talking about. But I've sat here and I remember in my first election going in to get the support of educators. And I was 10 minutes into what looked to be a 30 or 45-minute question and answer. And after 10 minutes, I looked and said, are there any questions that deal with kids or outcomes? And they said no. So I got up and left. You know, we can ask you all sorts of questions about you personally and what you've done, but you came into my office, and before I ever asked a question, in several minutes, you convinced me that you were passionate about making sure that every child had the opportunity at a successful education. And from that every child that got that education would have an opportunity to reach for the American dream of a life that's unlimited, an opportunity that's unlimited. So you'd convinced me without me asking a question. I've only got one question today. Why is it so difficult for us to figure out how to focus on outcome versus to get so hung up on process?
Well, Senator, I think that's a very good question, and I think we could have a very robust debate in this room about that. But I think that human tendency is to protect and guard what is, because change is difficult. And yet we see the fact that there are millions of students who are simply not getting the opportunity for an equal opportunity for a quality education. And we try to tinker around from the top, and we try to fix things, but it becomes more about the system, I'm afraid, than it does about what's right for each child. And so I thank you for your support and your encouragement around the notion that every child should have the opportunity, every parent should have the opportunity on behalf of their child to choose the right educational environment for them. And I'm hopeful that if we can continue having a robust conversation about this, that we will talk about the great schools that our children have the opportunity to go to 10 years from now, that many of which may not even exist today or look very different than what exists today. Because I think the opportunity to innovate in education is virtually unlimited and has been really untested to a large extent. So I'm very hopeful that we'll have that opportunity and that opportunity for that kind of conversation.
Well, I think we will, and I hope that the committee sees it in their actions to make sure that you're at the helm of the Department of Education. As I look across America and as I look across the world, I see an age where technology is going to impact things that we didn't even dream about 5 years ago. That what we've seen happen to our PDAs is now going into healthcare. It's going to drive manufacturing. I still remember my father at 90 years old looking at me just about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and saying, I don't understand how a fax machine works. Well, you know what? I never was able to explain to him. But that didn't limit my use of it and my belief that it served an important purpose. So education is going to change drastically. But what's most important is to have somebody passionate at the top, concerned about every child and every child's opportunity. For that, I'm grateful you're here. I yield.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Burr. Senator Kane.
Thank you to our committee leadership, and thank you, Mrs. DeVos. How much information do you have about the finances of the president-elect, his family, or Trump-related organizations?
I don't have any of that information, Senator.
So I take it that you won't have any way of knowing, when asked by the president to take official action in your capacity as secretary, how those actions might affect his personal financial situation.
I'm not sure I could comment on that.
And this isn't theoretical, he owns a university. I think it's relevant to assessing the wisdom of an education policy proposal to know how that proposal might affect the president's personal finances. Do you disagree with me?
Well, I think the president-elect has taken steps to ensure.
Can I ask,
that
do you disagree with me? Is it?
Can you state your question again?
I think it's relevant to assessing the wisdom of an education policy proposal to know how the proposal might affect the president's personal finances. Do you disagree with me?
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, thank you. The nation deserves a Secretary of Education who's a champion of kids, parents, state and local control, and outcomes. And I also think the nation deserves a Secretary who's a champion of public education. In a 2015 speech on education, you were pretty blunt, quote, "Government really sucks." And you called the public school system a, quote, "dead end." In order to clarify, you never attended a public school, K-12 school, did you?
Correct.
And your children did not either, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never taught at a K-12 public school, correct?
I've not, but I've mentored in one.
Okay. I worry about the effect of a leader who believes government sucks on the morale of the workforce. Teachers and others do better when their morale is high. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely, and I support great teachers.
And the attitude of a leader of an organization matters a lot to the morale of the workforce. Would you agree with me on that?
Absolutely, and just with reference to the quote that you
You know,
made.
I would like to introduce that for the record. I don't have other questions about it, and I have a very limited amount of time. I want to move on to another quote. You and your husband spoke at a conference a number of years ago, and your husband said, this was not attributed to you, but you were together at the conference, if what I read is correct. The church has been displaced by the public school as the center for activity, the center of what goes on in the community. Thomas Jefferson didn't view public education as contrary to or competitive with church or religion. Do you?
I do not.
Do you think that schools that receive K-12 schools that receive government funding should meet the same accountability standards, outcome standards?
All schools that receive public funding should be accountable, yes.
Should meet the same accountability standards?
Yes, although you have different accountability standards between traditional public schools and charter schools.
But I'm really interested in this.
Okay,
Should everybody be on a level playing field? So public charter or private K-12 schools, if they receive taxpayer funding, they should meet the same accountability standards.
Yes, they should be very transparent with the information, and parents should have that information first and foremost.
And if confirmed, will you insist upon that equal accountability in any K-12 school or educational program that receives federal funding, whether public charter, or private?
I support accountability.
Equal accountability for all schools that receive federal funding.
I support accountability.
Okay, is that a yes or a no?
I support accountability.
Do you not want to answer my question?
I support accountability.
Okay, let me ask you this. I think all schools that receive taxpayer funding should be equally accountable. Do you agree with me or not?
Well, they don't. They're not today.
But I think they should. Do you agree with me or not?
Well, no, because...
You don't agree with me. Let me move to my next question. Should all K-12 schools receiving governmental funding be required to meet the requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act?
I think they already are.
Okay, but I'm asking you a should question, whether they are or not. We'll get into that later. Should all schools that receive taxpayer funding be required to meet the requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities in Education?
I think that is a matter that's best left to the states.
So some states might be good to kids with disabilities, and other states might not be so good, and then what, people could just move around the country if they don't like how their kids are being treated?
I think that's an issue that's best left to the states.
What about the federal requirement? It's a federal law, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Let's limit it to federal funding. If schools receive federal funding, should they be required to follow federal law, whether they're public charter, or private?
As the senator referred to...
Just yes or no? I've only got one more question.
The Florida program, there's many parents that are very happy with the program there.
Let me state this. I think all schools that receive federal funding, public charter, or private, should be required to meet the conditions of the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. Do you agree with me or not?
I think that is certainly worth discussion, and I would look forward
So
to
you cannot
discussing
yet
it
agree with
further.
me. And finally, should all K-12 schools receiving governmental funding be required to report the same information regarding instances of harassment, discipline, or bullying if they receive federal funding?
I think that federal funding certainly comes with strings attached.
I think all such schools should be required to report equally information about discipline, harassment, or bullying. Do you agree with me or not?
I would look forward to reviewing that provision.
If it was a court, I would say to the court, let the judge instruct the witness to answer the question. It's not a court, you're not under oath, or you're not under a subpoena, but you're trying to win my vote. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Kane. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. DeVos, thank you for coming to my office. I had an opportunity to walk you through the map of Alaska, hopefully educate you some to some of the challenges that we face as a state in delivering education in what is not a rural state, but what has been described as a frontier state in many, many ways. 82% of the communities in the state of Alaska are not attached by road. They are truly islanded in every sense of the word. I had an opportunity on Saturday to meet with about 400 teachers from around the state, and I will tell you, they are concerned about your nomination. They're concerned because they would love to have the choice that we're talking about. But when you are a small school in Buckland, when you are a small school in King Cove, when there is no way to get to an alternative option for your child, the best parent is left relying on a public school system that they demand to be there for their kids. So I want to make sure, and I think every one of those teachers that I met with on Saturday wants to make sure that your commitment to public education, particularly for our rural students who have no choices, is as strong and as robust as the passion that you have dedicated to advancing charter schools. Now, I appreciated your responses to Senator Cassidy because he was very direct and you gave very reassuring answers there that you are not seeking to undermine or to erode public schools. I appreciated what you said in response to Senator Alexander's, the chair's questions about whether you would work to move towards a voucher type of a system if, in fact, we in the Congress said, no, that is not the direction. I tried to assure the teachers that I was talking to that there are not sufficient votes to what I called voucherize the system. I appreciated the inquiry that Senator Kane has been making, though, about the level of accountability. And this was something that was brought up in the Q&A section there in Anchorage, was that a concern that there would not be an effort to match that accountability to those schools that received federal funding either through a voucher program, a federal match through education saving account dollars, but that in addition to performance standards, that there would be true accountability with adhering to federal laws for civil rights as well as students with disabilities. So I will ask for continuation of that discussion. You have, I think, provided some very responsive comments that I think will help our teachers in Alaska, where, again, their options and their choices are very limited. But how can you provide assurance to these teachers, these families, these students, for whom alternatives and options are severely limited, not because we don't want them, but our geography really isolates us?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question, and I really appreciated our conversation and a review of the map, because it does remind us how these unique challenges that Alaska has. And I would just say that I can assure you that if confirmed, that I will support Alaska in its approach to educating its youngsters, and that I have to say, I think that the creativity and innovation that Alaska has employed through the traditional public system is one that other states could probably take note of and learn some lessons from, and would hope that they would continue to feel that freedom and that drive to continue to educate and innovate.
When we are quite proud of some of the innovation that we have made, we have a great deal of choice within our urban centers. For my colleagues' education and edification, Anchorage hosts 6 of the most ethnically diverse schools in the United States of America. And we're sitting in Anchorage, Alaska. So I have that level of diversity, but then I have rural villages where I may have no more than 60 kids in a school. And in order for them to have the same benefits and opportunities, the dollars that flow, the commitment that flows to those families, that there is that level of accountability throughout, remains a very significant challenge. So I need to have a very clear and a very firm commitment that the focus that you will give to not only Alaska, but to states that have significant rural populations, that these students who will not have alternatives, that public school system is not undermined, eroded, or ignored.
Absolutely, Senator. You have my commitment. And in fact, as I said, I think that there's so much that Alaska can share with others in terms of how to address challenges of a very widespread student population.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll now turn to Senator Murray.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to start by saying, and I hope this doesn't count against my time on questions, but it's not a question. For question's sake, I have questions that I know all of our committees want to follow up, including on the response I just heard on IDA, sexual assault, and Pell Grants, and a number of other questions. Let me just say I'm really disappointed that you have preemptively cut off our members from asking questions. It really is unprecedented. And you and I have worked together, and I appreciate that. But I hope you change your mind. I don't know what you're trying to protect Ms. DeVos from. She should get robust scrutiny. She's going to oversee the education of all of our kids and what's happening in higher education and much more. And to be very clear, this is not what we have done in this committee. For Michael Levitt, President Bush's second Secretary of Health and Human Services, 5 members participated in a second round. For Andrew von Eschenbach, President Bush's third FDA commissioner, 3 members participated in a second round. Hilda Solis, President Obama's first Secretary of Labor, 3 members participated in a second round. The hearing was actually over 4 hours. Tom Daschle, President Obama's nominee to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, 4 members participated in a second round. Alexis Herman, President Clinton's second Secretary of Labor, 3.5-hour hearing, 10 minutes of questioning. Rod Page, as I mentioned, Secretary of Education, President Bush's nominee, 10 questions. So I hope we're not just cherry-picking Secretary Duncan and King, who had a long, broad history behind them when they came to this. And I really would like to enter these transcripts that I have showing the actual precedent of this committee into the record. I think it's important for all of us to remember that. And given the lack of paperwork from the OGE and the numerous outstanding questions that I know my members have, they're still sitting here. It's 8:15 at night. They wouldn't be sitting here if they didn't have additional questions. I'd like to call at least for a second hearing for this nominee.
Well, you want me to respond to that now?
I would like
and then
to.
will you have additional questions yourself?
I do have additional questions, yes.
Well, let me respond in this way. You know the respect I have for you and for each member of this committee and for how we've worked together. But what you're asking me to do is to treat Mrs. DeVos differently than we treated President Obama's 2 education secretaries. And I'm not going to do that. I mean, we're already this hearing started at 5:15. It's 8:15. That's 3 hours and 5 minutes of questions. Secretary Duncan, President Obama's first secretary, the hearing was 2 hours and 2 minutes. John King, President Obama's current secretary, was 2 hours and 16 minutes. This is already 3 hours, and we're not finished yet. As far as questions go, each member of this committee has had an opportunity to visit with Mrs. DeVos in their office, and I believe she has done that. Several members of this committee have already sent her written questions, which she will answer before we vote on her nomination. She has complied with all the rules of the committee. The committee rules do not require that the Office of Government Ethics Office of Government Ethics report be in by the time we actually have a hearing. She submitted her information there on the 12th of, I believe, the 12th. And Mrs. DeVos, I understand you are working and will continue to work with the Office of Government Ethics and sign an ethics agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And the purpose of that, just for those watching, is there's a designated government office that works with nominees and that comes to an agreement with them if there is any conflict of interest. And if she, for example, needs to divest herself of something, that will be part of the agreement. She has said that she will do whatever she needs to do to gain an agreement with the Office of Government Ethics so that the letter of agreement will say she has no conflicts of interest. I have said that that letter will be public at least by Friday before we vote on her nomination by next Tuesday. So you will have the opportunity to question her in your office, to question her today as extensively as you did either of President Obama's nominees. You'll have an opportunity to submit additional written questions after this hearing for up to 2 days. When we had Secretary Perez before the committee, Senator Harkin only gave us 1 day. I would say 2 days, that's by the close of Thursday. And then you will have 3 or 4 days after the Office of Government Ethics letter of agreement saying she has no conflicts of interest is public to decide how to vote. That seems to me to be entirely reasonable. I've already agreed to move the hearing 1 week at the request of the Democratic and Republican leadership so they could consider other nominations. And finally, on the tax returns issue, it is not a requirement of this committee that nominees provide us with their tax returns. They provide us with their financial information, just as senators do, provide publicly their financial information. It is not a law that she provide her tax returns. So she's doing everything that the rules of the committee say she should do, and I'm treating her in terms of questions in the same way that we treated President Obama's 2 education secretaries. So I'm not going to have a second round. I'll be happy to extend to you, if you would like, a chance to ask questions, and then I will do the same, which is consistent with what we did with the two previous Obama secretaries.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, this nominee is the only one to not submit an OGE paperwork before our hearing. So our members have not had a chance to review it or to ask questions about it. And I appreciate private meetings, I'm sure we all do, but all of our constituents want to hear what this nominee has to say too, because of a vast history on the issue of education that concerns a lot of people. So
well, if I may...
let me just say that Tillerson had 3 rounds of hearing, Sessions had 2 rounds, Carson had 2 rounds, Zinke had 3 rounds. So I'm unclear why education is not just as important as these others.
If it's important under Trump, it's important under Obama. I mean, I don't know why suddenly we have this sudden interest. And as far as, I mean, several people have mentioned Secretary Page here tonight. He didn't have his Office of Government Ethics letter in before his hearing. It came in after his hearing. The same was true with Elaine Chao when she became a cabinet member. So that's not been a consistent pattern either. I've tried to be as fair as I can in following what I believe to be the golden rule, and we've gone for more than 3 hours in an extensive hearing, which is simply part of a discussion as you evaluate how you're going to vote when it comes up before the committee.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator
If the request is reasonable, we're only asking for 5 minutes per member on a set of issues that are this important at the beginning of a new administration, which is a change in party. It's a lot of new policies coming forward. And as Senator Murray said, we did have time in our office. I think most of us probably had a half an hour, but our constituents weren't there for a half an hour. So asking for another 5 minutes, I don't think is in any way unreasonable.
Well, Senator Casey, I have enormous respect for you, but the Obama administration was also a change in administration, and I didn't hear any great cry for
for a second round of questions
But
there.
Mr. Chairman.
This is a 3-hour hearing, 3 hours and 10 minutes now, in addition to all the other information that's there. And I don't think it's fair to expect that we'll treat a Republican president's education nominee differently than we created a Democratic president's education nominee. Senator Bennett?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're one of the fairest people in this town.
Oh, thank you for
and,
saying that.
and no, you've earned that. You really are. But to me, the fact that Republican members of the Senate did not want to ask a second round of questions for the Obama nominees to the Senate, the idea that that should be a precedent for the Democrats, 8 of whom are here tonight, to ask questions, even follow-ups to questions that we've heard tonight, I think is really unfair and uncharacteristic. And I hope that if we can't have this hearing, that we will have, or we can't have the questions here, that we'll have another hearing. If we can't have another hearing, that we have an assurance that every single question asked by every single member of this panel and submitted in writing is answered before this vote can go forward on the floor, that the paperwork is submitted before we can go forward on the floor. I don't think that's a satisfactory result, but if we can't ask the questions today, I hope you and the majority leader will consider that.
I've already said that members will have an opportunity to ask questions in writing, which they already have. Many of you have already done that, to ask additional questions in writing if you have them in by 5 p.m. on Thursday. And I also said that's one more day than Senator Harkin gave us when Perez was a labor secretary. I said that's fair. I said second, that we'll schedule an executive session on next Tuesday when we'll be glad to discuss the tax return issue, whether we want to apply tax returns to future nominees who come before this committee. And we'll vote on Ms. DeVos, but only if the letter agreement with the Office of Government Ethics is complete by this Friday and made available to all members of the committee, so you have 3 or 4 days to see how that might affect your vote.
Mr. Chairman, very short question.
Senator Franken.
Are we assured that before this vote on Tuesday that we will have the answers to these questions? Because what I've heard is that we can submit the questions, but here, at least the nominee has to answer them. Are you assuring us that before the vote on Tuesday, our questions will have been answered?
Well, and, you know, the number of questions needs to be reasonable and the answers need to be reasonable, and that's in the eye of the beholder sometime. The number of questions, the most number of questions that was ever asked a nominee before this committee, I'm told, was 191 to Secretary Perez. I won't say there's a certain number that is reasonable, and then I'm confident that Mrs. DeVos will make every effort to give a reasonable and as complete an answer to the question as she can.
But the answer is no, we won't be assured of that.
Well, yeah, you'll be assured that, Mrs. DeVos, what would your answer to that be? What will you do your best to answer the questions that you will receive after 5 o'clock on Thursday before the possibility of a vote on next Tuesday?
Would certainly endeavor to have all of the questions responded to.
Senator Baldwin.
Mr. Chairman, did you make any announcements about whether there will be more than one round of questions tomorrow when we convene to hear Mr. Price's, Representative Price's?
I was not planning on more than one.
Because I heard various members who have done the research during the course of this proceeding indicate that there have been additional rounds for witnesses who have, or nominees who have come before this committee for other departments than education. And I can tell you that perhaps I perhaps got a chance to propound half of my questions today. Tomorrow, given the breadth of that department, I have many, many more.
Well, since I'm talking a lot about precedent tonight, let me look at the precedent and see what that says. I told Dr. Price that there would be that in my experience, one round of questions would pretty well do it, except usually we had Senator Murray and I followed up, and occasionally Senator Warren does. She's a diligent member of the committee and is often here. I congratulate her for that.
But let me think about that.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask about the precedent, just because I want to make sure I understand it? When we go back and examine the record, will we find instances where people asked for a second round of questions and were refused?
Will you find instances where they were asked and refused? I don't know the answer to that, but if you go back to President Obama's 2 education secretaries, there was 1 round of 5-minute questions. Then the chairman asked a question and 1 other senator asked a question, and that's what we're doing tonight.
Well, but as you said in that hearing, I think we have time for a second round. Those were your words. And then you said, Senator Warren, you can be the first in the second round, which I believe to mean, had there been anyone else who wanted to ask a question, they could have, that no one was refused the opportunity to ask. It's just that people were satisfied with the nominee and had no further questions.
Well, I can guarantee you that many of us were not satisfied with the last nominee, but out of deference to the president and the institution, thought that it would be appropriate for us to defer to the president and that it was important to have a secretary in place. You're a very exceptional law professor, and I don't want to get into that kind of discussion with you. I think my guess is that I looked over there and saw you, and you asked if there could be a second round, and I said yes. So I think we're the only ones still in the room. We have to bring this to a conclusion. I think Ms. DeVos has. I think we're not going to have a second round of questions tonight.
But Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear then this is the first time ever that someone has asked for a second round and been refused?
No. No one ever said that except you.
Well, but you haven't said otherwise.
No, well, now that's an Allison. I mean, Lewis Carroll would be proud of that. I mean, that's a little exceptional.
Did you say that you had refused anyone a second round?
No, I said Lewis Carroll would be proud of that kind of reasoning. What I'm saying is I looked straightforwardly at the process that we had with President Obama's education secretaries and determined that we would do the same thing for President-elect Trump's nominee. If I were to be even more careful, I would point out that she's now spent 50% more time here in this hearing than either Secretary Duncan or Secretary King did for President Obama. She's visited every one of your offices. She asked to go in December. Nobody made time to see her in December, so she came in January. I believe that's correct. And then she's received questions from you, which she's going to answer. We have said that she's completed the FBI background. She's followed every rule the committee has. I've said we will consider the tax return question at an executive session next week about whether we want to change the rules and require that of future nominees. You can decide to do that if you wish to do that. We senators don't do it for ourselves, and we don't do it for our nominees, so we can talk about that. And that you'll have 2 days to ask additional written questions. She'll do a reasonable number of them. She'll do her best to give you reasonable answers to them, and that we will not go forward with a vote on next Tuesday unless her letter agreement is public by Friday and available for you to review it. So that's my decision, and I think that's what we'll do tonight. Now, we'll conclude the hearing by inviting Senator Murray, if she has any additional questions to ask, to do that. Then I'll ask some, and then we'll be finished.
So, Mr. Chairman, I take that as a definitive answer?
That's as definitive as I can be.
Well, since I only have one question, I'll ask one you probably won't like. Mrs. DeVos, President-elect Trump was recorded bragging about kissing and groping and trying to have sex with women without their consent. He said on tape that when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. I was, and I remain, very outraged by those comments. And that outrage grew following the release of that recording as a series of women came forward to publicly accuse President-elect Trump of exactly the type of behavior he bragged about on that tape. I take accusations of this type of behavior very seriously. If this behavior, kissing and touching women and girls without their consent, happened in a school, would you consider it a sexual assault?
Yes.
1 in 5 young women will experience sexual assault while in college. We are joined tonight by several sexual assault survivors who are brave enough to come here tonight because this issue is so important to them. Can you promise them and me that you will not, as has been in the press, consider, quote, reining in the Office for Civil Rights and the department's work to protect students from campus sexual assault?
Senator, if confirmed, I commit that I will be looking very closely at how this has been regulated and handled, and with great sensitivity to those who are victims, and also considering perpetrators as well. But please know that I am very sensitive to this.
I've heard you say that, but you will not take back the words that you will rein in the Office for Civil Rights.
I don't believe those were the words that I used.
Well, that is a quote that's been attributed to you. We've spent, I thank Senator Casey on this as well. This is extremely important to women and men across the country, and I hope that you will take back the words of reining in the Office of Civil Rights and the department's work on sexual assault. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn to Senator Hassan for the last part of my questions.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Just two quick things, Ms. DeVos. I just wanted to clarify the issue about whether you were on the board of your mother's foundation. I have 990s up through 2013 where you're listed as the vice president and a board member. So was that just a mistake on your part?
That was a clerical error. I can assure you I have never made decisions on my mother's behalf on her foundation board.
So the listing that you were the vice president of the board is incorrect?
That is incorrect.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I just wanted to circle back to, I want to go back to the Individual with Disabilities and Education Act. That's a federal civil rights law. So do you stand by your statement a few minutes ago that it should be up to the states whether to follow it?
The law must be followed, federal law must be followed where federal dollars are in play.
So were you unaware when I just asked you about the IDEA that it was a federal law?
I may have confused it.
It guarantees absolutely basic protections to students with disabilities to ensure that they are afforded a high-quality education with their peers. One of the reasons that it is difficult to have this hearing and feel that we fully understand your perspective is because we do know that children with disabilities in at least some of the voucher programs that you have supported have gone with a voucher to a school because of their disability, had to leave the school keeps the money, and they go back to public schools that now have even less resources to deal with them. And many of us see this as the potential for turning our public schools into warehouses for the most challenging kids with disabilities or other kinds of particular issues, or the kids whose parents can't afford to make up the difference between the voucher and the cost of private school tuition. So I just would urge you to become familiar, should you be nominated, with the Individual with Disabilities and Education Act. And I do have to say, I'm concerned that you seem so unfamiliar with it and that you seem to support voucher schools that have not honored, have made students sign away their rights to make sure that the law is enforced. That's very troubling to me.
Senator, I assure you that if confirmed, I will be very sensitive to the needs of special needs students and the policies surrounding that.
And with all due respect, it's not about sensitivity, although that helps. It's about being willing to enforce the law to make sure that my child and every child has the same access to public education, high-quality public education. And the reality is that the way the voucher systems that you have supported work don't always come out that way. And that's why it's something we need to continue to explore. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator Hassan, Senator Murray. Thank you, Ms. DeVos, for being here. I appreciate your being here for 3 hours and 15 minutes and giving us a chance to ask you questions. You've set a record in terms of the last three education secretaries in any event. I'm going to put in the record with consent a letter from the Log Cabin Republicans who wrote to me as chairman of the committee about a suggestion that you might be anti-gay. According to Gregory T. Angelo, president, he said, far from being an anti-gay fire breather, Mrs. DeVos actually has a history of working with and supporting gay individuals. When her senior advisor Greg McNeely was accosted by a Michigan state senator who threatened to make his sexual orientation a matter of public record because of his opposition to a constitutional amendment banning marriage equality, Mrs. DeVos put an end to the bullying and harassment. Furthermore, in 2013, Mrs. DeVos called for the resignation of then Republican National Committeeman Dave Ajima for posting erroneous and vitriolic anti-gay statements online. Mrs. DeVos should be commended for proving that differences of opinion related to marriage equality do not equate to anti-gay animus. Log Cabin Republicans stand in support of her nomination for Secretary of Education and encourages her swift confirmation. If senators wish to ask additional questions of our nominee, those are due by the close of business on Thursday, January the 19th. For all other matters, the hearing record will remain open for 10 days. Members may submit additional information for the record within that time. The next hearing of our committee will be tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock on the nomination of Tom Price for the United States Secretary of Health and Human Services. Thank you for being here today.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a letter I'd just like to have put in the record as well from the Massachusetts Charter Public School Association, raising questions about accountability. They're strong supporters of charter schools, but they are very concerned about Ms. DeVos's record with accountability for charter schools in Michigan.
Thank you, Senator Warren. It will be included in the record. The committee will stand adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bennett.
Do it to somebody.
Well, let me unadjourn the committee for a moment. Were you trying to get my attention?
I had a suggestion that I hope might resolve the problem earlier, which is, my understanding is that under Rule 26 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, 3 of us have the right to ask you to call minority witnesses before the committee to whom we could address questions. And maybe that's a way through this. So I'd make that request, assuming that...
Well, that request has been made earlier, and I've denied it. We've not done that in my experience. That would mean our tradition is to invite the nominee, ask the nominee questions, which we've done. They go through the process, which I've described at length. So I appreciate your request, but I'm not going to agree to it. The committee's adjourned.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're just wrapping up that Senate hearing on the Hill there. We're going to take you to live breaking news out in Orlando, Florida, where police are talking about the capture of a suspected shooter that shot an Orlando Police Department sergeant.
His phone and found out his location because he had been texting with someone. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about how we captured him, and we don't want to thwart any future investigations, but I will say that this was great police work from the very beginning. They unturned every single stone, every single associate, every single person that has ever been in contact with him in the past, several months that they've been in contact with and tracked every single lead down. But I will say that it was great police work that brought him into custody.
Are more arrests pending for people that were aiding and abetting? Since you said this did not come from a tip, that it was old-fashioned police work, the people that were helping him evade you all, are you expecting to make more arrests?
Absolutely. That investigation is not going to stop either. Anyone who harbored, aided, or abetted him in any way is going to be arrested. And we know from our investigation that people did help him out and assist him. And it's also important to note the house he was found in, 1156 Lescott Lane, is an abandoned house, but does have ties back to some of his associates from the past.
Did he say anything to you all while you were taking him into custody?
He made no statements about the case or anything of significance.
What grounds were on the gun? Attorney, if I could you talk about next steps now that this capture has been completed?
Sure.
Good evening. What I can tell you at this point is that it is still an ongoing investigation. The State Attorney's Office proceeds as we do on any other cases, whether cameras are on or off. We will look at this case as it's submitted, and we will pursue it, and we will look at it, determine what charges, and we will follow with you at that point.
Chief, we were also told that Marquis Floyd's family and Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton's family have known each other for decades. Is this true?
I've heard that rumor as well. I haven't been able to confirm that. That's something our homicide detectives will just track down for us, just so we know for future reference. But as far as I know, there was no connection.
And do you know how long he was in that abandoned house?
No, we do not know how long he's in the abandoned house. We'll be able to find that out, I think, through our investigation. But at this point, we don't know how long he's been in that house.
Chief, can you take two more questions? Really quick and explain, these were both the guns that he had on him, and then did he throw them? Can you explain that?
Yeah, so these are both the guns that he had on him. The gun on the bottom, that's a Glock handgun, and that magazine is called a 100-round drum because it could hold 100 rounds of ammunition. And it's my understanding that he came out of the house and he did, at some point, throw those guns to the ground.
Chief, talk about the restraint that your officers and deputies had to have, knowing that they had him in custody and he was able to be brought in alive. Talk about the significance of that, and I guess give them a pat on the back, I would say.
The agencies involved are extremely professional, have always been very professional, and I knew they would be able to hold back and restrain themselves, although he did come out with body armor and guns. But they're professionals. We have the best training, the best equipment, and there was no doubt in my mind that they would use the restraint necessary to take him into custody.
You've talked at length about how dangerous he is. Now knowing how well he was armed, can you talk about just how dangerous you realize now he would have been had he not gone in somewhat peacefully?
Yeah, and that was one of our concerns, that we knew he had body armor. We obviously knew he had weapons, and obviously not afraid to use those weapons. And honestly, I thought this would end up in a much different situation. I'm very happy that no other officers or no other citizens were hurt during this arrest.
Do you believe he was in this abandoned house the entire time, or do you think he's been jumping around?
No, we don't know how long he's been in that house.
What is your feeling just knowing that he will be prosecuted now rather than dying tonight?
Well, I'm just happy he's in custody. I think that's the message. Our officers have been working so hard. We wanted to bring some sort of closure to all three families involved in these cases. And, I'm not going to talk about my feelings about prosecution or other circumstances. We're just glad that he's in custody.
Okay,
Commissioner
you're
Hill.
saying they beat me up. Can you kind of go into that about the struggle and what was it?
He resisted arrest. There was force used, and we do an investigation into that anytime we use any type of force. So it's premature to talk about the exact nature of the force used and the circumstances surrounding it. But we'll investigate that use of force just like we investigate every single use of force.
All right, Commissioner Hill, can you talk to us about Commissioner Hill? Can we ask her a question as well?
Sure.
Commissioner Hill, can you just talk about, this was your friend. You went to her wedding and celebrated with her, and to know, you got the call and you immediately rushed down here. Talk about what this means to you as her friend, not just her commissioner.
Well, I'm certain the family and myself being her friend, so grateful for the due diligence of law enforcement and them not sleeping on this, as they stated. ATF, this is a multi-unit collaboration of county, city, state, national law enforcement, and I'm forever grateful for all the hard work that they've put into bringing this cold-blooded killer to justice.
Did you have a chance to talk?
And alive, yes.
Did you have a chance to talk to her family before the press?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there going to be a perp walk still? Another perp walk?
We're going to talk to you about that in a few minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Orlando.
All right, that was the press conference there in Orlando following the arrest of the alleged police shooting suspect. You could follow more on fox10phoenix.com. Facebook Live will be ending now. All right, folks, there is a look of beautiful Times Square right now. We're going to take you back out here to Arizona, though. This is happening in Flagstaff right now. There is city council meeting talking about minimum wage.
Many who are not here tonight because they work 2, even 3 jobs to put food on the table. These are terrible realities in our community to which all of us must respond, and not primarily with charity, but with justice, with a just and living wage. We want to recognize that even though we've been speaking about increasing the minimum wage, there are people in Flagstaff who are earning less than minimum wage. Many undocumented people are being paid less than minimum wage and are being fired and not being paid their final paycheck for work that they have done. They are not receiving overtime pay. We know that in the hotel industry, they're being paid by the room instead of by the hour. Prop 414, as it stands, will investigate the wage theft happening in Flagstaff. As a group speaking out against racism, we want to acknowledge people of color and Indigenous people are disproportionately impacted by not having a living wage, and that economic justice is connected to racial justice and Indigenous sovereignty. Given what is ahead of us with Trump as president, we ask you to think about which side of history you will be on. If you have the privilege, as many of us in this group, Surge, do, to have food on the table and not have to worry about paying the bills and paying the rent, which we all know is particularly high in Flagstaff, or do not fear for the survival and safety and well-being of yourself and your loved ones, we urge you to think about how you might use the voice you have here tonight to cast a vote for justice and democracy, to define Flagstaff as a town that is committed to ethically responsible business and that cares not just about the people who have privilege, but about the entire community. Thank you.
Next up, I have Liliana Presley. Okay. What about Merle Henderson? Oh, wait, hold on real quick. Merle, you're going to be in the queue because I think Liliana is outside. So, Merle, if you could just wait, if you could just hold that thought. You'll be up after her.
Sorry, I had to step out because she was being loud.
That's okay. Not a problem.
Good evening. I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
I'm here. I am the mother of this lovely young lady. Her name is Nakisha Presley. We just moved from Salt Lake City, Utah 3 years ago, and her wonderful camp named Lucor has welcomed her because of the fundings that she has acquired. My point is, tonight, what is the point of increasing the minimum wage if we're not going to have jobs? If we're going to get fired from those jobs? Already some of my colleagues are being fired or their wages, their hours cut. So my question to you is funding for my child. As you can see, she's loud. She requires 24/7 care. She's not able to eat by herself. She's not able to walk. She's not able to speak. My husband and I both work full-time jobs because of the fact that I can leave my child with these wonderful people. They deserve a lot of money, I agree. I totally agree. But there's no funding. Therefore, their funding are going to be removed from this town. And I will be left taking care of her by myself because my husband is a truck driver. I've already had friends that their jobs have been cut. Next year, they won't have jobs. Next year, their hours will be cut. So what's the point of raising the minimum wage if there's not going to be any jobs? Thank you for your time.
Merle Henderson?
Thank you, members of council, mayor. My name is Merle Henderson. I live in the greater Flagstaff area. I have 2 points of concern that have evolved within the last few days. One is a newspaper article that kind of indicated where the council plans on issues that council plans on addressing in the coming months. One is the council wants to advocate for economic improvement in the Flagstaff area. And the other is, well, first of all, let me say that this newspaper ad, with reflection to the minimum wage issue, is counterproductive. And I want you to think about that in the hours to come when you're considering the signatures to be presented. The other is the city has chosen to pull out of its membership with the Chamber of Commerce. That is also very concerning. And I'm beginning to wonder if one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing, or there is a reason that I don't understand, or the members of the community do not understand. So I'd like that to be brought forward in your future considerations of this issue. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next up is Kim Callis.
Good evening. I am here partially to express my distress over what 414 is doing to our town and also to seek a few clarification points. My distress primarily arises because 414 has put at risk the most vulnerable of the souls in our community. You will know at this point the negative impact 414 will do to our nonprofits and the clients that they serve. We also know some folks will lose access for their children, and they will lose disability if they continue working like they're working now. I am also distressed by the ugliness and the lack of compassion that have been expressed by the members of our community. 414 seems to have brought out the very worst in our town. I don't know if any of you remember the old Twilight Zone episode, Monsters on Maple Street. That's how it feels to me. Neighbors turn against neighbors because of fear and partially because of egos, and it breaks my heart to see this happening to our town. I think all of us want a living wage, but most of the businesses and employees I've spoken to have said that 414 is not the answer. I realize that you all do not have the power to make us all be nice to each other, but I urge you to help us come up with a compromise that works for everyone. I am also seeking clarification about Prop 414. I'm wanting to know if anyone that works in the city limits must be paid the city's minimum wage. For example, if a business is housed outside city limits, but their employees work in the city limits, are they to be paid state wage or city wage? If they are not to be paid city wage, it's my concern that outside businesses will undercut our local businesses. For example, if a Phoenix construction company places a bid on a building here in Flagstaff, and they don't have to pay our wage, they will constantly undercut our local businesses. If they do have to pay our city wage, I would like to know who's going to be in charge of enforcing that. I do know that 414 states that the office may investigate any possible violations by an employer or another person. So how are these employees from out of our city going to be notified of their rights to earn our minimum wage? And finally, I would like to know which office will oversee those issues, and has the city budgeted for that? So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you can address those questions this evening. Thank you.
Next up is Kim Yule.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kim Yule, and I am a small business owner and a citizen of Flagstaff. I stand here disheartened and frankly quite appalled at the attempt to repeal 414 and nullify the vote. As of a few days ago, the amendment that serves to repeal 414 had enough signatures to be eligible for the next general election in November of 2018. And I am here today to ask you to deny their petition or their anticipated petition for a special election. There are many things fundamentally wrong with paying for signatures to gain the right to stand before you and request the taxpayers bear the cost of a special election, especially when those very same taxpayers definitively spoke by voting in record numbers just a few months ago. As was mentioned, a special election typically has the lowest voter turnout, and our last general election had the highest, so it's ridiculous to think that the results of the two would be equal. A vote in support of a special election says to our community that if you have the money and you don't agree with the result, you can write a check and buy yourself a new election. And holding a special election in this case sets a dangerous precedent. Besides being financially irresponsible to our community, it's telling the public that their vote doesn't count when the people with money disagree. Contrary to what many people would have you believe, when Flagstaff voted for the Living Wage Initiative, we not only cast a vote in support of our working poor, we also did cast a vote in support of our small businesses. Higher wages means more income, and more income means more spending. This is basic economics. If you look at periods of economic growth in our country's history, you'll find a direct correlation between rising wages and a stronger economy. And a healthy economy benefits businesses. I help small businesses grow for a living. It's what I do. And I work with many small businesses across the country that are finding themselves in similar situations. Working with a local small business to prepare for the upcoming wage increases in just 2 months, we have seen their online revenue triple. By creating a new revenue stream, we've re-engaged their VIP list, driving more customers into their stores, and sold out their holiday stock 2 weeks ahead of schedule. I say this not to brag, but to tell you there is hope if we focus on moving forward instead of looking backward. In the end, this fight isn't about what's in our heart, it's about the bottom line, and not just the bottom line of our small businesses, but the bottom line of those that keep those businesses in business. I ask you to honor the vote and stop subsidizing businesses with the wages of our working poor. Thank you.
Next up is Wei Yule.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So this last November, I voted like most of us did in the election, and some of the results were what I hoped for and some were not. Those that went my way celebrated with a pop of a champagne, and those that didn't go my way, I was disappointed, obviously, but realized that we're living in a democracy and I can't always get what I want because the majority doesn't always believe the same thing that I do. But we respect what the majority votes for and we move forward. What concerns me is that we're now in a position with organizations and those with money can simply and literally buy a new election because they have the funds to do so. And that is exactly what's happening with 414. The Chamber of Commerce and Mountain Mojo, Elevate Flagstaff, they have the money to buy a new election because they disagree with the outcome. And my question to you is simply, knowing that election can be bought, what is the motivation for me to vote at all? If you move forward with a special election, you're sending a clear message that our vote really doesn't count if those with money don't agree with it. Thank you.
Next up is Kathleen Petty with Irene Cottrell. You had checked two different boxes.
Pardon me?
You had checked two different boxes, so you are speaking on behalf of yourself with her?
I'm going to ask her a couple of questions to illustrate my point.
Okay.
Will you allow her to do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
This is my sister, Eileen Cottrell. She has a diagnosis of mental retardation. She's 2 years younger than I am, and I am her loving sister and her guardian. Eileen, do you like your group home? Yeah. Can you say yes so that they can hear you? Come over here. Don't be scared.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you like your roommate?
Yes.
Do you like your day program?
Yes.
Why do you like LuCorp?
Because they took me in.
They took you in?
Yeah.
And are they nice to you?
Yes.
And do you have fun?
Yes.
Okay. You want to sit down?
Yes.
She's sweet to the point. That is her. I love this young woman. She is really such a neat lady, as well as many of these people in this room. If you could just, those that have disabilities or work with disabilities, please raise your hand. Just please raise your hand. There's quite a few in here. The effect of the minimum wage is really that simple as far as like how many people it's going to affect. This is just a small percentage. But the underlying issue here isn't that they don't deserve, the people that work with them don't, it's not that they don't deserve to be paid more. They do. They do things that a lot of us would never even consider doing. They do deserve to be paid more. However, the infrastructure is not there. The government gives them a certain amount of money, and with this pay raise, it is just not possible to do that. They already pay above minimum wage as it is. These ladies, Lisa and Anthea, who run LuCorp, my sister has been in 2 of these programs. This is the best that I have ever seen. They really do love and care about them, but at the same time, they can't do it alone, and they have to have people to help with these people. My sister, along with a few other people in this room, cannot be left alone at all. There's stranger danger, and there's other things that are taken into consideration. I am not against having these people paid more or any person paid more, but if the infrastructure is not there, no. And I do not want any of these clients out on their own, because my sister's lucky and blessed because she has someone. But I tell you what, I have 2 other children at home that have disabilities that I'm taking care of and homeschooling because of the issues that I have. And it would overwhelm me mentally and emotionally as far as that goes. There isn't enough money, and it is poverty with a view. But we should be inviting other companies that have the infrastructure to help us make the economy better to Flagstaff so that we don't have to have this discussion. Poverty with a view is kind of, if I would think about it, is kind of an embarrassment statement, because a lot of people say that. And, you know, yes, it's a beautiful place to live. Yes, it's a beautiful place to have children. But I can't see people like these people out on the street and homeless. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Robert Neustadt.
Mayor Evans and council. A lot of people have spoken really eloquently about the assault on democracy with this situation, and I'm not going to add to that. I think it's clear that the people have spoken in a major election, And to push this aside, to have a recall election on an alternate year is just not a democratic process. Now, I don't think that the people, the businesses that are working against this are necessarily nefarious people that are trying to keep people living in poverty. I think that there is a misunderstanding of the way economics work here. And it's not about paying people less because that's all we can pay them, and having them continue year after year to try to get by on that amount of funds. This is about doing the greater good for the greater number of people. And to do that, what we need to do is we need to raise the minimum wage to be a living wage. And if the people working, the thousands of people that are making these low wages, if they start earning more money, they will have more money, and then they will spend that money on products and services, and this will create more jobs. So I think the way economics works is by giving higher wages is going to improve the economy and going to create more jobs. So this fear that everyone is going to lose their job and that Flagstaff is going to become a ghost town because we're paying a living wage is misguided. It's a misunderstanding. And the last thing I want to say is about these nonprofits that are in a very, very difficult situation. What I would suggest is that we put our energy into finding ways to protect these nonprofits and to building a safety net and to find funds for them so that they can stay and continue to do the very important work that they're doing. So I urge you to not call for a new election to remove this change. We need a living wage in Flagstaff. Thank you.
Next up is Ari Gomez.
It's Allie.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was doing the best I could.
No, it's okay. I wrote it in cursive. It's a struggle sometimes. Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Allie Gomez. I live in Mountain Air, so I wasn't able to vote on Prop 414, but I feel as though my voice should be heard, seeing as though I work and spend my money in Flagstaff. I work at Loop Corporation, a company that prides itself on providing services for adults with disabilities. If the minimum wage goes up to $12 an hour in July, it will not only affect me, it would also affect my family. See, I've known a lot of my clients for many, many years. We went to high school together. They are my family. They're my family. I ask you, Council, what do I tell my family members when we have to shut the doors because we can no longer operate due to the wage increase? What do I tell them when they have to move away from the lives they have created? Will you be there with me when I have to break their hearts? I believe that Flagstaff does need a livable wage. I also believe that there is a better way to go about it than raising it so much so quickly. I have worked hard to earn the wage that I am at right now for 15 years. I don't find it fair that somebody out of high school can earn what I have worked extremely hard to earn. I do not think that when people voted for this proposition, they fully thought about all the consequences that came along with raising minimum wage. Please think about all the consequences that will come along with doing this. Think about all the people without a voice. Think about people like me who do not have a say about what happens in the city that they work in because I choose to live in the county. Thank you.
Next up is Brian Whitley.
Mayor and council members, I actually agree with what the doctor said earlier about finding a way to help support these nonprofit groups to stay in business. My sister's been with Lucor and Jam for over 10 years, and my mom was very handicapped, and these have been the best 10 years of her life. These people are amazing. They love her. I mean, it just breaks my heart to think that this could all fall apart and those people's lives be turned upside down because of, just not enough funding to keep them alive. Like I said, I just think that it would be horrible for all those facilities to close. My sister would be replaced, probably moved to Phoenix. It's it's horrible to think that they've been so good, but yet the possibility my sister would be relocated to a town with no family or something is just heartbreaking. And I'd like the council and all of you to just keep in mind or in hopes that we could possibly get some help to provide money to help these nonprofit agencies stay alive. Thank you.
Next up is Athena Hajar.
It's Anthea Hajar. Thank you. I just want to point out first, good evening, Mayor and council members, that I also live in the county and was not able to vote on this issue, which I think is really unfair because I've lived in Flagstaff for 26 years. I'm the residential coordinator at Lou Corporation. We are a provider agency supporting individuals with disabilities, and I've worked there for 20 years. Our staff are incredible. They absolutely deserve more than $10 an hour. They do. We would pay them that if we could. We rely on funding from the state. If it goes up to $12 an hour, we will close our doors. We can't raise our prices. We can't raise things we can't charge for our services. For those in support of Proposition 414, it was expected there would be collateral damage. The faces of collateral damage you've seen tonight in our audience. The unintended consequences. Again, you've seen their faces here in the audience tonight. Many of you have not had the pleasure of getting to know personally a person with an intellectual, developmental, or physical disability. So let me tell you a little bit about them, the citizens of this community. Like many of us, they've been born and raised in Flagstaff. They attend our public schools, receive services in this city, their city, for their entire lives. They work in our community, at Safeway, at McDonald's, Goodwill, and many other local businesses. They love to shop, eat out, go bowling, go to the movies, socialize with their friends, be involved in Special Olympics, be with their friends and their family who are also citizens of Flagstaff. Many of our folks are very routine-oriented. The smallest upset in their daily schedule can cause all sorts of issues such as behavioral episodes, depression, and difficulty transitioning. Imagine what the devastating effects of losing their homes, their friends, their families, their jobs, their community, their staff, and being forced to leave this town, their beloved Flagstaff, and what it will do to them. Our most vulnerable population deserves the right to feel safe and secure in their city, in their home, and in their lives. The unintended consequence of having to relocate these Flagstaff citizens to other areas of the state because providers cannot afford to pay our staff $2 more an hour come July 1st is incomprehensible and irresponsible. Collateral damage. Flagstaff has always been a diverse and welcoming community. How can we justify a sterile Flagstaff devoid of people with disabilities? How can we sleep at night knowing that we have erased a population of people from our Flagstaff landscape? I can't imagine that those in support of Proposition 414 will feel good about displacing these beautiful citizens and forcing these staff out of jobs. Please, Madam Mayor and council members, we appeal to you to help us. Thank you.
Next up is Al White, and he has indicated that he is speaking on behalf of Quality Connections.
Never get used to this hill. Good evening. The first thing I want to do is correct your council options list. As Council Member Barrett is fond of saying, words matter. And if you look at the question 2, can the City Council amend an adopted voter initiative? It says no, but. What it should say is yes, if by a supermajority and it furthers the initiative's purposes. And so I urge you to do that. And I urge you to take that under consideration very seriously and act relatively quickly, because I think that you can further your initiative's purposes by modifying to a certain extent, and I don't have details, although as you always know, I'm available to any one of you at any time to call and talk about those kinds of things. Modify your $2. The $2 increase over minimum wage was intended to be an increase over an $8 minimum wage, which would have been a 20% increase. Very absorbable. As many of you may or may not know, one of the largest cost areas in any business is labor. If you take $2 now over 10, you're essentially going from 8 to 12, a 50% increase, which is very, very hard to absorb in many, many cases. And Josh, you can verify that. If you took your minimum wage for city employees and had to increase everybody by 50%, would that or would that not warrant some kind of revenue generation? On a pretty severe note. So I do believe that you will further. I don't believe that the intention of 414 was to close any business. My belief instead was that it was to pull people out of poverty. And you don't do that by closing a business. And some of these businesses will find it impossible, if not very difficult, to absorb a 50% increase. The other piece of it is extend the time limits and give people an opportunity to adapt to these increases in the minimum wage, and I think you'll have a far, far higher success rate, and that success rate will further the intent of Prop 414. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it, and good luck with this dilemma.
Armando Berlusconi.
Mayor Evans, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Armando Bernasconi. I'm the President and CEO of Quality Connections. Our mission is to pull people out of poverty, in particular the disabled community here in Flagstaff. We have a really close relationship with the Flagstaff business community here in Flagstaff. They purchase our products and they hire our clients. We're considered what the state calls a community rehab program. We help train and employ people with disabilities. We can't pursue our mission without the Flagstaff business community. My clients won't have jobs without the Flagstaff business community. It kills me to say that the Flagstaff business community is being vilified here. These are courageous and empathetic people who helped QC lift 38 people out of poverty this past year. These are disabled individuals who would otherwise not have jobs and would be in poverty. The Flagstaff business community is not the 1%. As Al just said, 414 was meant to help people be raised out of poverty. And I believe that that can happen if the $2 an hour jump in July is removed. And I'm urging you guys to please remove that as soon as possible. We're already losing people, or people are already losing their jobs as we speak. And I can attest to that because that's what we do at QC. I just want to make the statement that fixing 414 is furthering 414. And I'd like you all to keep that in mind as you discuss this. It really is a difficult issue, and I appreciate your guys' time and consideration. Thank you.
Next up is Maria Becerrella. Last name is Becerra. Okay, there we go. Basila. You might have to say that into the record for the clerk. Basila.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't speak English very well, but I'm going to try to. Write it in Spanish, but I'm going to try to translate in English.
Just so you know, we passed a ruling earlier at the 4 o'clock meeting. Do you have somebody that's going to assist you with the translation?
I can.
Okay, so if she helps you with that, because you need a translator, you can have up to 5 minutes to speak with us.
Well, somebody told me that I can't have a translator. Okay.
Okay.
¿Puedes traducir tú?
No más despacito.
Okay. Estoy aquí para defender el derecho
I am here today to defend the right
que tengo como trabajadora de esta comunidad
that I have as a worker of this community,
en la que he vivido por 14 años,
where I have lived for 14 years,
junto a mi hija, mi nieta
with my
y
daughter
cerca
and granddaughter,
de algunos de mis familiares y
and my
amigos.
family and friends.
Actualmente trabajo en el área de servicios,
Actively, I am working in customer service.
que es una de las más golpeadas y olvidadas.
That is sometimes one of the hardest jobs and forgotten jobs.
Llámese hoteles, restaurantes,
Includes
limpieza.
restaurants, cleaning, housekeeping, hotels.
He sido cabeza de familia por 14 años.
I have been a family. I have had my family's back for over 14 years.
A excepción de los últimos 5 meses, ya que me fui a vivir con mi hija.
I have recently been living with my daughter.
5 meses.
The last 5 months.
Empezaré hablando de las rentas.
I will start with talking about rent in Flagstaff.
Todos sabemos que son extremadamente altas.
We all know it is very expensive.
Aumentos en renta cada año.
Rent, it goes up every year in
por
Flagstaff.
Renovación de contrato.
Due to living costs.
Aumentos en los servicios.
Living costs go up throughout the whole
gas,
year.
Electricidad,
Gas,
teléfono,
etc., water,
etc. Alimentación, vestido, calzado.
Cost of living, she's just explaining it, going into detail, everything that goes up in price every
Empecé
year.
trabajando
I started working
hace 10 años
10 years ago
en el área de servicios con un salario de $4.50 por hora.
in customer service as a waitress for $4.50 an hour,
Más tips.
plus tips.
¿Y saben cuánto he tenido de aumento en los últimos 10 años?
Do you want to know how much of a raise I've had in the last 5 years?
55 centavos.
55 cents.
En este tiempo,
In this time,
ni siquiera podemos soñar en tener vacaciones,
we can't even dream about taking vacation,
ni siquiera el sueño de llegar algún día
not even the dream to one day
a lograr un aumento,
to get a raise,
que es lo que nos quieren arrebatar.
which is what they want to take from us now.
Le pido a quien corresponda
I am asking whoever is in charge
que nos den la oportunidad
to give us the opportunity
de darles a nuestra familia
to give our family
una vida digna,
a better and fair life
aspirar a mejores servicios médicos,
so they can have insurance for medicine,
etc.
etc.
No estamos mendigando un favor,
We are not asking for a favor.
trabajamos duro para ello
We work very hard for
y
what
el
we are asking
resultado de
for.
ese trabajo
And the result of that job
es lo que hace fuerte a esta comunidad
is what makes this community strong
y los hace ricos a ustedes, señores dueños de negocios.
and makes you businessmen rich.
Pregúntense a
Ask
ustedes
yourself-
mismos si tendrían lo que tienen sin el trabajo duro
Ask yourself if you would have what you have now without the hard work of your community
que llevamos a cabo diariamente.
that we do every day with pride.
Dense a ustedes mismos, dense a ustedes mismos
Give yourself
la satisfacción de ser justos,
the satisfaction to be fair,
con quienes dejan su tiempo,
who give you their time,
su
to the people
esfuerzo,
who give you their time
su
and their
salud,
strength, their health,
al desempeñar su trabajo.
to do the best that they can to work for you,
Por esta comunidad
for this community
y sus autoridades
and your authority,
quienes les dan la oportunidad de invertir.
which gives you the opportunity to invest.
Es todo de mi parte. Gracias por su tiempo.
That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is Frankie Beasley.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Evans. I'll try to project. It's hard to hear back there. I am here tonight in deep support of Proposition 414 and of not doing any efforts such as special elections or amendments. My name is Frankie Beasley, and I have been involved with a number of community organizing groups here in Flagstaff that have addressed the issue of wages in one way or another. I'm here tonight to both strongly urge and plead for you all to hold true to democracy and community justice, and to not vote in favor of holding a special election this May. Over 50% of the voting population in our community have spoken, and the desperate need for an increase in our local wages has been called for. To allow a group like Elevate Flagstaff, a group that touts that they have the whole community's best interests in mind, to sway your hearts and mind is not only a disservice to democracy, but a complete disregard and disgraceful turning of your backs to those in our community working for minimum and poverty wages. Allowing Elevate Flagstaff, a group that is in actuality reinforcing rhetoric of continued economic disparity and community divisiveness by promoting a platform that is primarily concerned with business profit over actual lived experience of workers, to succeed in their deceitful efforts to completely pushes those to the side who are already experiencing inadequate representation. I have known many of you for most of my time in Flagstaff. I have deeply respected and supported your words and decisions, and have felt thankful to have many of you not only as elected representatives, but as close allies, as people I have felt honored to be working for justice side by side with. I know that you know this is more than just an issue over the minimum wage. Repealing or holding off efforts of Proposition 414 will mean disregarding those individuals, particularly those women, many who are in this room, in the lobby, and upstairs tonight, who work in local hotels and are making sometimes $4 a room. It will mean ignoring the fact that we will have local control over our wages. It will mean not holding businesses and their owners accountable by having city intervention in case of wage theft. It will mean turning your backs on what is morally just and needed for those who already battle so many of these issues on a day-to-day basis. It will mean choosing fear over courage. Don't let fear and reinforcing the status quo stop you all from making the decision tonight that stands with those most susceptible to injustice in our community. Stand with the women in the hotels, like Maria. Stand with the single mothers who oftentimes have to work multiple jobs in order to make ends meet. Stand with those of us who reject exploitation and see right through the fears and lies of those opposing the minimum wage increase. I sincerely hope you will all make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Next up is Joy Stavely.
Mayor Evans and council members, I'm speaking this evening asking that you vote to put the Sustainable Wages Act on the May 16th special election ballot. I think it was disingenuous for some to suggest that the call for a special election is undemocratic simply because some people were paid to gather signatures. I, for one, volunteered to gather signatures. I was not paid. But labor unions out of Phoenix did, in fact, help fund Prop 414. So I would ask, did they buy that vote? I'm not suggesting that either. I'm just saying let's look at it fair. There's nothing illegal about hiring folks to help gather signatures when you have a very limited time. Almost 9,000 voters in less than 3 weeks signed petitions asking that 414 be amended because they were extremely concerned about its negative consequences. Employees are losing jobs, losing hours, losing benefits, losing the opportunity for entry-level work that helps to build skills necessary to be successful in the workplace. Small businesses are being threatened with closing their doors or cutting corners, reducing quality, reducing services, or moving to mechanization. 414 hurts businesses and employees alike. One size does not fit all. A business with debt has much less flexibility than those businesses who have been in business longer. Some businesses are only seasonal and have very slim profits to begin with. Most businesses have similar expenses when it comes to things like property taxes, income taxes, fees, utilities, insurance, but there are a myriad of other expenses a business bears depending upon the service or product they offer. When government or others force a business to increase wages, whether or not they can afford it, bad things happen. When business voluntarily increases wages because they can afford it, then those negative consequences of terminations or reduction of hours or quality of service or move to mechanization simply doesn't happen because the business knows they can afford to absorb the increased wages. Employers pay the best they can because they have competition and because they want the best employees they can afford. I know I do in my business. When I first joined my husband in our business 37 years ago, we worked 7 days a week and 15 hours a day, literally. We were not making minimum wage ourselves. We were paying our employees more. We could never afford new equipment. Everything was always breaking down, and we needed a bridge loan every winter just to make it into the summer. We had to put our home up for collateral. Those are just some of the challenges facing small businesses, especially new ones. I'm sure the people who want to force businesses to pay higher wages mean well, but often there are unintended consequences that are not well thought out. I submit that 414 is one of them. Many people who signed the petitions for special elections were making minimum wage, but they recognized those unfavorable consequences. So I ask that you please reconsider putting the Sustainable Wage Act on the May 16th ballot for a do-over. Thank you very much.
Sean Pearson.
Hi, thank you, City Council. I'm Sean Parson. I teach at the university in the Political Science Department, and I wanted to talk a little bit about this, but I also don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, so I'll kind of skim over some stuff quickly. First of all, I want to talk about and reiterate the point that the special election idea would be an affront to democracy. If you look at the impact, general turnout tends to be about 25% in special elections, as has been noted before. This means that if every single voter who voted on a special election voted in favor of the Elevate's petition, fewer people would have voted in favor of it than voted for Prop 414. That means that's just a highlight of how undemocratic this nature is. In fact, 414 will have about 63% more votes yes than there will be a total amount voted for in a special election. In addition, special elections have a long history of being used to undermine democracy by business interests and other groups. If you look at other cities that have had minimum wage increases, there's been attempts to use special elections to push them back, as well as legal challenges like we saw with the Chamber of Commerce. Special elections, they try to do that in Oakland and San Diego, in other places as well. I also want to highlight that while a lot of the language on the Elevate Flagstaff is to slow down the process, if you look at the proposal, it's about repeal. There's no attempt to slow down. What they're trying to do is gut the main points that were passed in the democratic process. This includes not just the increase in wages, but removing of local protections for laborers. We'll probably hear from others who will talk about some aspects of wage theft, or I'd hope so, but it's a massive problem not just in Flagstaff, but throughout this country. And having local protections means a greater chance of enforcement of wage theft by employers of employees' wages. And lastly, I wanted to highlight, first of all, this new raise would not be a living wage. If you talk to most workers in Flagstaff, they would say $15 an hour will help them get by, but would not be a living wage. Most people would say it'd be closer to 18 or 20. If you actually adjust for inflation and minimum wage to where it would be, it'd be over $20 today, but it has not gone up. Lastly, I want to talk about some of the possible positive impacts of a job wage that have not been discussed. There's a Berkeley labor studies report that looked at servers who had higher wages. And one of the main findings they found is that servers who do not have tipped wages report about half as many instances of sexual assault at the workplace. Increasing wages has profound impacts to people's lives in positive ways, in many ways that we have not yet talked about, including empowering women, empowering poor folks, and allowing people to stand up for what their legal protections are. So, thank you.
Next up is Julia Coyer.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Julia Collier. I'm a resident of Flagstaff, and I want to share a story with you. On the 6th of January, I was downtown enjoying the First Friday festivities. There were several petitioners out, and I was approached by one of them. He asked me if I wanted to sign a petition for 414. I asked what the petition was about, and he said it was to strengthen 414. At the time, I did not realize these petitioners were paid by Elevate Flagstaff to obtain signatures for a petition calling for the repeal of 414. I asked the petitioner for more information, but he shrugged and said he didn't know, and I could go to the Elevate Flagstaff website for more information. I feel that this exchange was misleading and the petition was not accurately represented. Personally, I support 414. I canvassed neighborhoods passing out informational brochures. Most people I encountered supported the bill. I have read the bill, and I think the language explaining the compounding aspects was very clear. I'm referring to the clause that states that the minimum wage in Flagstaff will increase to be $2 above the state minimum wage and or increase to $15 an hour incrementally by 2021. 54% of voters supported this bill in Flagstaff, which indicates that the majority is in favor. I don't think that it should be repealed, and I don't think there should be any special elections. I urge the council to see through emotionally charged arguments and to understand the commonalities across groups before you today. I hope all groups can come together to discuss and devise a reasonable compromise so we can move toward progress. Thank you.
Next up is Gus Miller. That was Gus Miller?
I'm right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry, I didn't see you.
So I'm here to speak not only as a caregiver for a developmentally disabled, but also as a retired social worker for 50 years. I was lucky enough to attend a workshop in Phoenix with recently appointed senators and representatives, and I raised the issue with them. And I'm going to tell you exactly what they told me. Yeah. Let Flagstaff deal with its own problems. Another comment that was made to me is, if we give a special privilege financially to Flagstaff, what do you think is going to happen to other cities? They're going to want to do another proposition just like you guys did. So my expectation from the state is going to be very minimal, that they're going to resolve this problem. My request here is to consider modifying the 414 to reflect more of the state funding. all the agencies that provide services cannot subsist because they cannot pass the bill to consumers who are poor and disabled. And they cannot automate caregiving, which requires loving, attention, and what eventually will happen, they will leave, and then Flagstaff's developmentally disabled will have to leave Flagstaff to either Phoenix, Tucson, or Prescott. The last time I checked in the history books, when people are a sponge from the society, it reminds me of Adolf Hitler in Germany, where the developmentally disabled were removed from their home, placed into facilities, and eventually exterminated. Furthermore, we have to think that this town provides services to the Native American. For many phone calls that I have made to the Native American families, they don't even have transportation to get here to Flagstaff to visit their loved one once a week. Imagine if they have to go to to Phoenix or Tucson. So I want you to really, really look at the impact that this is going to have on the developmentally disabled. And the only solution that I see at this point is by modifying the present law to reflect more of the state prices. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Caitlin Hamza.
Hello, I'm Caitlin, and I am a student at Northern Arizona University, and I'm currently a student worker for the university. So I love my job at NAU. I love being able to help the students and whoever asks questions or professors or anything like that. That's my job. I answer questions. And many do not know, but NAU President Rita Chang has decided that our wage will stay at $8.05 while the rest of Flagstaff goes up. That is because NAU is a government institution and she is allowed to do that. This means that in 2020, while an NAU student worker is making $8.05 an hour, the rest of the Flagstaff will be making $15 an hour. As the cost of living in Flagstaff increases, our wage will be staying the same.
All right, everybody. Well, we are going to cut out of that for a little bit to take you to some breaking news here. There's a press conference on this shooting. It was an officer-involved shooting. This is out of Little Elm, Texas. Let's hear what the officers have to say.
He was 48 years of age. He joined the department in September of 1998. He was the father of 4 children, the youngest a few months old and the oldest 22. The area is still an active crime scene with officers from the Denton County Sheriff's Office and the Frisco Police Department assisting Little Elm officers. As you know, a suspect with a long gun was reported and police were called to the scene. When officers began establishing a perimeter to contain the situation, the suspect fired at officers and officers responded with gunfire. It was at that point that Detective Walker was wounded. He was transported to the hospital where, despite the efforts of hospital staff and our paramedics, he was pronounced deceased. An unknown subject remains inside the home. We're not certain of the subject's condition, but we're able to safely extract an elderly female relative of the suspect through a window. We now believe that the suspect is totally alone inside the house. Let me emphasize that this is still an active situation and there's still danger in the area. We ask for prayers for the family of Detective Walker He was a model officer and a person who will be missed here at the department and in the town of Little Elm. Thank you.
Chief, can you just confirm the spelling of his first name?
Jerry.
We plan to have an update around 2 p.m. tomorrow. We'll send out a press release with the information that the chief shared this evening, and we'll have, as I say, an update tomorrow at 2 p.m. Probably here or in the Emergency Operations Center, but we'll let you know.
But nothing more tonight?
Nothing more tonight.
Nobody can answer any of our questions?
I'm afraid not.
Is the scene still blocked off? The neighborhood
Scene is still active.
Do we have any idea of how long it's going to take before they open up the street or anything like that?
There's no way of knowing. No way of knowing.
Is it
He's still inside the house.
We believe that he's alone inside the house.
And you said elderly woman was taken out?
An elderly female relative was extracted through a window earlier this evening.
First floor window?
First floor window. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, again, that was the press conference for the officer-involved shooting in Little Elm, Texas. We appreciate you joining us here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we'll cover some more top stories throughout the evening. All right, you guys, let's take you back to that minimum wage hearing in Flagstaff.
Is not fair, is not right, and is not just. Thank you.
Next up is Christopher Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Evans, members of the council. I'd like to start by saying that as a citizen of Flagstaff from 23 years from my birth, as a registered Republican, which is not easy to say here in Flagstaff, I voted against Prop 414 when it was on my ballot in November. If it wasn't in front of me again, I would vote no again. However, I feel that any efforts to repeal or replace Prop 414 as pushed by Elevate Flagstaff would be a dangerous effort for the following reason. The election has already been concluded. The debate we've heard tonight has been over whether Prop 414 is good for our community or not, whether higher wages will hurt businesses or whether it will empower citizens. Unfortunately, this debate should have been held prior to the November election because the citizens of Flagstaff had their opportunity to speak, and they did. My side did not come out victorious, but I believe that it is fundamental to the democratic process to respect outcomes when there is nothing to contest. There's nothing wrong with the election. There's been no reports of fraud, abuse, any kind of cheating whatsoever. Turnout was high. There's no reason to overturn this. Holding a special election either in May or putting it on the election in 2018 would be dangerous for our process. It would even set a precedent that the first time doesn't matter, that if you don't like the outcome, we can just vote again. That's happened with a couple different issues this last year. One that comes to mind is the choice of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. After that was decided, many people said they would go back and they would vote differently. But unfortunately, there is no second vote. If a precedent is set where a person can vote twice or an issue can be held twice, the first election does not matter anymore. Another concern I have about holding this election again, especially if it is held in a special election this year, would be that people that don't understand this issue very well or don't know it all that well would think that because the same issue is on the ballot twice in a 6-month or very short period, that there is something fundamentally flawed with this, with the idea at hand. Well, I think that it's not the best issue. This is not the best message to send to people who don't maybe follow up on things as well as they could. And finally, I would like to say that I would discourage the council from considering this issue again in a special election or in general election. This issue has already been decided on, and our democratic process is more important than the outcome of this one issue. Thank you.
Next up is Kevin White. Yep, I saw you.
Mayor and council members,
You
thank
could
you
use
for
that mic, the one that's, nope, right there. Yep, there we go.
Sorry, thanks. Mayor and council members, thank you for letting us all speak on this. And I would like to add my voice to the others in support of Proposition 414 and against the repeal. I agree with most of the things that my friends have said in support of that, and so I won't repeat all of it. But I would also like to point out that I would point out and reiterate that the economics of it is that all economic theory, most economic theory, and pretty much all economic research states and shows that increases in minimum wage are, especially over the long term, good for the communities that they happen in. We've seen increases in minimum wage many times in many different communities, and pretty much every time people try to talk about jobs being lost and oppose the minimum wage increase because of the prospect of lost jobs. But over the long term, the lost jobs pretty much never come to pass, and pretty much in all cases, increases in minimum wage are good for the economies of the communities that they're in. I think that, it's clear that the greatest good for the greatest number of people in the community of Flagstaff, plus the clear will of the community of Flagstaff is in support of an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour. As for the nonprofits, Flagstaff is a community. I like to think that we're a strong community. We can come together to, deal with these problems in ways that, both provide for a good standard of living for all of the people who live here, and also fund the services for the people who really need them. I think that I hope that we have the strength of community to be able to do that. Thank you.
I think this card says H. Dave Lemons.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I was here last week, and I'll keep pushing for this for our people. Our daughter Sherry is a client of Hojoni. When I make reference to the word client, I'm referring to individuals who are disabled and require care 24/7. Individuals just like our daughter Sherry and other providers like them are the only lifeline that some of these little people have. Many of them have no family or anyone to speak for them. Hojoni has been in business for over 30 years, and some of the clients at Hojoni have been there since its inception. So to imagine that those little people have to give up their life and the only home that they've ever known would be incredible. Our Sherry has been there since March of 2010, and my husband and I, it's obvious, are not young anymore. I happen to be 81 years old, and my daughter Sherry is 59. Hojoni and other groups are funded by the state, and Hojoni, they have been reimbursed only 72% of the operating costs. If Proposition 414 goes into effect, there will be collateral damage of unintended consequences. The clients of Hojoni and other facilities are just as much citizens as anyone else in the city, and there would be an uproar if any other faction in Flagstaff was being discriminated against in this way. Just because these people can't speak for themselves, they can't fight for their rights, and they can't vote on this proposition, doesn't mean that they don't matter. It's up to the citizens of this community to help those who can't speak for themselves. We cannot turn a blind eye to the hundreds of people who need our help. The employees of Hojoni and other providers will be without jobs, the clients will be homeless, and I ask you to please have it in your hearts to consider this part of our population who need our help so desperately. Thank you so kindly.
Next up is Carl Jeffers.
Sitting too long there, my cramped legs. Madam Mayor, City Council, first of all, I speak in favor of the state minimum wage, not the local minimum wage. I moved here in 1972 and owned a fast food restaurant for 5.5 years. I hired about 95% students. I could only remember 5 or 6 adults that worked for me at that time. The students were very happy to even have a job at their young age. Most of them were very good students on the honor roll and so forth. I've since been a professional since 1979. In 2008, when the Great Recession started, I found it necessary to get a part-time job at a minimum wage. Since the recession may or may not be over, I still have that job 8.5 years later. The new city minimum wage will now provide brand new hires with a wage very close to what my present wage, which includes all performance wage increases over that 8.5 years. I don't really see that it's fair, and others in my position will not get the raise, only the ones that are starting. We mentioned the 414 passed with 54%, but I wonder if of that 54%, how many of those really knew what they were voting for? What places like Hozoni? I sold a home in Upper Greenlaw to a man who rented it out to Hozoni, and he adjusted his rent for Hozoni so that they could afford the nice home that they ran. I can see where places like them, they will not be able to adjust. I've already seen prices increase in Flagstaff, whether it's Walmart or wherever it is. The prices are going up already. I'm sure that they will continue to go up as the wages go up. Like I said, I am in favor of the state $12. I think that is very sufficient for the time being. I don't think that the $15 414 was well thought of as how it was going to affect our community. How many new jobs, how many new small businesses are going to come into Flagstaff if they have to pay $15 for some of the small businesses? Thank you very much for your consideration.
Dr. George McGuire.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's obvious that 414 has placed a great burden on nonprofits and human services. But that is a separate issue from the goal of 414, which was to elevate people out of poverty. And it behooves the City Council and the county to step in and assure that this community is not deprived of the essential services that these nonprofits provide. In the past, I've been director of community nonprofit groups and youth service groups. We've received funding from federal, state, county, and city in different configurations depending on what the particular program was. The city council, excuse me, and the county council have to step up and find the resources to allow these not-for-profits to continue to provide vital services to our community. However, as important as their work is, the work of Prop 414 to elevate people out of poverty is equally important. Children going to school without a breakfast, without proper clothing, so they stand differently from their fellow students. Parents working 3 jobs in a gig economy, not being home for the children. 2 parents working. This is intolerable. This poverty in our city is a shame, and we must do whatever we can, and we have done. The citizens of this community have spoken out, and have spoken out for 414 to end poverty in our community. Now I implore the City Council to put their heads together with community groups, with churches, with all kinds of advocates for social justice, and approach the county council as well, and come up with a program to save these essential non-for-profits. We cannot abandon them, nor can we abandon the other citizens to a life of poverty. Thank you for your attention.
So we have been taking public participation now for an hour and 40-some minutes. I'd like for us to go ahead and stop, and I apologize. I'd like for us to go ahead and stop and have a 5-minute break. And so just know that, actually a little bit longer than 5 minutes. We will be back at 15 minutes after 8, exactly. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'm taking you into the next hour here on the stream. We were just showing you the minimum wage debate out of Flagstaff, and a little bit earlier before that, we were showing you a live press conference with that officer-involved shooting in Little Elm, Texas. Looks like they're taking a little bit of a break during this Flagstaff minimum wage debate. So when we get it back, I'll be sure to take you guys there. But in the meantime, let's discuss some other top stories here. Let me get my mics. There we go. That's good, right? Okay. So let's discuss some of the top stories of the day. I have a lot I want to bring you guys to. So let me pull up some of the stuff I've got for you guys tonight on the show. I appreciate you joining me. It's been a crazy day. I don't know if some of you in the, that are watching or commenting in the live chat were watching earlier. We were streaming all day the hearings for, why do I always want to call her? Yeah, Betsy. Why can't I think of this? I was streaming it all day. Betsy DeVos. Yeah, we were streaming that all day. That's Trump's pick for the Secretary of Education. So we were streaming her her hearings all day. And you guys, I cut so many clips from that hearing. Awkward moments, heated arguments, everything that you wish you could have seen if you had missed it. I have it clipped. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page. Very awkward moments during the hearing. I know that, you know, obviously it's a very highly debated topic, how to run our education system. But during these hearings, even with, you know, with Jeff Sessions and now her, the opposing side really doesn't make it easy for the person that is hopefully or wants to get that job. You know, Donald Trump's picks have really gotten a lot of heat during these hearings. I mean, the Jeff Sessions hearings went on for 2 days, and even Betsy's went on for hours, and you got to give them props for keeping a straight face the whole time and just keeping a smile on their face and being positive no matter what your political opinions are. Because that would be hard. You know, you're in a hearing and you know the cameras are all on you and people are talking to you for hours and you have to just sit there and be very, you know, polite the whole time while they sort of ask you questions that are, you know, I mean, they're not mean questions, but a lot of the people during this hearing were giving her a lot of attitude, as they would want to if they believe that she's ruining the public school system or whatever it is, you know, that they believe. It was just funny because it was such a stark contrast between the opposing side and the supporting side. The opposing side would always, you know, talk over her, kind of smirk and ask her questions about, you know, her family's money and so forth. And then the supporting side would be so happy to talk to her, and they'd say, "It was great meeting with you the other day, Betsy. Now, you say you want to make education great, don't you?" You know, their questions are so positive and easy to answer, so it's just funny to watch these hearings, and you can definitely see who's opposed to her and who's in favor of her. But I appreciate you guys watching with me, and again, if you missed that, we have the whole hearing clipped. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page, and then if you don't want to watch the whole hearing, you can just go under, and there's more clips under the full hearing. So check them out if you want to. Let's move on to some other stuff, you guys. I have some stuff clipped for you. I have a lot of top stories I want to bring you guys to. Oh, I'm hearing something.
Orlando, where we're awaiting the arrival in jail of the murder suspect Markeith Lloyd, who's the one who's accused of killing an Orlando police officer last week. Again, this will be the jail in Orlando, waiting for the arrival of Markeith Lloyd, who was arrested today. He's accused of the murder of an Orlando police officer. Source is WOFL, must courtesy of Taken Live. Again, WOFL. This is embargo to WFLX.
Okay, after them mumbling, what are they talking about?
All right, everybody, in just a little bit, we're going to take you to, you guys probably heard that, this is Markeith Lloyd in that Orlando shooting, talking to my producer here, and in that Orlando shooting, and we're about to see him arrive to jail. So we're going to stream that on Facebook Live as well. My producer over here working very hard. He puts all of our live events on Facebook Live as well. I'm hosting the YouTube stream, and then he puts these videos also on our Facebook Live. So you can always watch us live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well, in case you were wondering. Let's bring this live event up for you guys. Again, this is breaking news. This is the Orlando shooter, Markeith Lloyd. He's about to arrive to the jail here in Orlando. So let's put that feed over. All right, everybody, thanks for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. This is live out of Orlando, Florida, where at any moment now we're going to see the suspected cop killer Markeith Lloyd arriving to jail here. Stick with us on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, if you're wondering why we are looking at a empty parking lot right now, it's because we are still waiting live to see the suspected cop killer, Markeith Lloyd, arrive at jail here in Orlando, Florida. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this story, let me pull up some information. So here's the latest. Murder suspect Markeith Lloyd has been captured after more than a month-long manhunt during which he is accused of killing an Orlando, Florida police officer. He said, quote, "They beat me up," which he yelled to reporters as he hustled into a back entrance to police headquarters with handcuffs on. Lloyd is 41 years old and has been sought in connection with the shooting deaths. This happened on December 13th of Sade Dixon, a 24-year-old, a mother of two who was 3 months pregnant, and an Orlando Police Master Sergeant, Deborah Clayton, during a confrontation on January 9th. So not only the death of a police officer, but also the death of Sade Dixon, a 24-year-old mother of two who was also 3 months pregnant. And on top of that, the Orlando Police Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton, all during a confrontation. So he's sought in the connection with those shooting deaths. And if you're wondering what we're looking at right now, we're just waiting to see him arrive to the Orlando jail this evening. This is live, and you're watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me keep going here and give you guys some more information about this. Orange County Sheriff's Deputy Norman Lewis was killed in a crash as police gave pursuit. Orlando Police Chief told reporters that Lloyd was captured about 7 o'clock at an abandoned house in West Orlando near the home of Clayton's mother. He was wearing body armor and was armed with 2 weapons, which he threw to the ground. One of the weapons was a Glock handgun that had been modified to carry a 100-round drum of ammunition. He also said, quote, "He did resist arrest and suffered facial injuries, which were being examined at police headquarters. A use of force investigation will be conducted in line with standard policy," he said. Again, we are just about to see him arriving to jail here in Florida. The Orlando police chief said that the officers there used Deborah Clayton's handcuffs. I apologize. Let me make sure that's... Yeah, Deborah Clayton. So Deborah Clayton was the officer who died during this altercation with Markeith Lloyd, and the police officers there, oh, there it is. They used the handcuffs of Deborah Clayton's to restrain Lloyd as a tribute to their fallen colleague. Let me turn up the sound a little bit, see if we can hear anything. All right, you guys, looks like a police officer is pulling up right now Again, I'm unsure if that was him being walked in. That was so quick. So let's stay on this feed for a little bit just to make sure that was in fact him. I'm not, that was a really quick shot, so I'm not sure if that was him or if we're still waiting here. Cameras are still out there, so maybe we are still waiting for Markeith Lloyd. Again, the police chief there said that they did cuff Markeith Lloyd with the handcuffs of that fallen officer as sort of a tribute to that officer. So that's sort of interesting. I haven't heard that before. That's, again, that's Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton, who died during this confrontation with Markeith Lloyd, and he is now handcuffed with the same handcuffs that Deborah Clayton was going to use on him. And the police chief said that's really just a tribute to their fallen colleague. Let's stay on this feed, though, a little bit longer in case that wasn't him, since that was such a quick shot, since cameras are still out there. Also want to pull this up. This is what I was just explaining. This is a tweet from the Orlando Police Department. Let me just show this to you guys really quick here. They just tweeted, "These are Lieutenant Deborah Clayton's handcuffs. Markeith Lloyd was placed in these when he was arrested." Let's take you back to the scene now. The Orange County Sheriff said, quote, "Our entire community is going to breathe a sigh of relief. They will sleep better knowing tonight that this maniac is off the streets of our community," end quote. Now, in addition to the first-degree murder charge and the death of that officer Clayton, Lloyd also faces 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Dixon and her unborn child, 1 count of attempted first-degree murder for allegedly having shot one of Dixon's brothers in the leg, and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm, which investigators said he pointed at Dixon's mother and younger brother last month. This is interesting, too. Lloyd's name was actually added to U.S. Marshals' 15 most wanted fugitives list earlier Tuesday, as local, state, and federal authorities scoured the area looking for him. So he was very sought after, and he was added to the U.S. Marshals list of the 15 most wanted fugitives. Police released a computer-generated photo showing how they believed Markeith Lloyd looked like after he altered his appearance to get away from being captured. Wow. So he altered his appearance to get out of being captured. Investigators also say they believe several people helped Lloyd escape, and at least 3, including his niece, have been arrested. Wow. So let's show that photo, if I can. Let me pull this up. Just showed you that tweet from the police department, but I want to show you this photo. So here is the photo, and this is a computer-altered photograph showing how police believe he looked after having altered his appearance to avoid being captured. Markeith Lloyd. Again, the suspected Orlando cop killer. Now in custody, and we are live outside of that jail there, where we are expecting to see him arrive this evening. Let me pull up some more information here as we watch. All right, you guys, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, this evening, and we are streaming live out of Orlando, Florida right now, where the suspected cop killer Markeith Lloyd is going to be arriving at jail there any moment. We've been waiting a while now, but hopefully we'll be able to catch this glimpse pretty soon. Again, this is a crazy story. He was put on the U.S. Marshals list of the most wanted, the top 15 most wanted fugitives. So this is a big event that you're witnessing right now. If we do get to see him arrive into jail here, you're going to be witnessing one of the most wanted fugitives in the United States. Again, wanted for the murder of a police officer, lieutenant, I should say. Wanted for the murder of a pregnant woman, for shooting at her brother. So this is a very messy story, and hopefully in a little bit here, appreciate your patience as we watch together. Hopefully we'll be able to see in just a little bit. If you can see, it's a little dark by those palm trees, but it looks like a lot of the police officers are kind of standing out there and waiting. So that's a sign that possibly they'll be arriving soon. So we will see, and obviously media still out here right now waiting for the arrival of Markeith Lloyd. Now, interesting enough, let's pull this up again. Let me see here. Yeah, he did resist arrest and suffered a lot of facial injuries, which were being examined at the police headquarters. A use of force investigation will be conducted in line of the standard policy, as we are told from the Orlando police chief. He also told reporters that Markeith Lloyd was captured at about 7 o'clock at an abandoned house. So he was hiding out in an abandoned house. Also, a crazy part of this story, he altered his face so that he could avoid being captured. So this photo of Markeith Lloyd is just a computer-generated photo of what police believed he looked like before he had his face altered. So that's one of those things where you see that out of a TV show or something. He actually had surgery or altered his face in order to avoid getting captured by the police. And they just found him at 7 o'clock in an abandoned house in West Orlando. So any moment now we are going to be watching as he's taken into the jail here in Orlando. That abandoned house that he was hiding out in was right near the home of Deborah Clayton's mother. And again, Deborah Clayton is the lieutenant officer who was sadly shot and killed. Now, when they found him in this abandoned house, he was wearing body armor and was armed with 2 weapons, which he threw to the ground. I think I've got a photo. Yeah, this is coming from the Orlando Police Department. Let me pull this up. Oops, let's see here. Bear with me, guys, while I try to pull this photo up for you. So take a look at this. This is a picture of the weapons. Police said Markeith Lloyd was armed with these 2 weapons, which he threw to the ground. The bottom weapon is a Glock handgun, which was modified to carry a 100-round drum of ammunition. Take a look at that. That photo is coming from the Orlando Police Department. Let's take you back now live out to the scene there. Police tape still up. You can see the lights from the police car by those palm trees, and you can see it's a little dark right now, but you can see there's some police officers waiting by the road right now. So hopefully we'll be able to see him arrive any moment here. I appreciate your patience as we watch together on the Fox News Now stream.
this doesn't take too long. I gotta be back in the swing. Yeah, I gotta do editing tomorrow morning. Hopefully this thing is but you could be fresh. Yeah, 12-hour day. Well, you know more. I don't know. See, like, I have to go to the interview because I'm not as advanced as you are. My thing is, I was just hoping to get out of here between like 11 and 12 o'clock and get home and get 5-6 hours sleep before I have to be back up here at 10 o'clock. On the 6-month pulse anniversary, there was a guy from West Palm Beach who decided to shoot up. I guess that kind of makes sense, but like, this is a national story, you know what I mean? I can see like when we went to Fort Lauderdale, we used to do the military but like this didn't even like everything. So like, I mean, I know some networks did stuff, but like when we were covering Clayton's funeral on Saturday, all I remember there was that's what I mean, like, I hate to say it, next week there'll be another time. Yeah, like, like me personally, I can, go out and watch at home, like, if I really do, people will be more pressure. As long as a regular citizen, all right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I do appreciate your patience here. This is taking a lot longer than I anticipated, you guys. I apologize. Again, we are waiting for the arrival of Markeith Lloyd, the man wanted for the police officer killing in Orlando, Florida. And this is actually live out of Orlando, Florida right now. We're just waiting for him to arrive. But it's taking a lot longer than I anticipated. Let me work to get you guys some more information on this. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, well, it looks like we did lose that feed there, so we're going to take you to some different top stories right now. Let me put up my lower third here. Appreciate you watching with me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. Let me just change this here as well. All right, everybody. Well, let's take you to some more positive stories of the evening. Again, I'm going to be hosting with you here for the next 15 minutes or so, because we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm on from 3 to 5 and 7 to 9, and right now it's about 8:48 here in Phoenix. I appreciate you guys watching with me. Let me pull up some stuff that I thought was interesting tonight. Let's see here. Again, this is what I thought was interesting, you guys. The inaugural, which, by the way, that word is still really hard for me to say. If you're watching at home right now, I want you to say inaugural, inauguration. I don't know why that's hard for me. It just doesn't roll off right. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But we're going to be saying it a lot this week because the inauguration is on Friday, and we have the lunch menu already released. I kind of just wanted to go over this with you guys because it's sort of a fun topic, right? The Donald Trump inaugural lunch menu has been released. It says soon after he's sworn in as the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump will dine on Maine lobster, that's good, Gulf shrimp, and Seven Hills Angus beef, to name a few dishes. You guys think that sounds good? Maine lobster, Gulf shrimp, and Seven Hills Angus beef, just to name a few. Again, this is what he'll be eating at the inaugural lunch. These foods are all on the menu for the lunch, which is a long-standing tradition in which the Joint Congressional Committee on the inaugural ceremonies hosts a meal for the president and vice president at the Capitol following the inaugural address. So, you know, you're nervous, you have this address to give, you have to talk to all these people, all these reporters, deal with the protesters, but then you get to eat lobster and shrimp and Angus beef. Doesn't that sound good, you guys? I think it sounds good. Let's keep this going here. The committee organized its first inaugural lunch in 1953 when lawmakers welcomed President Dwight Eisenhower, and he had creamed chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the Capitol's old Senate chamber. What are potato puffs? Does anyone know what potato puffs are? Can we just look that up really quick? What are potato puffs? Am I the only one that doesn't know what a potato puff is? Let me see, potato puffs. Sorry, you guys, I'm always talking about food here on the show, so I know I make you guys hungry. I'm sorry. Get a bowl of popcorn as we hang out here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, that's weird. I'm pulling up this picture, you guys, of these potato puffs that Dwight Eisenhower had at his inaugural luncheon. Oh, it's like tater tots, basically? Okay. No one calls them potato puffs. Look at this. Okay, those are tater tots. Potato puffs. Come on. Come on. All right. So the dishes consumed between toasts, gift presentations, and speeches often include foods from the home states of the new leaders, though Trump's menu owes heavily to California, not his home state of New York or Vice President-elect Mike Pence's state of Indiana. So it sort of is food from the menu of California, I guess. I don't know. I think people can eat lobster and steak anywhere, right? Maybe we should just stream the picture of the potato puffs for the rest of the night. What do you guys think? All right, let's keep it going here. We are talking about Donald Trump's inaugural lunch menu. It's been released. Breaking news, everybody. We know what he's going to be eating after he gives the inaugural address. Let me see what you guys are saying here in the chat. James saying, oh, tater tots, yeah. Oh, gosh, those were good. You remember having those at lunch in school, and it was the best? This is very serious news we're talking about right now. Let's see. Love hearing what you guys have to say, always. Sarah Hart saying Gaffney is a surname common to the region of Cavan in Ireland. Sarah, you're probably right, because I'm very Irish. And I'm named after an Irish movie called The Quiet Man. That's where the name Mary Kate came from. Not the Olsen twins, okay? Let's see what else you guys are saying up here in the chat. I know James, I'm sorry. James in the chat saying, now I'm hungry again. Get a bowl of popcorn, hang out on the couch, and stream the Fox News Now show, and enjoy your evening as we discuss the biggest topics of the day, which is what food Donald Trump will be eating during the inaugural lunch. Let's see. I love what you guys, I love all the comments here. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, you guys. Sometimes I see you guys fighting here in the chat. Let's not fight. Let's all appreciate each other's opinions. You never know how easily you can hurt someone's feelings. You can't see someone on the other side of the screen. So just be the bigger person and be nice. All right, let's get back to the news here. So, pretty interesting. He's going to be having Gulf shrimp, lobster, and Seven Hills Angus beef during the inaugural lunch. Now, President Barack Obama's 2013 lunch had a menu of steamed lobster, grilled bison, and apple pie. That sounds amazing. What if they just ordered a pizza? I guess that's not very presidential, is it? So, it's going to feature 3 courses, Trump's lunch. And the first is that Maine lobster and Gulf shrimp with peanut crumble, which will be accompanied by a Chardonnay. And then the Gulf shrimp will be a tribute to Florida, where Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort is located, which the president-elect has called his, quote, second home. So that's good. This will be followed by the grilled Seven Hills Angus beef in dark chocolate. Angus beef in dark chocolate? What? Huh. With potatoes, and that's going to be paired with a red wine. And then for dessert, guests will feast on chocolate souffle and cherry vanilla ice cream served with California champagne. Can't believe it. Oh, John Hook up here. I'm reading about the menu for the... He's going to be having lobster, Gulf shrimp, and Angus beef. And the Angus beef's going to be cooked in dark chocolate. That's a regular dinner at home for John Hook every night. John Hook's a big anchor here at Fox 10, and he eats that every night. So that's no big deal to him. He comes home to a nice cooked Angus beef and lobster every evening. You guys, we were just talking about I can't believe, Angus beef though cooked in chocolate? Is that good? I don't know. I guess that would be good, wouldn't it? Those looking for a taste of the inauguration can indulge affordably. The champagne they'll be serving can be purchased for as little as $13. Let's write that down, everybody. Easy as that. All right, let's take you to some other top stories here. We just have a few minutes left on the stream. Let me scroll up and see what you guys are saying here. Hey, Stealthy 100 in the chat saying a Bud Light and a slice of pizza works for me. If you were elected president and you're happy with just some pizza, more power to you. Let me read else what you guys are saying. Wasabi in the chat saying bacon and chocolate. That goes together pretty well. Temporary Channel saying, yeah, Mary Kate, dark chocolate is bitter. It sort of goes with the meat. Okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm from Ohio, and we have this popular dish called Skyline Chili, and they actually cook dark chocolate in the chili. And that actually is pretty good. So maybe it's not going to be like a huge shell of dark chocolate, you know, like when you see the chocolate bunnies on Easter and you have to break the shell. It's probably not that intense. Probably just a little chocolate. Temporary channel saying, did you just say be nice? Well, you guys can certainly say whatever you feel in the chat, but sometimes, you know, I see the arguing and you never want to hurt anyone's feelings. Everyone can share their own opinion. You never know who's on the other side of the screen. And, you know, maybe they're having a bad day and maybe they want to rant. Just let them rant and kill them with kindness. Doesn't Selena Gomez say that or something? I don't know. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you watching with me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. If you have any questions about the show or comments or anything like that, feel free to tweet me at MaryKateFox10, and we can continue the conversation throughout the evening. We'll be back on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks for joining me.